Chapter 1. Wedge. A meteor streaks across the Earth, and as the meteor streaks across, the teenager in a residential house disappears. On the Earth of a certain world, a fiery red meteor slid down the sky. Inorganic voices echoed in the meteor. The loss of rules is serious. The main consciousness falls asleep. The subconscious starts to activate, simulates thinking, and derives the best recovery plan. In a certain mountain range in a small town named Omu-ran, a silver-haired girl looked at the meteor in the sky and smiled lightly, clasping her hands together as if she was making a wish. Find a suitable parent, gene duplication. Inside the silver-haired girl's body, a tiny life like a candle began to stir. No Y-type chromosomes were found. Subconsciously resisted reincarnation. Reincarnation was put on hold, repeated operations, and imported ontology genes. The second faint candle of life was silently lit inside the girl. Prevent failure. Execute the preparatory plan. There was a ray of light in the meteor. Reincarnation begins. A meteor streaked across the sky, and the silver-haired girl hummed a song and walked down the top of the mountain. 16 years later, you really. Wake up. Get up quickly. The bus has almost arrived in Ashikaga City. A clear and pleasant voice came from his ears. Suddenly awakened by the sudden sound, the boy struggled to open his heavy eyelids. And the moment he opened his eyes, what was printed into his pupils was a stunning girl with silver hair, with long silver hair tied up with ribbons, a piece like A with a doll-like, delicate face, dark gray pupils, wearing a white silk dress in Gothic style. His cheeks were flushed, his expression was a little anxious, and he exuded a different kind of charm. The bus moved slowly. WTF? The young man's heart was full of doubts. His expression was puzzled, and he looked at the beautiful silver-haired girl in front of him. A hash mark faintly appeared on the silver-haired girl's forehead. She lightly raised her slender jade feet, surrounded by white stockings, and then slammed down. Bang! The tingling pain came from the nerve endings, and the boy hurriedly squatted down and held his right foot, rubbing it constantly, trying to relieve the intense pain. What are you looking at? Hurry up and get your luggage off the bus. The bus is about to enter the station. The silver-haired girl was shy at the straight eyes of the previous boy. Her ears were red. She turned her head quickly, concealed her shyness. Hurry up, step towards the door. The boy's head continued to tingle. He shook his head, forced himself to cheer up, picked up the suitcase beside him, and followed the footsteps of the girl in front of him with small steps. That's decent. Seeing the boy's obedient behavior, the silver-haired girl suddenly became happy, as if the dark clouds that had been suppressed in her heart these days had dissipated. She said with a smile. Crash, crash, came the sound of water. Yukasagano was washing his face with his hands in the bathroom of the bus stop, raised his head and looked at the pale and thin body reflected in the mirror, the delicate facial features under the silver hair, the composed face. The nerves of the brain screamed, and the severe pain hit. This is caused by the high-speed transmission of memories over the past 16 years, thus compressing the nerves in the brain. The short 16-year life of a Yamato teenager in his mind kept flashing, and at the same time, the emotions contained in it were also surging. The turbulent memories and emotions poured into his mind, and the boy completely substituted into the life of Yamato boy. He lost himself. The teenager crossed over and became Yukasagano in the sky of fate, known as Jayo, a senior member of Day National Orthopedic Department and a master of pushing girls. The stunning silver-haired girl who stepped on his feet before was his younger sister Kasuga Nozomi. They were in a situation where they had just lost their parents and were forced to return to Omura's hometown due to economic pressure. It's so slow. Kasuga Yichion leaned against the wall of the bathroom, sat a suitcase under him, shrugged his little head, and complained in his mouth. I'm sorry. I just fell asleep in the car, so I need to take some time to wake up. Hearing the sound, you hurried out of the bathroom. I didn't have time to wipe my hands, so I kept waving, trying to get rid of the water droplets on my hands. It's hard work. Kasuga Yichion murmured while sitting on the suitcase swinging his little feet. What? Because the voice was too low. Even Yukasagano, who was less than half a meter away from Kasagano Dome, could only hear a vague voice. It's nothing. Then again, where should Omu-ran go? Wait, what are you doing? Don't splash on my side. Kasuga Yichion frowned, glaring at the man who was drying the water droplets on his hands. Yu puffed out his cheeks and sighed. Sorry that. I remember it was an hour's walk along the cement road in the rice fields. Yu carefully recalled his past memories and said in an uncertain tone, It's been so long. I'm a little tired. Kasuga Yichion frowned, leaning against the wall with his soft and boneless body, and his mouth screamed like a defeated dog. Looking at Kasuga Yezong, who was escaping from reality, you showed a helpless expression. Eh, eh, what are you doing? You reached out and grabbed the lever on top of the suitcase and pulled it sharply, pulling Kasagano Dome sitting on the suitcase. Sit tight. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We must arrive at our hometown before 4 o'clock to deal with the move. Otherwise, we won't be able to catch up with dinner time. He pulled the suitcase and walked slowly. It's all right. I brought some snacks. Kasuga Yicheong, who was sitting on the suitcase, took out a package of instant potato chips from nowhere and was eating with relish. Hearing the sound of a squirrel foraging from behind, you stopped, with blue veins on his forehead. Seeing that the suitcase had stopped moving, Kasuga Yezong raised his head to look at you, who was full of anger, shivered suddenly, and said in a charming voice, "Do you want to come too? The potato chips are confiscated." Your brows twitched, reaching out and grabbing the potato chips, pouring them all into his mouth, and biting into pieces with a squeak. Wow! Time passed slowly, and after an hour and a half, you and Kasuga Nozomi finally arrived at the hometown of Agumi. What comes into view is a traditional Japanese-style wooden house. Because it has been vacant for many years, the building is a bit old, covered with dust, the courtyard is overgrown with weeds, the eaves are covered with spider webs, and there is a Kasagano Hospital on the front door sign. Old sign. You stood in front of the house number, exercising his exhausted body, especially the right hand that had just pulled the lever to prevent cramps. Secretly in my heart, the quality of this new body is really poor. It is obviously 16 years old. I'm so tired. I'm finally home. I'll take a rest first. Kasuga Yicheong hurriedly took off his shoes and walked into the entrance, as if he was avoiding the flood and beasts. Quack! The string representing use reason was broken. Yu Ming stepped forward, grabbed Kasuga Yicheong's cheek, and put his 2 fingers into the delicate lips, like playing with a spring, constantly stretching. Woo-woo, I know I'm wrong. I'll do the housework together. Kasuga Yicheong let out bursts of grief. Hearing the sound, you retracted her clutches with satisfaction. Sure enough, filial sons come from the sticks. The ancients honestly did not deceive me. The sun has fallen to the foot of the mountain, and the brilliance of the setting sun shines on Omu Ran, rendering the rice fields golden. Kasagano House Boom. Kasagano Dome posed himself in a large font and collapsed on the tatami in the back room. I'm so tired, so hungry. Kasuga Yicheong, with the last strength, grabbed the black rabbit doll placed on the tatami next to him, threw it out, and smashed it at Yu's forehead. With a click, hit the red star, and then the black rabbit the doll slowly slid to the ground along Yu's body. Make rice. Kasuga Yicheong pouted, selling cute in a charming voice. Hi, Yu, who was completely captured by the cute trick, walked slowly to the refrigerator in the hall. With his arms sore from cleaning, he took out the instant curry that had been put in the refrigerator and walked to the kitchen. Thanks to the memory obtained before, otherwise, let alone making a Japanese curry rice, I am afraid that even the language cannot be communicated normally. You silently picked up the wooden shovel and looked at the iron pot bitterly. First time cooking, I hope I don't eat dead people. You? Where's the internet? Kasuga Nodum, lying on the tatami, took out a pink mobile phone and played with it carefully. With his head still resting on the black rabbit doll, on top of the white dress, the front of the shirt was slightly open, revealing the snow white. The fragrant shoulders exude a large spring light. Ping ping pong pong. Unfortunately, the only one who can appreciate you is busy preparing curry in the kitchen. Although his mind has memories and his body is also engraved with experience, he is still in a hurry. It seems that the agreed time with the internet company is 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so, with her back to Kasuga Yido, you said in a silent tone, stirring the hot curry in the iron pot. Is there no internet at home today? Kasuga Yicheong was dumbfounded. Yes. Used in different words shattered Kasuga Yicheong's young heart. Cheong's heart almost collapsed, and the whole body seemed to be caught in the magic eye of Medusa, showing a gray color. At night, the moon and stars are sparse. It is only the beginning of June, but the moon is like an enlarged disk, reflecting the brilliance from the sun and shining on the earth. About 9 o'clock in the evening. Snapped. A soft sound came. Kasuga Yicheong spread out his palms and looked at the mosquitoes who died from the heavy pressure in his hands, with disgust on his face. The 7th one. Kasagano Dome looked at you, who was waving around with an electric mosquito swatter with an expressionless expression, and said without a trace of emotion, I see, I'll go buy mosquito coils right away. You shuddered, as if being targeted by vicious predators. Haha, you closed the door of Kasagano House and walked out of the house. On the quiet concrete road with the sound of cicadas and frogs, we are in a hurry. It's time, The convenience store should still be open. You pupils have no focus, and she walks briskly on the wide concrete road. You, who suddenly traveled through, has not yet regained her peace of mind. Thanks to the 16 years of life memories, she would definitely show her feet in front of Kasuga Yichion. After all, she is a sister who gets along with each other day and night. If it changes, everyone will notice that something is wrong. Thinking that he would disguise himself as a cowardly, caring, kind, and gentle big brother in the future, Yu's head suddenly swelled up a few times, so he didn't even notice that his route had been quietly changed. At some point, Yu walked to the Tori Gate, arch gate in front of the shrine, of Cheheim Shrine, and kept walking up the steps. When the steps came to an end, the quaint shrine appeared in front of him, and Yu woke up suddenly. At this time, under the full moon shining like a jade plate. Above the Cheheim Shrine, a figure sat on the eaves, silently watching Yu Kasagano below. A strange soul. Chapter 2. Above the shrine, a figure was sitting on the eaves, with the figure of Yu Kasagano below reflected in his pupils, muttering to himself. A strange soul. Hey, why did you come to Ying's shrine after being distracted for a while? Yu shuddered and woke up suddenly, looking around, seeing the familiar and unfamiliar scenery, his face full of doubts. Is anyone there? Everyone here has been dispersed by me. Above, a crisp and pleasant voice suddenly came. Who? The sudden voice made Yu panic. He stomped and took a few steps back abruptly. At this time, Yu seemed to have noticed the gaze of the figure on the eaves of the shrine, and subconsciously raised her head and looked above the eaves of the shrine. The beautiful blonde girl sits alone on the eaves of the shrine. From her appearance, she looks like she is about 17 or 18 years old. She has short golden shoulder-length hair, red eyes like rubies, and even the most gold and silver jade can't reflect it. The skin, the golden ratio of the perfect body, dressed in the pure white wusho handed down from ancient Japan, only worn at weddings, revealing the clean calf, dangling on the eaves of the shrine. Your soul? Why? The blonde girl above the shrine asked with doubts on her face. I've been electrocuted. You are obsessed with looking at the shadow above the shrine. Even if you are 2 generations old, the blonde girl in front of him is the most beautiful girl he has ever seen in his life. No. Yu's pupil shrank. No matter how beautiful a person is, he will not let himself, who has experienced the influence of the 4 major sorcerers in Asia, become so obsessed with beauty that he has long resisted Max. A power like charm? Is this woman a monster like a vixen? I heard that there are many Yamato Yukai. Son of man, answer my question. The corner of the girl's mouth was slightly upturned, and she asked Yu Kasagano condescendingly in a very arrogant tone. What? Few people use the old-fashioned way of conversation in modern society. So Yu, who suddenly heard the words, was naturally very confused and frowned, trying to figure out the meaning of the girl's words, and at the same time gently with her right foot move, be ready to smear the soles of your feet with oil and run away. Your soul, why? The blonde girl frowned, her face unhappy, and then she emphasized her tone again in ancient language and asked, well, please don't speak classical Huxia, especially Japanese-style classical Huxia. You can speak modern Huxia or modern Japanese. Hearing the old-fashioned questioning voice again, it is difficult to understand the classical Huxia. Yu Kasagano tried it as suggested in native Huxia language. The girl was silent for a while, her fingers moved, and a silver light appeared on her body, and then the words she spoke became extremely familiar language, which was the Huxia dialect, more precisely, Mandarin. Why is your soul so peculiar? The girl asked with a puzzled face, her ruby-like pupils staring at Yu's eyes. Yu shuddered, alarm bells ringing in his heart. My soul has passed through, so it's special? See this monster? Damn, I remember a lot of Yamato soul-eating monsters. The girl who had been watching Yu Kasagano from the eaves naturally noticed his unease. It seems that you know what's special about you. The red-haired girl raised her lips slightly, and the blonde girl said in a positive tone, yeah, my brain is very flexible by nature. I guess it's because you said that the soul is special. This situation is very common now. But then again, this lady, what are you doing on the roof of the shrine at night? Watching the moon? Yu Kasagano responded calmly to the girl's question, but his hands were trembling slightly. Looking at the figure on the eaves, like a fairy, like a demon, like a god, and the bright moon behind her, a heart palpitation arose in your heart. You must find a space and quickly slip away. This woman is not a normal person at first glance. Moon admiring? The girl seemed to have committed some taboo, with a displeased expression on her face. At the moment when the girl's face was displeased, Yu Kasagano suddenly felt a heavy pressure. The air seemed to have turned into cement, extremely heavy. His teeth were clenched, and he was trying to keep himself from falling down. This is Ryatsu. Mental oppression? Cageway. A flash of light flashed in Yu's mind, flashing words that described coercion heavily. No, the moon is my enemy. The girl said indifferently, but there was a strong will in it, as if countless people were shouting and roaring. It's like thousands of people singing the national anthem. Suddenly, a muffled sound came from the girl's mouth, and she stretched out her white, jade-like hand and covered her lower abdomen. Hey! Hearing the sound, you looked at the blonde girl strangely, until she saw the belly covered by the jade-like plain hands, the pure white wugo on it, slowly turned into a dazzling golden color. It spreads gradually from the lower abdomen. Golden blood. Yu's pupil shrank slightly and exclaimed. It was even more confirmed in his heart that the beautiful girl in front of him was a fact that was beyond ordinary people. Is it serious to this extent? Although it was a question sentence, it was spoken in an emotional tone. The surrounding atmosphere changed, and the world seemed to turn pale, and the trees, grass, stones, and buildings kept trembling, which is a substantive momentum. At this moment, you seemed to feel that he was not facing a girl, but a group of prehistoric overlord cages were roaring frantically at him, who was standing at the lowest level of the food chain. You couldn't move for a while, with panic in his eyes, and looked at the girl on the eaves with unease. The girl stared intently at the palms covered with golden blood, fell into silence, looked at the blonde girl who was motionless. Yukasagano looked straight at the blonde girl, moved her body with difficulty, and slowly stepped back, which was from Yukasagano subconsciously used this survival technique on the blonde girl, which he learned to use in the face of large predators in the wilderness program. Thanks, Bear Grylls. The techniques taught helped a lot. Go back and burn a few bugs to send to you. You sighed silently in his heart. When Yukasagano's feet touched the steps of the stone steps in front of the shrine, there was an expression of the rest of his life on his thin face. Where do you want to go? In the blink of an eye, the blonde girl seemed to cross the space and suddenly appeared in front of you. You staggered suddenly and almost fell off the steps. I have something to do at home. Let's go first, haha. Yukasagano touched the back of his head and smiled awkwardly. Then, before you leave, give me the divine tool in your body. The blonde girl tilted her head and looked down at you, her tone full of majesty. God tool? What god tool? No. What the hell is a god tool? Suddenly hearing the unfamiliar term, the girl's certain expression made Yukasagano doubtful. Although it can be understood literally, when did he have a god tool? Such a tall thing. Oh, it's not a lie. But you really don't know the existence of the divine tool. The blonde girl opened her lips slightly, with a very surprised expression, but it was only for a moment, and the next moment her face returned to the ancient well. Holy shit, does he understand? Or micro-expressions? Can you even see through the heart? Yukasagano stared at the blonde girl with a stunned expression. No, it's just intuition. The girl stretched her index finger to the corner of her mouth, making a hiss, with a bright smile on her face, like the rising sun. For a while, Yukasagano was stunned. But it was only for a moment. The next second Yukasagano reflected. He also said that he didn't have a good heart. How could intuition be so good? You must have no friends like Matsangao. Yukasagano frantically complained in his heart. Looking at the look on your face just now, you clearly know your own uniqueness, but you don't know the existence of divine tools. So, what is the thing in your soul? The girl asked in a light tone. Yukasagano's the peculiar success of reaction and soul piqued her interest. There's something in my soul. Damn, it must be the golden finger that must be carried through time travel. Yukasagano was startled, his body trembled suddenly, and he suddenly remembered something. Gold finger? What is that? The girl tilted her head, looking puzzled. It's a plug-in, those things in the system. Facing the girl's question, Yukasagano, who was clearly planning to be silent, replied uncontrollably. Yukasagano's body stopped suddenly, shuddered, and looked at the blonde girl in front of him in horror. That's right, you can't lie to me. The blonde girl turned around and said with a smile, as if she had done something great. I don't know when. The full moon in the sky continued to expand. No, the moon seemed to be gradually approaching the ground. Gradually the moon covered the sky of Omu-ran, and at the very center of the moon, a dazzling figure was faintly revealed. The shadow of Yukasagano and the girl on the ground began to disappear gradually due to the approach of the moon, and the brilliance of the girl began to disappear, and the blonde girl who noticed the vision trembled. Have you come already? There's nothing you can do. Boy, lend me your body. After that, the girl kissed Yukasagano's lips, and the lips were immediately joined together. Chapter 3. Have you come already? There's nothing you can do. Boy, lend me your body. After saying that, The girl stretched out her hand and wrapped her arms around Yukasagano's neck, but did not touch Yukasagano's lips, and their lips immediately joined together. Yukasagano stared blankly at the perfect face so close at hand. His pupils shrunk. In Yu's eyes, the girl's body gradually turned into a spot of light, slowly blending into her own body. Yukasagano's pupils changed, and the dark gray pupils gradually narrowed, replaced by ruby-like eyes, which were the eyes of the blonde girl before. "Are you here, my mortal enemy? See you in the moonlight." "You." "No." At this time came the clear and sweet voice of a young girl. The full moon hanging in the sky disappeared in the blink of an eye, and was replaced by a blonde beauty in a white 12-single kimono only worn by ancient Japanese princesses and nobles. She was in her early 20s and hung down like a waterfall. The golden hair around the waist, the dazzling ruby pupils, and the emerald-like gold and silver skin are the same as the previous blonde girl except for the length of the hair, only a little older. She stood above the shrine. Her majesty exudes in the air, as if thousands of people around him were reciting, praising his greatness and his holiness. "Reading your life on the moon, seeing the honor of the moon on the night is here. Aren't you escaping anymore, god of food?" After a while, Yu Yejian, who was standing above the sky, said with a light smile and slowly opened his mouth, with a puzzled emotion in his words. "Where can I escape after being so badly injured?" The god of food protection attached to Yu Kasagano smiled miserably, and golden blood began to appear on his abdomen, slowly contaminating his clothes. "If that's the case, reunite with me, my half-body." The moonlit night in the sky saw a smile, and all the flowers on the ground suddenly bloomed, the trees fluttered in the wind, and the heaven and the earth set off her smile. At the same time, the ground of the shrine began to tremble continuously, and the roar spread. A slight earthquake occurred in the entire Omu Ran, which lasted for a few seconds, and suddenly a spike emerged from the ground and turned into a golden long spear. The spear head is shaped like a rice ear, and the spear body is the same as the rice stalk. It is about 2 meters long and 5 centimeters in diameter. It is golden and exudes strong vitality. The god of food reached out and grabbed the barrel of the gun, waving it a few times, as if familiar with the feel, and then pointed the gun at the moonlit night above. "I'm sorry, but this is the only thing I can't do," the god of food said calmly with determination on his face. Yu Yejian's smile gradually disappeared, the anger in his eyes began to burn, and he stared blankly at the young man below, exactly at the god hiding in the young man's body, the god of food. "You." I saw Yu Yejian suddenly stretched out his hand and shouted loudly. The huge, scaled-down moon suddenly appeared above the shrine. The diameter of the moon was about 20 meters. It was constantly rotating in the sky, just like a real moon. Then, the moon suddenly pressed down, like a comet hitting the earth. Hit the shrine above the ground. Rumbling, rumble, the sound of the earth shaking and the mountains swaying. The shrine crumbled like a piece of paper, but the next second, the broken building fragments were crushed by the moon into powdery residue. At the moment when the moon fell, the shock wave also hit. The trees around the shrine were uprooted, the stones crumbled, and the shock wave spread to the torii at the foot of the shrine. The torii glowed with blue light and turned into an umbrella. The barrier-like barrier covered the land within a mile radius of the shrine and blocked the shock wave. When the vibrations stopped and the dust dissipated, looking down from the air, the place that used to be the shrine disappeared, replaced by a huge pothole with a radius of more than 50 meters. This blow is so terrifying. Boom. There was a thunderous explosion, and the god of food appeared abruptly behind Yu Yejian. The tip of the spear was facing Yu Yejian's head and stabbed with force, piercing through Yu Yejian's body. No real feeling. The god of food was alarmed in his heart, and he hurriedly resorted to defensive techniques. Swish. Yu Yejian suddenly appeared above the god of food. 12 spheres with a diameter of 1 meter appeared around them, constantly surrounding Yu Yejian. It was a moon that dwindled in proportion to the previous full moon, just like a satellite. Surrounded by the moonlit night, Yu Yejian raised his right hand and pressed it violently. 12 spheres spread out and are distributed around the barrier created by the torii. Invisible fluctuations spread. The surrounding wood, grass, soil, and stones either float in the air or suddenly collapse, and there are also trees floating in the air. The tree trunk with a diameter of 3 meters seems to be squeezed by force, and it was pressed to a diameter of 1 meter. Within the enchantment of the entire shrine, the coefficient of gravity was tampered with by the power of moonlight. With the change of gravity, the body of the god of food seemed to be frozen, stagnant for a few seconds. Another bright moon appeared above the sky, aiming at the immobile god of food and ruthlessly crushing it. Rumble, the dull crashing sound spread again along with the shock wave. With a click, a golden light appeared on the spear, and the god of food clenched the spear and waved it violently. The moon above and the clouds in the sky were suddenly split in half, and the blue sky split into a dark hole in an instant. The blow sliced through the atmosphere, allowing cosmic rays to hit the ground unhindered. The disheartened figure of the god of food came up from the moon that had been split in half, and there was a circle around it that was the same as before Yu Yejin, but the sphere was a proportionally smaller size of the earth. It suddenly dissipated and hit the moon that Yu Yejin had previously arranged. After the violent collision, the two sides collapsed at the same time. After that, the gravity slowly returned to its original state. There is a sound. The full moon appeared in the sky again, and Yu Yejin stretched out his hand and pressed it mercilessly again. Seeing this, the figure of the god of food disappeared, replaced by a miniature earth. Facing the moon above, like a cannonball fired, the earth slammed into the moon directly. The white clouds that had been cut in half in the sky before were scattered by the shock wave of the collision between the earth and the moon, and there were no clouds for 100 miles. The cold roll of moonlight shone unscrupulously onto the earth with a little bit of starlight and cosmic radiation. At the same time as the earth and the moon collided, 12 moons reappeared around the moonlight. The moon and the earth disintegrated at the same time, and the dust was filled, and the visibility was reduced to less than 1 meter. Swish! A cold light flashed, and the god of food had already arrived at Yu Yejin's left side, and the spear seemed to go out of the sea, stabbing at Yu Yejin's temple. 12 moons scattered suddenly, followed by a strong repulsion force. The air was suddenly bounced out, forming a strong shock wave, and a vacuum was formed around the moonlight. Unprepared, the god of food was bounced into the sky. Immediately, the god of food twisted his waist with all his might, concentrated all his strength, aimed the spear in his hand at Yu Yejin's head, and threw it out. This move immediately caught Yu Yejin by surprise. Yu Yejin hurriedly turned his upper body sideways. A shallow bloodstain was drawn on his right cheek by a spear, and he managed to escape the blow. After the spear slid across Yu Yejin's cheek, it slammed into the ground in the distance, and half of the spear body sank into the ground. Yu Yejin frowned, stretched out his hand, and pulled. 12 spheres came together, constantly revolving around Yu Yejin, exuding a violently fluctuating gravitational force, and the space was faintly distorted by the violent gravitational force. The body of the god of food, who was thrown away, suddenly stopped. His bones and flesh let out a scream, and he was forcibly pulled back. The god of food spit out a mouthful of golden blood with pieces of minced meat. Obviously, between the sudden change of repulsion and gravity, the internal organs were severely injured. Forced by gravity, the body of the god of food quickly approached Yu Yejin. The 12 moons revolving around Yu Yejin, the number of revolutions getting faster and faster, until it became a silver light band, like a cutting machine, sending out bursts of light. Hissing. At the moment when it was about to be cut, the blood spit out by the god of food turned into a blood-colored rope. One section bound the waist of the god of food, and the other plunged deep into the ground, pulled sharply, and quickly descended to the ground. Boom. The god of food fell to the ground, splashing a lot of dust. The smoke filled the air, and Yu Yejin's vision was blocked by the dust mist. Call out. A harsh sonic boom came, and a burst of golden light burst out of the smoke, hitting Yu Yejin straight. The god of food, who fell to the ground, used the chains made of blood to slam the spear that had been thrown off before, pulled it back into his hand, and then held the spear body, like a harpooner at the Olympics, and slammed it. Throw it out. As the spear body quickly approached Yu Yejin, the light belt around Yu Yejin turned more fiercely, rolling up a lot of air around him, forming a miniature typhoon eye. Crunching, the spear approached, and it was inevitably affected by the airflow, creating a distance friction with the light band. But the spear was eventually carried by the violent airflow and revolved around Yu Yejin. Yu Yejin suddenly stretched out his hand to hold the spear, and his whole body exuded silver brewing like moonlight. Throw hard. The spear pierced through the body of the god of food. Chapter 4. The spear pierced through the body of the god of food. Hong Yu's pupils gradually slackened, and her thin body fell to the ground, splashing a burst of dust, and the ground was gradually rendered with blood. The godhead was injured by the power of the moon. The same source of power is also competing with me for control, and my power is running out. Is it the limit? The eyes of the god of food protection kept dwindling, staring at the falling moon Yejianzhen. Moonlight landed on the ruins of the shrine that the moon knocked out. Tapping and stepping, Yu Yejin walked in front of the god of food. The moonlight shone on Yu Yejin's body, and the long golden hair glowed with cold moonlight, which was extremely sacred and noble, exuding lofty majesty. Shasha. The god of food was lifted by Yu Yejin with one hand, and his thin body felt like a rag that was about to go with the wind. The god of food brought up the last divine power, which was used to control Yu Kasagano's body, and his right fist slammed into Yuyomi's head. Bang! With a soft sound, the god of food showed a look of despair, and for some reason, her divine power dissipated. As a result, Yu Yejin, whose whole body exudes silver brewing, received this weak punch and scathed. You and I will return to one. Yu Yejin smiled slightly, and kept her mouth shut from the food god. In the white space, Yu Kasagano opened his eyes and stood up. Where is this? Yu Kasagano stared at the white space blankly. Suddenly, above the space, an egg-shaped object suddenly appeared, emitting thousands of rays of light, illuminating the entire space. A message passed into Yu Kasagano's soul. Dirac's heart, the infinite sea of negative energies, the secret treasure bred by the Dirac's sea. The mysterious substance that was born under the influence of countless accidents when negative energy and positive energy collided, resides in Yu's mind in the shape of an egg. Yu Kasagano understands the operation of eggs without a teacher, connects the infinite sea of negative energy, simulates the energy in his body with negative energy, collides with the energy in the body, and annihilates each other. In the process of annihilation, matter and energy run together. The rules will appear, and relying on this ability to deduce the rules of the world, the main purpose of eggs is to collect these rules to improve themselves. As a reward, Yu Kasagano will get the most suitable rule perception. In short, the egg has the ability to let you jump over the appearance and directly understand the essence. At the same time, the god of food had previously poured into Yu Kasagano's body, and the divine power of Dojan K Nest's body was invoked. The egg sent a message, whether the rules were comprehended according to divine energy. Seeing this, Yu Kasagano gave permission without hesitation. The egg poured out infinite negative energy, simulating the composition of divine power, and then collided with it and annihilated it. Countless messages of divine power appeared in Yu's mind. In the past, in the land of Yamato, people worshipped the snake that was constantly shedding and reborn as the god of the earth. A large amount of Leyline energy was mixed with human spiritual energy, and the invisible energy gave birth to the personality. The first moonlit night appeared, live and die on the earth, wandering constantly on the earth like a snake. Due to the expansion of human development, the scope of Yamato's land was determined, and the moonlight view, which was originally regarded as an infinite land, was limited. Compared with the vast sky, the vast ocean, and the limited land, it was suddenly outdated, and Yamato's strongest Mother Earth was reduced to third rate. The Lord of the Land, the personality Yu Yejin, naturally rebelled against this. She took off the snake body, abandoned the power of the earth, took half of the sky in charge of Amaterasu, became the god in charge of the moon and the night, and became the three noble sun. The final interpretation of the fairy tale. The egg is constantly extracting the rules, and transmits the rules of the power of the earth and the rules of the gravity of the earth that suit Yu Kasagano into his mind, inscribed into the soul, and the final rules are mixed with Yu Kasagano's soul. With this, Yu Kasagano gained power with the help of the world rules, the power of gravity control and power generation. The last divine power of the god of food was annihilated. The hardworking god of food was killed by Egg and Yu Kasagano. When Yu Kasagano opened his eyes again, his pupils shrank enormously, and what came into his eyes was a beauty who looked like an adult compared to the blonde girl before, with his hands around his neck, lying on his stomach and smoking something. It seems that something is being absorbed in the body. Along with the pain, Yu Kasagano clearly sensed what was going on in his body. A sharp pain came, and Yu Kasagano felt the coolness of the wind as it passed through his stomach. The abdomen was penetrated, a big hole was broken in the stomach. Consciousness. Consciousness has been a little blurred. How much blood did I bleed? If it goes on like this, I will die. Yu Kasagano, who was born in peacetime, has never suffered such a serious injury. Accompanied by heavy trauma, Kasuga no Tsuyu's lost pre-travel nature has returned. But what's the use of going back now? With a bang, the string in the mind called reason snapped, and a beast was released. Raising his head slightly, Yu Kasagano had a wild, beast-like smile on his face. In outer space, a meteorite that was supposed to pass by the Earth and traveled far into the depths of the universe suddenly changed its trajectory. Kasagano the house was shaking constantly. Is it an earthquake again? Kasuga Yichiong said habitually. Why haven't you come back? Haruai Yiqiong helplessly put down the black rabbit doll in his hand, took out his pink mobile phone, and pressed it frantically on the keyboard. Where are you running? Why don't you bring the mosquito coils back? Message sent. Boom. The vibration is getting stronger and stronger. 70 messages have been sent. Why haven't any of them been returned? Kasuga Yiqiong looked at the phone, feeling a wave of unease in his heart. No, I have to look for it. Chiong picked up the black rabbit doll and hurried out of the room without tidying up the messy white silk skirt. The earthquake continued to fluctuate, and the rice in the paddy field kept shaking slightly. On the road beside the rice field, Kasuga Nozomi was running on the concrete road, holding a black rabbit doll. A loud noise came from the shrine. For a while? It hurts. The vibrations suddenly intensified, and Kasuga Yiqiong fell to the ground and let out a soft cry. It's all my fault if the skin is broken. Kasuga Yiqiong looked at Xue Ji on his knees, frowning and sulking. Even if he was angry, that delicate face was still charming. Climbing up, Kasuga Yizuka got up and shook his dress, shaking off the dust. The shaking has stopped. I have to find you quickly. Kasuga Yiqiong continued to attack. After a while, Kasagano Dome arrived around the shrine and stood in front of the torii gate. A lie. What came into view was the broken earth. The hill where the original shrine was located had long since vanished, replaced by a huge rock crater, as if it had just experienced a meteorite impact. In the very center of the crater, Yu Kasagano's clothes were tattered, and he fell in the center of the crater covered in blood. Pat! The black rabbit doll fell to the ground. Chapter 5. Excerpts from the book, The Demon King, by Albert Riccaro, an Italian magician in the 19th century. For the man who accomplished this dreadful feat, I have given him the title of Campione without permission. Readers Zhu Xian may be puzzled by this title, and maybe they will think it is an exaggeration after reading my records. However, I stress again, Campione is king. Thus it is possible to slaughter the gods of heaven, to seize and use their supreme power. Campione is the bully. As a result, it is possible to capture and exert the power of God over anyone on earth. Campione is the devil, because no one living on earth has the strength to resist him. Excerpts from a letter from Cardinal Antonio Tebes to the Pope at the beginning of the 20th century. Behind the gods, the king worshipped by all mages who play with the knowledge of demons. I'm afraid, this is the first time everyone has heard the title of that guy. Campione. Epimetheus. Hindsight. In Greek mythology, Iapetus was the son of Clymene, the goddess of the sea, the brother of Prometheus, Atlas and Menoetius, and the husband of Pandora. Legend has it that he and Prometheus created human beings out of clay, but in ancient times these two gods were often used as symbols of human beings. Epimetheus represented human ignorance, and Prometheus represented human intelligence. Illegitimate son, the demon king. It's a pity that we humans have nothing against him. The only ones who can compete with that guy are Campiones of the same rank, angels enshrined in the Father God, and the god of handover called Taboo. Excerpt from the report on the newly confirmed Campione as Yamato in the early 21st century. Moonlight Seeing Zun, also known as Yudu Ming, records of ancient events. Yudu Zun, Yugong Zun, and Luna, Neon Shoki, is the ruler and moon god of the night food in Japanese mythology. Along with Amaterasu Daigasami and Kinsu Sasano's male life, he is also called Mikiko. The daughter of Izanagi, the god in charge of the Night Kingdom, as the god of the moon, she is worshipped by the god of farming. She is a well-known deity in Japanese mythology and Shinto. There are many names for the god of grain. The god of Yugia, the god of food, and the god of food are all named after the god of grain. Yugia originally refers to food, and Yugia's soul was originally the spirituality of rice, and then gradually became the god in charge of millet, wheat, millet, beans, and other grains. Finally, its functions are broader, including livestock for farming and sideline products such as sericulture. Yu Kasagano killed one of the aforementioned gods, perhaps two, and became Campione. Excerpt from Greenwich Sage Meeting Production. Survey book on Grass Yu Kasagano. As narrated, Yu Kasagano took the power of Tsutomu-san, or the Japanese god of corn, and became Campione. The effect of the power is currently unknown. Although he was only 16 years old, he was only a teenager. However, don't forget this. Although it looks like this, he is indeed a Campione, a child of weak human beings, but one of the demon lords who surpasses our magicians. Besides, Yu Kasagano had no knowledge of magic or conjuration. In this way, Campione may not have become a high-ranking existence of a magician, but a proof that a magician and Campione are not similar but different existences. When I was in close contact with the boy, I was killed by the other party. Is this love murder? A young girl's voice came. Pandora, the woman who gave all things to them. You have manifested yourself. A voice with a different charm emerged. Yes, yo. As long as I am where God and man are, I will definitely appear. I am the witch who bestows all disasters and a glimmer of hope. It's not surprising, is it? This child is my new son. Painful? But hold on. This pain is the price of getting you to the top. Just accept it obediently. A sweet and tender voice full of pity rang in his ears, and you felt that someone was gently touching his head. Alala, come back. Just now, Lady Goddess seems to have deliberately changed the topic. Did Pandora guess it? Yeah? Shut up. You just need to manipulate this dark Christmas ritual. I'm so angry that I'm so angry. I think I've been stimulated by the lover's ruthless one-shot. What a pity. Okay, please grant blessings and hatred to this child. The Godslayer of the sixth man. This child who has the fate of the youngest demon king. Please dedicate the Holy Spirit to him. Nice fate. Restore the complete body from a long time ago, but was defeated by the child who was forcibly possessed by the previous clone. The cycle of cause and effect, the retribution, is unhappy. Forget it. Try to live. Boy, wait for the life that I exchanged for my death to take away from me when I come again. The divine power has been instilled, so goodbye, Lord Moonlight. That punch is really ruthless, boy. I'm so sorry for dragging you into my battlefield without authorization, almost causing death. However, I don't regret it. If I had to do it all over again, I would still do it. Then goodbye, the boy who took my first time. It was the voice of the blonde girl from before, and at this moment, Yutsai reflected. Pandora, the gods, the dark Christmas festival. What the hell, Godslayer? I'm on the wrong set, director. You groaned frantically, and at the same time, the pain came faintly with the awakening. Feeling the body that was hit by the meteorite and was in constant pain, without the power to live, it is estimated that it is dead. After complaining, you sighed like this. Pandora's dark Christmas festival unfolds, and Moonlight's power completes the power, gravity, changing its nature and turning it into a divine power called the power of the earth. Body. Discover special energy, whether to deduce it. The message came from the golden egg in his mind. Go ahead. He exhaled a long breath and said very tiredly. The energy that tried to transform the body was annihilated, and the way the Godslayer's body was constructed and its flaws came to use mind. It is about 100 times stronger than ordinary people's system, and his personality has subtly turned into a belligerent. He desperately desires a body that absorbs divine power and can't continue to improve his physical strength. Is this the mystery of the body of a Godslayer? Feeling the egg coming the message, the corners of Yu's mouth twitched, and she was almost een. How could lowly Pandora be so een? Let's just keep the body to strengthen. You turn the power of life, drawing on the power of the earth to continuously strengthen the body. The voice gradually dissipated, Yu's body silently strengthened, and the space returned to tranquility again. Tick, tick. Icy cold water droplets kept falling on Yu's cheeks. How come there is water? Is it raining? Yu said weakly. His physical strength had long since disappeared with the last hit of the meteor that sacrificed his life. Come to restore his physical strength, but his spirit is still exhausted. Tick, 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 tick. More and more water. Why is it getting bigger and bigger? Yu opened his eyes with difficulty and put his palms on his forehead, trying to cover something. Dome. However, after opening his eyes, what entered his eyes was Kasagano Dome, who was crying into tears, and Yu's body froze. Yu. Kasuga Yichion cried and threw himself into Yu's arms, his face resting on Yu's shoulders, his arms around Yu's neck, and sobbing constantly. It's all right. It's all right. Big brother is all right. Yu, who reflected, patted Kasuga Yichio on the back, comforting. Holding Yu's neck tightly, there was panic and unease in his words. Okay, I'll never leave Cheong, I won't leave. Yu reached out and stroked Cheong's silver hair, comforting softly. Chapter 6. The eastern capital of the island country, Chiyoda District, is one of the 23 special districts in the capital, including the residence of the Witch King, the National Assembly, the Metropolitan Police Department, the Supreme Court, the National Shrine, and most of them are located in this area, which seems to be the most economically developed area of the island country. However, at the location of Sanfan Street in the urban area where an inch of land is expensive, a Japanese-style building that has no use value in modernization is located on this land. In one of the Kendo grounds, An old man waved the tachi in his hand and kept repeating the action of slashing. The old man practiced his sword skills like no one else. Swish! A dark shadow flashed and entered the dojo. After arriving at the dojo, the shadow's high-speed movement suddenly stopped, and he knelt down on one knee with his head lowered. This is a ninja wearing a black night tights and covering his face with a demon mask. What's the matter? You are so panicked that you broke into this place without notice. The old man slowly put the samurai sword back into the sheath, and a majestic and magnetic voice came from the air. Report, the high-ranking maidens who guard the shrines such as Nikko Teshoga Shrine in Nikko City, Tsuruka Hakamega Shrine in Kanagawa, Kasuga Taisha Shrine in Nara, Fushimi Inari Shrine in Kyoto, Tokyo Meiji Shrine, etc. The 8 o'clock connection received the apocalypse of spirit vision, especially in Teshoga Shrine and Hakamega Shrine. The black-clothed ninja said the current situation with trembling lips. What kind of spiritual vision will alarm so many sorceresses and make you so panic? Could it be the prediction of a starless night like Princess Alice of the Council of Sages? Hearing the ninja's report, he held the scabbard. His hands clenched suddenly, and the veins on his arms burst out. The old man asked in a suspicious tone. The staff of the official history committee stationed in Ashikaga City reported at 8 p.m. in Ashikaga City, around Kagasaki-cho, a large number of divine powers gathered, according to the list of many shrines. The spiritual vision of the sorceress-sama has been discovered, and it is suspected that the moonlight sees the Lord, who has turned into a god of disobedience. The ninja's tone was a little broken, and his body was constantly fighting, as if something terrifying happened. Hi. The old man took a deep breath. The scabbard fell to the ground with a click, but no one cared at this time. The god of disobedience came to Yamato's land, and is still one of the 3 noble sons. Heaven wants to finish my Yamato. Cough, cough. The old man's emotions were too intense, and he coughed unexpectedly. He gushed out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Phew. I ordered to invite the heads of the Lianqing family, the Kinkiwan family, and the Kufutsuka family to gather at the imperial palace. At the same time, I ordered the subordinate members of the official history compilation committee around Ashikaga City to closely monitor Kagasaki town and pay close attention to it. The movement of that bodyguard. He stretched out his hand and patted his heart, and when the pain subsided, the old man gave instructions solemnly, and his voice spread throughout the dojo. Its XN came several responses from the shadow. Ashikaga City inside Kita Inari Shrine, an old figure sat under the sacred tree of the shrine, looking calmly at the young people in the priest's uniform in front of him. There is an order from the Saya Palace. Let us send personnel to Kagasaki town to find out if there is that the god of disobedience has descended. The old man said in an indifferent tone, but when he said the last sentence, his voice was full brutal meaning. The crowd below was agitated. Isn't this seeking death? Why do you want us to go there, the people from the Saya Palace family? Let them go, Liangzi, I don't want to die, and so on. The quiet shrine suddenly turned into a vegetable market. Quiet. The old man roared, covering up the noise below. Daisuke Harada. A man in a priest's uniform hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. You lead them to Kagasaki town to check. The old man gave Harada Daisuke a deep look and sighed helplessly. Yes. After a long silence, Daisuke Harada's face was extremely gloomy. His hands were clenched into fists, his fingernails sank into his fleshy palms, and a trace of blood spilled out, and he nodded yes. In the past, the ancient ancestors worshipped all kinds of natural and man-made disasters as gods, and these natural forces gained a lot of beliefs and produced their own meaning, and they walked recklessly on the earth. Since then, the gods have been bound by the myth, unable to act beyond the scope stipulated by the myth, and the earth has temporarily returned to peace. But how can the gods who already have self be willing to be restrained? So they have tried to get rid of the shackles of the myth, and some gods have successfully separated the godhead and part of the divine power from the myth and came to the earth, but the price of disobeying the myth is being eroded by madness. Become a natural disaster that walks the earth, the god of disobedience. The gods of disobedience who came to the earth acted recklessly on the earth like ancient times. Mortals could not resist their power, but accidents always happened. Under the superposition of countless miracles, relying on the mechanism of ancient people's control of myths, they killed the gods of disobedience. Humans were born who seized their power, and they exercised the privileges they had taken from the gods' power, slaying the gods who disturbed them, and protecting and ruling the people of the earth. They are called Godslayers. Why at 10 o'clock in the evening, the full moon shines brightly on the earth? It is located in the mansion of Okukurin. You mean, you were implicated in 2 women, blonde hair, in the battle of the gods. One of them manipulated your body to fight between life and death. Kasuga Yezone blinked, staring at Yu's face with suspicious eyes. When talking about women and blonde hair, she deliberately emphasized it, showing a meaningful expression. That's right, that's what happened. Yu shook his head and nodded yes. The battle also flattened an entire mountain, destroyed the shrine together, and created a crater with a diameter of more than 50 meters on the ground. Kasuga Yicheong's eyes became even more suspicious. Yes, that's the way it is. Yuan nodded again like a worm. Who do you think would believe this kind of thing? Kasuga Yicheong said in tears, but she thought about the collapsed earth in front of the shrine, and suddenly closed her voice again. At this time, boom, of a loud bang, Yu and Kasagano Dome turned to look at the door. The door of the entrance was knocked open, and immediately at the main entrance of the living room, 3 men dressed in onmyoji hunting clothes and looked like priests came one after another. The 3 of them looked at the living room, and when they found the figures of the 2, the head priest immediately said coldly, "Are there only 2 children in this house? Don't worry about other things, Ono-kun. First grab it and ask about the situation." Yin Ling bowed. The priest on the right stretched out his cuff and took out a roll of talisman paper, which he threw away violently. There are words in the mouth, and invisible fluctuations spread. Bayu sounded softly. Huh? What's wrong with Tokugawa-san? The priest headed by Tokugawa noticed the abnormality and turned to look at the priest Tokugawa on the right. My spell has been bounced back. At this time, Tokugawa was full of surprise, looking at the remaining talisman paper in his hand, constantly confirming something. At this time, you moved, took a step, and instantly crossed a distance of several meters, appeared in front of Ono, made a fist with his right hand, and slammed a punch against his head, and the watermelon suddenly burst open. Immediately after the waist twisted, an elbow hit Tokugawa's temple with a bang. The watermelon burst again. When Ono's head was shot, the priest on the left reacted to it, and was shocked by the terrifying scene of the fist headshot. He didn't care to resist with a spell, and quickly escaped from the house. "Ya!" A sharp cry rang out, and Kasuga Yicheong covered his mouth with his hands and looked at the murder scene in front of him. You killed someone. Let's run away, no? No, get rid of the body first. Kasuga Yicheong said in a panic. Be quiet. Hide in the firewood room first, and I'll go outside and deal with the person who escaped. You stepped forward abruptly and covered Kasuga Yicheong's lips with his clean left hand, and said softly, "Woo, oh I see." Looking at Yu's serious face, Kasuga Yicheong's trembling body gradually calmed down, silently walked to the firewood room at the back of the house, turned back 3 steps, and stopped talking. When Kasuga Yicheong disappeared, you looked down at the slender hands. It doesn't seem to be difficult to kill. You murmured to himself with a bloodthirsty look on his face. After a while, Yuping calmed down and walked out of the house. Outside the door, they were gradually surrounded by more than a dozen young people in priestly uniforms. The priests moved in unison, obviously using some kind of battle. Tap. The priest stopped. You clenched her hands tightly. The veins in her arms burst out, and the magic power began to gather. At this time, with Yu's concentration, the atmosphere began to surge, and the abyss-like magic power spread like a tsunami. Headed by Daisuke Harada, his pupils shrank greatly, and the priests at the back looked terrified, looking at the young man in front of him. Seeing this situation, the fool knew that he was kicking the iron plate. This is the huge magic power like the sea, the body that ignores the magic, and the god of disobedience that appeared before. Suddenly, Daisuke Harada fell to the ground, kneeling on the ground, his tone full of solemnity. Daisuke Harada, the Ming Order priest of Minda Inari Shrine, has seen the Rakshasa King. Chapter 7. The cold full moon enveloped the night sky and swayed silver brilliance on the earth. About 11 p.m., in a quaint and residential building, under the light of candlelight, several figures fell silent at the same time. And this is, on the main seat, an old man of a very old age, looking through the bead curtain hanging in front of him, watching the 3 old men kneeling on the tatami below and a pretty girl with black hair. That is the current head of the 4 Kyo family that has ruled the Japanese magic world for thousands of years. Lianxing Ingji, Saya Paleshinya, Jafazu Tokuyan, Qingxiu Yuanlan. As well as the current Wu Wang Songha sitting in the main seat, the manipulators behind the national games gathered in this quiet small room of less than 100 square meters at this moment, and concealed their complicated feelings with silence. How long has it been since the last time we got together? The tone of Songha in the main seat was solemn and inexplicable. It happened in the 1990s, and I remember discussing how to deal with the financial crisis at that time. Saya Gongzheng also looked down at his wrinkled hands and fell into memory. Really? Then, gentlemen, since we were able to get through the difficulties at the time, this time is no exception. Take out your respective chips. Matsuka in the main seat straightened his posture and made a righteous speech. Said sternly, I'm very sorry, Tojo Godheim, the former witch of the Nikko Toshoga Shrine. Shoyuin can no longer support the complete ritual. Tokuhiko Kufutsuka lowered his head slowly, and in a kneeling posture, he did bowing up to 90 degrees, with his forehead resting on the tatami. His tone was full of helplessness. This generation's sword attendant, the concubine's granddaughter Kinkoin Huna, is only 12 years old, and her body is completely unable to perform a complete divine descent ceremony. At most, it is comparable to a martial arts master and a great knight. King Kyuan slowly spread out. He put his hands together, with a wry smile on his face. The taboo technique of the Lianqing family has been dated for 100 years. Lianqing Ingji's face was blue, his hands were clenched into fists, and his fingers were very pale due to excessive force. Among the four families, the Lianqing family had the most serious decline, so Lianqing Ingji showed extreme unwillingness. Look, it has been announced that all adult high-ranking priestesses who are proficient in sealing techniques have been summoned, and all the adjustable priests have gone to Ashikaga City's official history compilation committee base, and the self-defense forces around Ashikaga City have been notified to cooperate with the police to issue an earthquake announcement and evacuate the crowd. Shay Gongzheng also adjusted his kneeling posture and said softly, Is it only these chips? Not enough at all. King Kyuan, can I contact Yushi's royal husband? The main seat's pine and fingers intertwined, hunched over, and said in a cold voice, Have already informed Huina to contact that person through the divine sword, but there is little hope. It is estimated that it is the same statement as when the sect leader came back, that mortal affairs are solved by mortal people. Qingxiu Yuanlan had a helpless expression on her face, and the depths of her eyes were cold. Hearing the two titles of Yu husband and sect leader, Shay Gongzheng slowly lowered his head, his hands clenched into fists, his nails sank into the flesh, and a trace of blood oozes out. Everyone in the room was silent. After a while, a 1,000-paper crane made of folded A4 paper floated in from the window. Grandma, there is news from grandfather that the Lord Yu Yejin will be led to the Sunshine Tasho Palace, so that the Witch of Calamity will liberate the curse of Baima 1. Qian Jiha glowed with a faint fluorescent light, from which came a crisp and pleasant sound. The girl's voice was the voice of the young King Kyuan Huina. Grandpa, Lianqing Ingji asked repeatedly, seeming to doubt his hearing. It's my husband. Qingxiu Yuanlan's face turned from calm to gloomy, with dark and deep murderous intent in her eyes. Songha in the main seat, together with the other three patriarchs, looked at Qingxiu Yuanlan strangely. Sir Shinji has very little life, and it is estimated that after casting the spell, he will die. So to attract the people who attract Lord Yu Yi Jianzun, I will not leave the Jiu Fa Zun family, and please cooperate with us to find new disasters. Miko, and the reconstruction of Nikko Toshoga Shrine. Kufutsuka Tokuhiko said in a low voice, his face dark blue. Yes. Songha in the main seat granted this request. Bang, 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 boom. There was a quick knock on the door. What's the matter? So panicked. Songha in the main seat frowned, and his anger was suppressed in his words. The already aging body exuded a huge momentum, pressing the surrounding, and even the tatami was shaking. Outside the door is a middle-aged man kneeling on the ground, black cloth covering his face, wearing black night clothes, obviously a ninja. Report, Ashikaga City's divine power fluctuations have dissipated. The sorceresses confirm that Lord Moonlight has returned to mythology. The middle-aged man suddenly suffered heavy oppression, and he quickly realized that it was the Lord who was venting his anger, which would have brought disaster to Chiyu. He quickly reported the news he had just learned. Hearing the news, the 5 top decision-makers were instantly overjoyed. However, the trembling reflection of the middle-aged man outside the window on the floor made Saya Gongzheng also keenly aware that there was more to come. Anything else? Say it. Keita Inari Shrine, who was in charge of finding out the situation, received an emergency call 3 minutes ago. In the remote town named Okurin, at the center of the fluctuation of divine power, a man suspected of being the king of Rakshasa was found. Thunderbolt from the blue general news came from the man's mouth. What? Campione God Killer. The 5 people suddenly leaked their mana due to their extreme emotions, crackling, and the furniture and facilities in the wooden house were crushed by the mana pouring out from the crowd. There was a commotion in the room. Okuki ran, outside the main entrance of the mansion where there are still faint weeds. Daisuke Harada threw himself on the ground and knelt on the ground. Daisuke Harada, the Ming Order priest of Minda Inari Shrine, has seen the Rakshasa king. Hearing the sound, all the priests looked at each other in dismay, and then with a miserable smile, they knelt down together with Daisuke Harada and fell to the ground with all 5 bodies. Do you know who I am? How dare you break into my house to arrest people? Do you want to be punished by the 9 clan? Yu's eyes flashed fiercely as he looked at the people kneeling in front of him. Hearing Yu's words, the heads of all the priests dropped even lower, and some even touched the soil on the ground. I'm very sorry, because many sorceresses saw the arrival of the 2 gods here, and I will take compulsory measures to collect information. I'm really sorry. Daisuke Harada used the corner of his eyes to peep at Yu's expression, trembling. Said, Ye Jinzuin and the god of food have already been slaughtered by me. You go away. Don't bother me here. By the way, remember to repair the shrine. Yu said indifferently to the priests below. Many priests stood up quickly, and Fei also left the scene, wishing they had 2 more pairs of 2A. An hour later, Harada Daisuke sneaked a pretty girl in a witch costume not far from the Kasagano mansion. Fong Izanaki ordered to wash the left eye. The god-born, Amaterasu Daiyu. Next, when the right eye is cleansed, the present month reads the life. Once again, when he purifies his nose, the name of the god, Jinsu, Susan's male life. She is the ruler of the eclipse of the night, and he is the supreme ruler of the moon. She is the daughter of Izanagi, the god in charge of the Night Kingdom. She is one of the 3 noble sons. She is... The Miko Yuan looked blankly at Kasagano House, and said the information she had seen. For sure, report it. Daisuke Harada turned his head and said to the surrounding dark forest. Yes. There were several responses from the woods. Chapter 8. A situation that has never been seen in ages. Song He, who was in the main seat, collapsed on the seat and sighed with emotion. The 4 patriarchs below, who had just barely regained their composure, were silent. Bring up that man. No, that king's information. Saya Gongjingya clapped his hands and instructed his subordinates. Call out. With a bang, 5 ninjas appeared in front of the sliding door of the room, dragging a thick sheet of information on their hands. The data gradually glowed with a burst of fluorescence, turning into little paper figures, jumping on the tatami, jumping to the hands of the 5 people in the imperial palace, and returning into stacks of data. The new king's personal information, family situation, life experience, and his life are recorded in detail in a general way. Oh la la, is it actually a sister-in-law? Qingxiu Yuanlan said with a playful look and a frivolous tone when she looked at the speculation in the data. It seems that the new king cannot be restrained by beauty for the time being. Saya Gongzheng also carefully checked the information and came to a conclusion. It seems that he can use the affairs of his parents to gain the favor of the new king. Lianqing Ingji scrubbed his chin. At least, our life and death crisis has been resolved, isn't it? Kufuzuka Tokihiko said with a wry smile. The order continues, and Kasuga Yechiang is designated as the Prince of Kasuga Yenai and hereditary, and enjoys the treatment of the royal family. At the same time, let the official history compilation committee prepare to send a battalion of ninjas, and the resident Omyu ran obeys its dispatch. Matsukata in the main seat instructed the ninjas outside, conveying the order. Okay, everyone, the task now is to find out the exact character of the king, and try his best to control his behavior, at least to be able to do a certain amount of restraint. Let the meeting go. The figure on the main seat stood up and left slowly. The 4 masters looked at each other. A troubled autumn. 1 a.m. on the uninhabited beach next to Dongdu Bay. Boom. A sack fell from a Hummer parked on the beach, surrounded by dozens of black Toyotas. There were bursts of wailing from the sack, and hundreds of strong men descended from dozens of Toyota cars. Their movements were coordinated and well-trained. The sack was opened, revealing the upper body of a middle-aged bald man. You guys, what are you doing? Why did you tie me here from home? The middle-aged man looked around at the brawny men with black sunglasses, black suits, and tattoos more or less engraved on their bodies, and his body kept shaking. The cold sea breeze kept blowing on the beach, making the middle-aged bald man shiver. You know, I have a good relationship with Sakura-kun of the Yamaguchi Society. If you dare to touch me, you will be sinking into Tokyo Bay. How much do you want? I am the chairman of Morning Market Company, Limited, less than 1 billion yen. Even if you speak. The bald middle-aged man had a surly expression, and he spoke harshly, his body still trembling. At this time, a man dressed as an otome walked out of the crowd. It was the 3rd generation of the Saya Palace family, Saya Gongshin. I don't know if they will sink into Tokyo Bay today, but you've settled down in Tokyo Bay, said Saya Gongshin, yawning with tears in the corners of her eyes. Yeah. Sei Gongshin gestured to the subordinate beside her with her eyes. The Hummer was moved under a 1-meter-high empty oil drum. The middle-aged bald man's pupils shrank enormously. His eyes filled with fear. He seemed to have thought of something. No. Please let me go. I will give you 2 billion. 3 billion. I will give you all the money. The middle-aged man was set up by 2 strong men in suits, and with a bang, he was thrown into the oil drum. A strong man kept pouring cement into the oil drum with a plastic bucket. Thump. The oil barrels were thrown into Dongdu Bay. Who told you to hit someone you shouldn't? Even if the main responsibility is not on you. But in the world of magic, weakness is a sin. Sei Gongshin opened the door of the Hummer and drove away from the beach. Crash, crash, the beach where the waves tirelessly wash away all traces of sin. 3 a.m. East Capital, Chiyoda Ward, Sambin Street. Saya Palace Mansion. Saya Gongjung was also sitting in the kendo field, touching the tachi that was placed in front of him. A middle-aged man, dressed in a Japanese priest's uniform, knelt down in front of Saya Palace Shinya. Father, all the magicians belonging to Umbu have been mobilized, and the priests who are proficient in military equipment have also been secretly mobilized. The middle-aged priest said solemnly. Later, I'll bring Zhangshaluju and Fudu Yusul and go to Omuran. Sei Gongjung also closed his eyes and said in a flat tone. Father, isn't the risk too great? Even if there is Duke Saimai's secret technique and the divine artifact of Fudu's soul rescue. But after all, that is the king of Rakshasa. When they are mortals, they will face the battle of gods and spirits. Victory. Not to mention now that he has the body of a Rakshasa and the divine power that shocks the world. The middle-aged priest said with hesitation on his face, softly persuading. I know, you have seen Witch Marquis's hunting action in Western Europe, and you have clearly seen the horror of the devil. But why didn't I survive under the devil's wind of that leader? Until today, I am in charge of the official history compilation committee, ordering Yamato, what about the magic world? Sei Gongjung suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the middle-aged priest kindly. Then why? For revenge. 60 years ago, your grandparents died at the hands of the leader, and the great-grandfather chose to cut himself to quell the leader's anger. And as the great-grandfather's jitswa, I cut off his head and knelt down. After advancing 30 miles, I offered the head of my grandfather to the leader. Saya Gong is also talking about the things that happened in his youth, constantly stroking the blade of the sword. The sharp sword cut his fingers, and the blood kept dripping on the tatami. The middle-aged priest was silent. Why didn't the royal husband make a move? Can't we even make one move after 4,000 years of worship? Because he's afraid of death, that crybaby. Sei Gongjung's face was extremely gloomy, like an evil ghost in hell. The middle-aged priest was silent again. And Xian, I have already done a good job in the back, and girl Xian has already done away with the unfortunate one. So at least rely on this impression to win the favor of the new king. If I fail, I will offer all the secret treasures. If it is not enough, let me Xian goes to serve that one, and the Shea Palace family will only follow the new king's horse in the future. Saya Palace is also watching the middle-aged priest with an inexplicable look in his eyes, which contains complex emotions such as love, reluctance, hatred, and disappointment. That night, news came from the Shea Palace family that the head of the Shea Palace stole the Buddha Yusul and Zanshaluju, which were discovered by the Dark Guards, and went out of the Shea Palace family without a trace. Chapter 9. Early in the morning, around 8 in the morning, Yun slowly opened her eyes. It's morning, Yu said lazily, took a shower by getting up, and then went to Kasuga Yiqiong's room, looked at the girl sleeping soundly on the bed, thought for a moment, stepped forward and lightly patted Kasuga Yiqiong's cheek. Get up, little lazy pig. Today I'm going to Suajian College to handle transfer matters. Yu yawned a little sleepily, and at the same time shook the girl quite vigorously. Let me sleep for a while. Listening to the muffled muttering, Yu thought for a moment, considering that she had been busy until late at night due to the unexpected visitor, and gave up her plan to wake Kasuga Nozomi. After helping the girl cover the air conditioner, Yu found the remote control, turned on the air conditioner, adjusted it to 27 degrees, and left the bedroom lightly. After making a breakfast and leaving one, Yu walked out of the house and looked at the long cement road in front of the house that he needed to look up at. After thinking about the distance of 5 kilometers between his home and the school, he took out his mobile phone and pressed a call that he had just recorded yesterday. About 10 minutes later, a black Lexus drove slowly to the main entrance of the house. Yu opened the door, sat on the sofa in the back seat, and said to the middle-aged driver who was driving, Go to Hokami Academy. Yes. The Lexus moved forward smoothly and quickly. Looking at the fast-moving scenery outside the window, you felt inexplicably unreal. He narrowed his eyes and murmured in a low voice, Godslayer. The worldview of the pacifist who lived more than 20 years ago was shattered by Moonlight's brutal, piercing blow. Therefore, normal people would not think of the choice of perishing together, and he was very revengeful to use it without hesitation. Meteorites from outer space collided with the entwined Moonlight Sea and you at the same time. After the original situation of certain death, you survived after forcibly driving the power of life under the instinct of egg survival. You is not an ungrateful person. Although Egg brought him to this time by force, it is an indisputable fact that Egg saved his life. So, start collecting data, all the data an Egg needs. Looking at the rearview mirror, the Demon King whose face was always cloudy and sunny, excited and bloodthirsty, the middle-aged driver swallowed and planned to apply for a job change later. Lexus quickly passed through the field, just in time to come to the perimeter of Chaiji Shrine. Looking at the lively construction site on the top of the mountain through the car window, Yuluo turned around curiously and asked the driver, "By the way, how did you cover that up?" Hui Wang's words, "I rely on the news channels controlled by the state, and when I found out that the divine power was gathered, the government had already issued an earthquake notice, and the tragic situation of the shrine was also covered up by a small meteorite hitting the earth. The shrine maidens who manipulated their spiritual power have modified their memories." Hearing the sound, the driver shuddered and responded quickly, "Thank you for being able to deal with these troubles in one night." You sighed with emotion about the efficiency of these people in dealing with disasters, but at the same time, she was a little wary of the abilities of these people. The car was driving slowly, and at this time, at the top of a section of the road, a figure in a camouflage uniform with his face covered in paint pinched the headset on his ear and said, "The target has started to go into the pocket. Repeat, the target has gone into the pocket." Received XN, came a series of responses from the headset. 10M away from the scheduled location, 5M, 1M. Fire. From the hills around the highway, from dozens of locations, the sound of heavy machine guns rang out. A second before the machine gun was activated, you, who was sitting on the sofa in the back seat of the car, frowned, vaguely feeling some insignificant hostility. The next second, the sound of a tattered shooting sounded. With the terrifying kinetic energy that broke the speed of sound, the bullet blasted the front wheel, pierced the car window, and even penetrated the oil depot, tearing the Lexus in motion to pieces almost instantly. Boom! Orange sparks exploded in place. At this moment, the hidden attacker stood up carrying a green leather cylinder, aimed at the firelight, and pressed the button of the bazooka on their shoulders. There was a whistling sound, followed by a dense and continuous explosion. "Continue to fire, don't stop." An attacker who was suspected of being the leader immediately ordered his subordinates. The next moment, the dense gunshots suddenly sounded. In the flames, you looked around at the enemies around him. After determining the number, he stepped out of the flames with a cold expression. The explosion sounded from under his feet, and Yu's figure kept flashing, avoiding the annoying bullets in a detour, and at the same time quickly dealing with enemies in different directions. The hidden gunmen around found this, and quickly turned the muzzle to aim at Yu's general orientation, ignoring the recoil, and seemed to be shooting frantically, trying to kill the enemy who was killing their colleagues all the time. Bullets from all directions continued to collide in the air, forming an ultra-high-density firepower network, overwhelming Xiangyu. You frowned, intuitively telling him that these bullets did not pose any threat, but conceptually, he had a certain fear of firearms blessing. He sighed and chose to trust his intuition. He just gathered up his strength and spread the surging magic power in his body to the surface of his body, acting as a layer of defense. This kind of action made Yu's whole body glow with golden light, as if wearing a layer of golden armor. The bells and whistles. Yu sighed inwardly, and at this moment, the bullet net immediately caught Yu's whole body. At this moment, every inch of skin and skin was directly hit by one or several bullets. Ding 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 dash. The incoming bullets seemed to hit the extremely hard steel, constantly deforming into flat coins, and then constantly being bounced out. Sure enough, as intuitively conveyed, there is no danger. Yu sighed inwardly, and then he directly started ignoring the bullets, resisting the bullet net with instinct, and hurriedly shuttled across the surrounding hills, bombarding at a fixed point. Kill one attacker. Witnessing such a terrifying scene, the surrounding attacker's eyes shrank and subconsciously let go of the trigger finger. The dense bullet net suddenly paused, disappeared for a few seconds, and then suddenly accelerated, becoming more and more crazy. The overwhelming crushing lasted less than a minute. After indifferently smashing the chest of the last attacker, Yu narrowed his eyes and seemed to let his guard down. At the moment when the gunman fell, more than a dozen figures in strange white robes with cold and dreadful swords suddenly appeared around them. Cut to this, Yu. Ping ping pong pong. A burst of gold and iron sound resounded in the mountains and forests. Looks like it doesn't break the defense. The clothes were cut into large pieces, but Yu grinned, smiling like a child, and scrupulous. Yu stretched out his hands abruptly, grabbed two ninjas, used them as human sticks, and slammed them into the crowd frantically. The ninjas waved the dagger without hesitation, swish, and the half-rolled blade in his hand swayed with afterimages. Yuno, who had lost his weapon, grasped with his 5 fingers and pushed forward sharply, as if pushing a heavy truck. Boom. There was a sound of explosion, and the faint space seemed to be trembling constantly, and the surging shock waves spread all around. Looks like I'm pretty good. Vomit. You looked smug, looking around, but looking at the ground full of minced meat. Before you could continue to sigh, he had nausea and almost vomited stomach acid. Taking advantage of this great opportunity, the Saya Palace, which had been hidden in the ground beforehand, suddenly came out, exuding silver brilliance, holding a 1-meter-long, blood-red wooden divine sword cloth. Du Yuhuan stabbed Yu's body violently. On the back, the incomparably sharp Fudu Yusul pierced through Yu's clothes instantly. The blade vibrated continuously, and finally Saya Gong was also struggling to pierce the tip of the sword 1 millimeter into Yu's body. Looking at this scene, Shay Palace was also gloomy, and immediately gave up the Butu Yuhuan, turned around, and quickly retreated 30 meters. Yu backhandedly pulled out the Butu Yusul. His face was very dark, and his eyes were full of anger. Well done, at least it hurt me. I'm not happy, Yu said calmly with fierce light in his eyes. Anyone who was swept away by the machine would warehouse for no reason, bombed with rockets, and chopped with knives could still be calm. But with a sudden grip, the body suddenly exerted strength, and the creaking sound came from the divine tool Buddha Yuhuan, and finally the soul of Butu was crushed to pieces. Is the power obtained like that of steel? Saya Gongzheng also secretly speculated in his heart. Trouble. His hands had already been temporarily paralyzed due to the loss of strength. He had already released all his strength in the blow just now, and he had already tried his best to stab that sword, but it only caused the insignificant wound of 1 millimeter. Only one try. Saying that, Saya Palace was also using a summoning technique, and a pentagram-shaped array appeared in his right hand, and summoned a scroll of extremely ancient bamboo slips. With a sudden pull, the bamboo slips unfolded. I saw 4 ancient seal characters written on the first line. Make a decision. Turn into the old man's Shikigami. The silver light on Saya Gongzheng also became brighter and brighter, turning into a flaming silver fire. He frantically burned his life in exchange for a huge amount of magic power. The invisible wave spread, and the wave spread to Yu's body. Along the 1 millimeter wound, the word spirit was injected into Yu's body. Feeling that the alien power invaded her body, and she suddenly lost control of her body, Yu was shocked. Using this kind of wound to bypass the defense of the Godslayer's body to cast a control spell, Yu had a gloomy face, his eyes fixed on Saya Gong Masaya in front of him, and his words seemed to contain infinite anger. Yes, all the layouts are for this moment. Paralyze you with a hot weapon that is completely ineffective against the Godslayer, and then inflict wounds on the gods and the gods, relying on the secret technique created by Duke Qingming for manipulating the gods. When these conditions are met, controlling the Godslayer will be quite effective. Got it. It's my fault that you didn't use the power as soon as you came up. Saya Palace was also maintaining the activation of the secret technique, and at the same time, tried to use the conversation to delay the time, looking forward to the moment when the technique was completed. Yu was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, "As you wish." Chapter 10. Then, as you wish. Usurped from the combined power of Tsukiyamizan and the god of food protection, the power of the earth is activated. 12 miniature moons that are proportionally smaller suddenly appeared around you, guarding him like satellites, constantly revolving around you, and then starting from you. An invisible repulsive force surged out. The atmosphere roared, and the clouds seemed to be erased by the infinite hand, and suddenly the sky was clear and cloudless. The barren hills shook, huge stones disintegrated into shattered sand, trees were rolled into the sky, cracked layer by layer, and piles of sawdust were splashed, a scene of doomsday. After a few seconds, as the vibrations gradually stopped, and as a large amount of dust and mist dissipated, the barren hills disappeared. This blow is so terrifying. As early as the moment the attack was generated, the strong repulsion sent Saya Palace flying into the sky. Pat! Sayaka Masaya's body slowly fell from the air like a broken rag and fell on the muddy ground 10 meters in front of you. With a sound of Gaza, his lumbar spine was directly broken and a lot of dust was splashed. Are you doing it yourself? Cough, cough. Sei Gongzheng was also covered in blood. His hands and legs had been pressed into a flat shape by the repulsion force, like a deformed wooden board, with a trace of blood oozing out. His appearance was extremely miserable. Sei Gongzheng also spit out a bloody piece of meat, which was the internal organs that had been smashed by Yu's repulsive attack. However, with such severe injuries on his body, his face became calm as water, and the corners of his mouth were slightly aroused, with a trace of unwillingness in his eyes, a trace of relief. The satellites around you were constantly circling. The golden brilliance of her body became brighter and brighter. The golden armor was attached to the body's surface again, and the magic power was running around her body at a high speed. The eggs in the body continuously extract the information that is automatically delivered to the door and deduce the rules. Kick-tat-tat. You walked silently in front of Saya Palace. Masaya stood in front of him, stretched out his foot, and slammed on his hand, demonstrating the true nature of the devil. The old man hummed, as if the pain was unbearable. Thank you for your tip. I still have powers, but I'm really sorry. Unlike other Godslayers, the magic in my body doesn't work for me. Saya Palace Masaya's right hand. When the king or lose the bandit, I have nothing to say. Sei Gongzheng also endured the pain and responded forcefully. I have the power to save you. As a price, tell me who instructed you? How about it? Did you make a deal? You said in a sullen manner as he crushed Saya Gong Masaya's hand. No one instructed me. I planned it by myself. His eyes flashed, and Sei Gongzheng also gave the answer. Alulu, did you plan it alone? You suddenly smiled, smiling very cheerfully. Looking at his appearance, he looked like a pure and sunny boy. Tricking me? Who in the world of magic arts in Japan doesn't know who I am? You dare to come to me without an equal king or some great force. Crushed the old man's hand hard. For the first time in 1,000 years, a Rakshasa king has been born on this land. Isn't it normal to want to gain that invincible power in the world? Between the words, Sei Gongzheng didn't seem to feel any pain. His expression was very calm, and his eyes were filled with a strong desire for death. Oh, that's how it is. Then bring your spring and autumn dreams to see Amaterasu. Relying on the Godslayer's beast intuition, you realized that the old man didn't seem to be lying, so he clenched his right fist and was about to blast it out. I beg Yushin to stop for the time being. At this moment, a worried female voice came from above the pothole that you blasted. A girl of about 15 years old ran toward the center of the pothole. The girl had a beautiful face and an air of detachment from the world. She was slender and did not have any excess fat. She was wearing a man's white shirt and tie, a suit jacket and trousers, but this unpleasant outfit was exceptionally harmonious on her body, just like a beautiful boy who only appeared in comics, with a unique style. Who are you? He raised his head and looked at the figure in front of him who was manipulating the spell and rushing forward. Yin slowly released his clenched fingers, frosted his chin, and looked at the beautiful young man who appeared in front of him. The face value is 70 points, and the clothing bonus is 12 points. I am afraid that you will be arrogant, and the remaining 666 will be sent to you. Well, she is a beauty in men's clothing. As expected of a Yamato person, her cuteness is really strong. The cheap name is Sei Gongxin, the third-generation direct descendant of the Sei Gong family. At this time, Sei Gongxin had walked in front of you, knelt down on one knee, and said with her head lowered, "The 4 major families who are in command of the Yamato Magical History Compilation Committee. Do you know this person?" You responded to the distribution of the Godslayer's power and kicked Saya Gong Masaya, who was under his feet, with a very gloomy tone. "Yes, he is my grandfather." Sei Gongxin responded after a moment of silence. "So that's the case. It seems that the Sei Palace family has been inherited for too long, and they are tired and crooked and want to be exterminated?" You grinned, with a fierce light in his eyes, and looked at Sei Gongxin with a hint of playfulness. "I beg your forgiveness. My grandfather was just swept away by hatred, so I did this." Sei Gongxin looked very flustered. Facing the murderous gaze, she was just 15 years old and suddenly felt a little helpless. Okay. What does his hatred have to do with me? I'm lazy to listen to your explanations. This guy is handed over to you. Anyway, with his current situation, he won't live long. Too lazy to listen to Sei Gongxin's long speech. With his hands in his pockets, You turned around and left with an impatient look on his face. However, remember, I need the four to give me an explanation. You paused for a while, then picked up the accountant at his feet, got up and left, and then a faint voice came to Shay Gongxin's ears, like a reminder. Tightly pressed against her, Shay Gongxin shuddered, staring at the back of the Demon King in fear, until the back gradually disappeared without a trace. Slap. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Nonsense. Why are you following? The old man stared at Shay Gongxin with eagle-like eyes. Excian, I can't just sit back and watch you die, Grandpa. Shay Gongxin trembled and cried. Hearing the sound, Saya Gong Masaya's gaze softened. Let your father dedicate all resources and secret techniques according to the original plan. From now on, the Shay Palace family will only follow the king's horse. Shay Palace Zheng also said word by word. Remember, don't try to take revenge on the king. My lessons are here. Don't let me have to worry about you below. Mortals can't resist the devil after all. Saya Palace is also his eyes were serious and unwilling. Your father is too dumb. It coincides with the first change of King Rakshasa in Yamato in 1,000 years, but his character is destined to be only suitable for defending success. Anyway, from now on, the Shay Palace family will be your successor as the 23rd acting patriarch. Shay Gongxing's face was also pale, his voice was serious, and he looked at the beauty in men's clothing in front of him with a kind, turbid gaze. The muddy ground was gradually rendered with blood, and the muddy yellow muddy ground gradually turned crimson, exuding a different charm. Come here, receive my inheritance. Shay Gongxing also noticed that his injury was starting to worsen, and he hurriedly urged Shay Gongxin. Yes. Shay Gongxin had an embarrassed expression on her face, hesitated for a moment, walked to the front of Shay Palace, and gently held the old man's deformed wooden-like hand. When Shay Gongxin's hand was held, the old man was full of brilliance. He burned his vitality and used the teaching spell on Shay Gongxin, passing all the secrets of the Shay Palace family to Shay Gongxin with his own vitality. Xin. The brilliance of the mantra became more and more splendid, and the old man seemed to see the scene when he was learning the secret arts of the Shay Palace when he was a child. At that time, both parents were there, and he was coquettish in his grandfather's arms to avoid the heavy homework. If you can do it, help me bury me next to my parents' graves. Before he finished speaking, Sayagong Masaya's whole body of mantra poured out like water until it disappeared, and he was gone. I'm sorry, Xin, it's up to you next. Xin got it. Shay Gongxin was expressionless, kneeling beside the old man's corpse, crying silently. You walked steadily on the cement road beside the rice fields, with doubts on his face. Is Saya Gongxin at most 15 years old now? So 4 years before the plot starts. However, the most important thing right now is, you has a thoughtful look on her face, feeling the message from the egg after entering the final decision. Chapter 11. You had a thoughtful look on his face, feeling the message from the egg after entering the final decision. Previously, after you left, he started the spells on it one by one while watching the tricks. At the moment when the spells were created, he extracted the data from the egg annihilation of the just-born spells. When all the spells were activated, the egg came with a lot of information. According to the previous information on the divine power of the moonlight seeing Zune and the god of food, plus the dark Christmas festival and judgment, after synthesizing the incomplete rules of various worlds collected by the Dirac Sea for countless years. Dirac's heart, that is, the egg in Yu's mouth, has made a detailed division of the levels of life. The initial evolution of life is to condense special energy in its own body through various methods, manipulate it freely, and nurture itself. So the initial level is divided according to the density of energy. There are 3 levels of gaseous, liquid, and solid, which are gradually advanced. The lowest level can be divided into 3 types, and the highest level can even be subdivided into countless levels. But every time the energy reaches a form, it will usher in a transition of life and an evolution. In the midterm, it is the qualitative change of energy. Life parses out the rules of the operation of the world and integrates the rules into solid-state energy as the core. When the integration is successful, it will trigger great fortunes. The solid-state energy that has the core of the rules is like having a star core. Like a satellite, it leaps beyond ordinary people, and its life expectancy increases dramatically, overlooking the rise and fall of races, at least 100 million years of life. After this level was synthesized by the data of countless worlds by Dirac's heart, it was called Saint, a transcendent soul. They moved mountains and seas, entered and exited the underworld, and traversed the universe, approaching the true gods. Incredibly tyrannical. Then, the message stopped abruptly. The egg was broken, the blue veins on Yu's forehead burst, and a dead object learned to break the chapter. Anyway, release the later data. There is a message from the egg, and the information is seriously insufficient to form a complete information. Then a message passed into Yu's mind, the one called Qi accumulation, which was deduced based on the divine power of the two goddesses and Pandora's spells, as well as the rules of strengthening the body and energy in the rule of thumb, while strengthening the body and spirit. A secret technique that increases energy density. This information is only perfected to the level of condensed liquid, and there is no following. The corners of Yu's mouth twitched wildly. It seems that the egg has completely fallen into the food after eating the rules of the world, and asked for the rules to improve himself by changing the law. Unable to do anything about the egg, Yu had no choice but to close his eyes, carefully comprehend the Qi accumulation style, and the whole process of deducing the method of the egg, and thoroughly cooked it in his heart. After half an hour, he opened his eyes. Earth, give me the power of life. Yu Yong chanted the spirit, the power of life was activated, and the huge ley line energy poured into Yu's body. Then let's get started. Yu revolved the Qi accumulation style according to the method in her mind. The endless power of the ley lines poured in, and the incomparably powerful body of the Godslayer continuously absorbed the ley line energy and transformed it into golden gaseous magic power. The gaseous state gradually became thicker and thinner. About an hour later, after the magma of Mount Fuji, the source of Yamato's ley lines, dropped by 50 centimeters, the thick magic power reached the street point. A drop of liquid magic power appeared, and then like an avalanche, countless liquid magic power continued to surge. In the dantian 3 inches below Yu's lower abdomen, a water pool with a radius of 5 meters condensed. The water pool is boiling, and the water splashes constantly, and every drop of water has the power to collapse a 20-meter high hill. It took 2 hours for Yu to liquefy all of her own energy. With the completion of the liquefaction, the body of a god killer, which had been strengthened to 100 times that of ordinary people, was continuously raised under the nourishment of liquid magic power, and the aging cells suddenly fell. Destroyed, the strength of the reborn cells suddenly increased. After the strengthening was completed, Yu's physical fitness was suddenly strengthened by 3 times on the basis of the Godslayer's body. At this time, Yu could proudly say that his body was the strongest body on the ground in the Godslayer's world. At this time, it was almost noon, the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. Too bad, it's already time, and it's too late to report to school. You have to go home and cook first, otherwise the little princess at home will make a fuss again. Recalling the arrogant temper of Kasuga Yichio in memory, Yu had a headache. Yu quickened his pace and strode towards Kasagano House. Speaking of which, the weather is so hot. After walking a few hundred meters, he was blown by the hot noon air, as if you were walking on a stove, shrugging his face and complaining loudly. A black Hummer stopped behind you in an emergency, and a beauty in men's clothing hurriedly got out of the car and knelt down on one knee. I'm very sorry, but please delay you for a while. Sei Gongshin lowered her head. He didn't dare to face Yu's face. Exactly, take me home. Yu frowned, looking at Sei Gongshin, who was sullen. The black Hummer moved forward slowly, its powerful horsepower blowing on the concrete road, causing a puff of dust to roll up. On the passenger seat, leaning on his right hand, he looked out the window at the rapidly passing rice fields. What does the Shea Palace say? There was no emotion in Yu's tone. We are willing to offer all the secret techniques and serve as ministers from generation to generation in exchange for the king's forgiveness. Hearing Yu's indifferent voice without a trace of emotion, Saya Gongshin immediately trembled and responded to Yu's question with a trembling voice. Tick-tock. As the time on the onboard timer kept changing, Saya Gongshin's anxiety intensified. Later, I will bring all the magic information that the Saya Palace family can collect to me, and then pay close attention to the whereabouts of the primitive maidens of the 7 Heroes Shrine and report to me at any time. After a while, a calm voice came. Yes. Sei Gongshin responded hurriedly, her face full of joy. Kasuga Wild House. Kasuga Yichiong, dressed in a white gauze with a black headband, walked into the kitchen with a black rabbit doll in his arms, and looked at Yu, who was frying chicken under the range hood. Kasuga Yizuku leaned in front of the kitchen door, touched his lips lightly, and stared at Yu, who was busy in the kitchen. One tossed the pot, turned around to get the seasoning, and Yu found the figure of Kasuga Yichiong. Are you up? Just in time. Let's have dinner together. Yu looked at the girl in front of him with a soft gaze. Since the last kiss, the relationship between Yu and Xiong has obviously been sublimated. There is no explicit word, but both sides no longer regard each other as relatives, replaced by a glue-like relationship of lovers. Yeah. Kasuga Yicheong softly returned a nasal voice. At the end of the meal, looking at the silver-haired girl in front of her with pink and jade carvings, she hesitated. Let's talk. With years of experience in getting along, Kasuga Yicheong immediately discovered Yu's abnormality. It's about the Godslayer. Yu carefully watched Kasuga Yicheong's expression and then continued to say when she saw that her face was flat. In the near future, I may need to go abroad to fight with the gods. When the words fell, Yu was silent, because Kasuga Yicheong, who was opposite the dining table, had already lowered his head, and tears kept running down his cheeks and shedding. Trails of tears. I don't want to go, is it okay? I don't want you to go. His pupils shrank. Kasuga Yicheong remembered the scene he had forced himself to forget before. On the night of the shrine yesterday, Yu, who was alive and dead in a pool of blood under the full moon. Kasuga Yicheong's eyes were full of fear. She was left with only one family member, Yu, and she was afraid of losing Yu and the meaning of her life. Hey, Cheong. In fact, the so-called Godslayers have never died since ancient times. Even if they don't look for gods who don't obey, those willful gods will come to the door. Therefore, the only way is to keep killing gods. Only then can I survive, and that's why I'm called a Godslayer. Yu lowered his head, not daring to look at Kasuga Yicheong's crying face, and muttered to himself. Hearing this, Kasuga Yicheong gradually stopped crying and raised his head. I'll go too. Yu's figure was reflected in his dark gray pupils, and his tone was extremely solemn. Yu raised his head abruptly, looked at Kasuga Yicheong's unwavering expression in front of him, and was stunned. Even if we die, we'll be together. Kasuga Yicheong's unswerving voice rippled in the air. Yu opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, but at this moment, ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Chapter 12. In the living room, She Gongxin looked at the two brothers and sisters who were inexplicably gloomy in front of them, tremblingly, cold sweat constantly running down her forehead. Tell me, what's the matter? Yu looked at Se Gongxin with an expression like she was sending you on the road after speaking. Kasagano Dome looked at Sayaka Miyako expressionlessly, as if looking at a corpse. That. The official history compilation committee reported that the Hiromiko clan who guarded Nunao's shrine, the Banlia family, received an invitation from their Austrian magician yesterday to take a plane to Italy for a European family this morning. Tourism has left the committee's intelligence scope. Because of the previous king's will, Shinta came to report. At the end, Saya Gongxin emphasized the last words. You told me to report at any time, so it's not my fault. So don't kill me. She Gongxin was extremely frightened in her heart. Sayaka Gongxin sat on the sofa in fear and trembling, looking at Yu, who was hesitating in front of him, as if thinking about the way of execution. To die? To die? To die? It's really going to die this time. Yu? Are you going to Italy? Kasuga Yezong gently sorted out the messy pajamas due to his previous actions, stared at Yu's face with curiosity, and asked softly. Saved? Saya Gongxin looked at the doll-like silver-haired girl in front of her, as if she saw the holy and pure angel depicted in the Bible. At this moment, she seemed to be reborn. Hearing Kasuga Yicheong's voice, he immediately reflected. Austria, Wanli Valley Yuri. The Marquis's God summoning ceremony. Stepping through the iron shoes and finding nowhere will take no effort at all. That's right. It seems that it is necessary to go to Italy at the moment. Looking at Kasuga Yicheong's curious baby-like eyes, Yushi said with a smile. Are you in a hurry? So do you want to prepare together? Kasuga Yicheong had a fox-like smile on his face. Why are you so happy all of a sudden? You looked at the cheerful Kasuga Yicheong in confusion. Because I've never traveled abroad or something. Kasuga Nozomi had a shy smile on his face. Yu froze, and then shook his head in disbelief. In the early morning of the next day, around 8 o'clock, Dongdu Haneda International Airport, Yu held Kasagano Dome with his right hand and the suitcase with his left, and walked slowly towards the VIP channel. Just in front of the passage, a young man in his 20s who was wearing a black suit, white shirt, and black tie, who was suspected to be a staff member of a company, was leaning against the wall with a computer bag leisurely. Although standing in a conspicuous and abnormal position, the youth's sense of existence is abnormally weak, like the moon in the mirror, and it is easy to ignore. Obviously, the young man used a kind of magic to hide his own existence. Aware of the footsteps, the young man slowly raised his head to look in the direction of the sound, and after seeing the clear face, he suddenly woke up. It's a great honor to meet the two of you, Prince Kasagano and Prince Kasaganoki. The young man approached slowly, staying in front of him, his hands pressed against the seams of his trousers, his body upright, and his head slowly downward at a 90-degree angle. Doing a standard Japanese bow, "Please allow me to introduce myself. I am the spokesperson of the Tokyo branch of the Japanese Official History Compilation Committee, Toma Amazuki. I was sent by the Official History Compilation Committee as your entourage and liaison during your trip to Italy with Prince Kasuga Nuchi." Amakusa Toma said with a flattering smile. His tone was full of pinch, like a eunuch who smiled for King Bo in ancient times. Prince Kasuga Nuchi? Kasuga Yichiong noticed the special term that appeared in the words of Toma Amakasu, and asked Toma Amakasu, who claimed to be a follower in front of him, with doubts on his face. "His Royal Highness doesn't seem to know yet. The day before yesterday, His Majesty the Witch King has consecrated you as a prince in the royal family, and enjoys the treatment of a direct royal family. No, it may be more appropriate for you to be called His Royal Highness Ji-jun now." With frosted hands, he praised Kasuga Yi-cheon with a beaming expression on his face. In island countries, although the status of the royal family is not as amazing as in the past, it still has a certain status and influence in the public and religious circles. Hearing this, Kasuga Yi-cheon suddenly smiled and wrapped his hands around Yu's right hand. I've been sealed as Ji-jun, so what should you say?" Kasuga Yi-cheon took Yu's arm and said naively, "Yes, my darling His Highness Ji-jun. I'll treat you to a feast in a few days. How about it?" Yu swiped Haruai Yi-cheong's nose, and his tone carried a strong aura of pampering. Looking at the two of them, Amakusa Toma quickly lowered his head and counted the dust on the ground. He smiled at the smug girl, turned around, looked at the bow-headed youth in front of him, and asked in a flat tone, "How are you prepared to explain the matter of Shei Gongxin? In the case of returning to the king, due to the lack of time, we only have time to re-engrave all the basic spell data that have been recorded in the memory. For more profound secrets, since they do not depend on pen and paper, I am afraid that we can only use teaching magic from the witch. We will teach you." After speaking, Amakusa Toma cautiously raised his head, looked at Kasuga Yi-cheong's expression, and was relieved to see the calm face on his face. Yu, who was staring at Toma Amakasu, naturally noticed this. "Professor Magic, if the magic you remember is to work on the Godslayer's demon-free body, it must be taught mouth to mouth." Thinking of this, Yu's expression was a little weird. "Get up, it's time to get on the plane." Yu narrowed his eyes and gave Toma Amakasu a warning with his eyes full of warning, then gently pulled Kasuga Yi-cheong and walked quickly towards the VIP aisle. When Yu and Kasuga Yi-cheong passed by, Toma Amakusa hurriedly stood up and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. On the private plane, he helped Kasagano Dome at the window on the right to fasten his seatbelt and looked at Toma Amakasa diagonally across from him. "Bring the collected basic spell data here." Hearing the sound, Toma Amakusa took out the computer bag he was carrying before, took out a Sony laptop, and deftly pressed the power button. After 3 seconds, he opened a folder on the desktop, turned the computer, and handed it to him. "Yu, the data is stored on the computer? There is a big gap with the magic book I imagined." Yu took the Sony notebook and looked at the files displayed in the folder. On the 5 elements, Book of Changes, Yin and Yang, Huang Ting, Mantra, Ancient Yin-Yang Technique. The contents of many Huxiao and Japanese classics appeared in front of Yu's eyes. The development of science and technology is changing with each passing day, and even the development of spells is accelerating. If you don't make progress, you will be eliminated by the cruel world of spells. Therefore, learning to use spells in combination with technology is a compulsory course for modern spellcasters. This Sony notebook is the by covering it with Yamato's unique special spell. It is physically isolated to prevent data leakage. This is important for us to keep pace with the times. Toma Amakasu said proudly. "Piu," the words didn't fall. A soft sound came out, and the corners of Yu's mouth twitched. Toma Amakusa was sweating wildly, pouring down like a waterfall, and used spells to stabilize the notebook that was about to explode. "I'm very sorry. We have forgotten the characteristics of the king's sacred body. Please rest assured, the spell is invalid, and the internal information is not serious." Yu looked at his right hand in disbelief. Speaking of which, Yu's body has its own magic-breaking effect in the game? How did you do it? Just like the bad guys in the movie, the Onmyo technique of breaking the spell is depicted on her body. His upper body was swimming, and the sound of piu came out of his mouth. Yu Qing smiled and bounced off Kasagano Dome's little hand. "Dome, don't make trouble." Time passed slowly. You kept reading the spell data, and the body kept using the spell according to the data. At the moment when the spell was formed, the egg ran its power, annihilated it, and deduced the rules. Comprehension constantly emerges in my mind. The the manipulation of the 5 elements based on the 5 elements, the steel forging technique based on deformation, the manipulation of shikigami based on spiritual power, and the language of 1,000 words based on words. Various spells are constantly formed and annihilated, and the rules of the world are constantly deduced from this. Accumulating chi and absorbing these world rules began to constantly improve themselves. It was not until 9 hours later that the special plane approached the airspace of Florence, Italy, and the spell data was deduced. Chapter 13. The egg burped violently. Then he was pulled into the space of his mind. In the space, a quaint paper book is formed, which is bright, like the sun, illuminating the soul space. The book flipped silently. The real gas chapter was turned over. The illusory liquid chapter appeared, and began to be completed continuously, until there was a roar. The liquid chapter was completely materialized, and kept shaking, and finally the liquid chapter was turned over and revealed. A new page, solid state. It is worthy of being a collection of a 1,000-year-old family, especially the connection with the world in the past 100 years. Although there is a lack of core spells, the basic spells of Dacia, Northern Europe, Greece, Celtic, Babylon, and ancient Egypt have been collected. So what is missing now is the high-end esoteric magic and the power of God representing the rules of the world. Egg, transmit the updated chi accumulation to me. You took a deep breath, calmed down, and softly ordered the egg. All kinds of information about the operation, compression, and transformation of energy are poured into the mind. After a while, you opened her golden eyes. Let's start. As soon as the voice fell, Yu's body radiated golden light, and the huge liquid mantra in the water pool in Dantian spewed out like a tsunami. The entire aircraft cabin fell into the golden ocean, and the water pool kept boiling and evaporated, sharply shrinking 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meters. Finally, it trembled suddenly and turned into a solid crystal with a diameter of 10 centimeters, glowing with golden mantra brilliance. Solid-state crystal, or Jindan, is more appropriate. After the formation of the golden core, it trembled violently, and invisible fluctuations spread in Yu's body, and Yu's body increased by leaps and bounds, until it was 10 times that of a god-killer and 1,000 times that of an ordinary person, before it quietly stopped. Solid-state completed. At the moment when the mantra surged, Amakusatoma suddenly woke up, left the seat in an instant, took out the parachuting device placed around, and appeared at the door of the cabin. Direction: an enemy attack. After speaking, Amakusatoma was stunned. With a bang, the skydiving bag in his hand fell to the ground, and Doma Gonkao collapsed on the hatch door. His face collapsed. Wong, what's going on? Counting how much magic power you have when you are bored. Being irradiated by the dazzling brilliance on his face, Kasuga Yichiong opened his eyes sleepily, with his hands behind his eyes. It's so dazzling, but it's so warm. Just when the magic power surged wildly. Italy, Florence, 30 meters below the Basilica of Santa Maria del Fiore. This is an ancient shrine with sculptures of various snakes, pit vipers, pythons, cobras, ring snakes, etc. There are countless, but the most portrayed is the python, the winged snake with the wings of the bat on the back, that is, the sculpture of the dragon. This is a shrine dedicated to the primordial mother goddess of ancient times, and is currently used as the headquarters of the secret society, Lily City, one of the 7 sisters in Europe. In the center of the temple, the witches who were doing daily cleaning work suddenly stopped moving. Their pupils lost their focus, and they sang in unison. Fong Izanaki ordered to wash the left eye. The born god, Amaterasu great imperial god. Next, when the right eye is cleansed, the present month reads the life. Once again, when he purifies his nose, the name of the god, Jinsu, Susan's male life. She is the ruler of the eclipse of the night, and he is the supreme ruler of the moon. She is the daughter of Izanagi, the god in charge of the night kingdom. She is one of the 3 noble sons. She is... The witches looked blankly at the top of the temple, looking at the direction of Yu's special plane, and said God's name seen by spirit vision. Pung. The office of the commander-in-chief of Lily City was kicked open. The commander-in-chief, who was correcting documents on the desk, James, who was called the Purple Knight, raised his head. This was a tall man with a height of nearly 190 centimeters, about 20 years old, and his face was full of laziness. Felt beard. On the whole, it is a look of melancholy. The suit tie he wears is a slightly vulgar purple. The symbol color of his purple. Wearing purple decorations is an obligation for members of the organization. James reached out and scratched his hair, and said in a distressed tone, Miss Shirley, can I open the door in a more elegant way? I have changed the door 3 times this month. Let's think about the economic issues of association. Hearing the sound, the whole body of kicking the door was wrapped in a black robe and MS. Shirley, who was like a witch in the Middle Ages, ignored the complaint of the commander-in-chief and hurriedly said, "Forget it for now. The witches who clean the temple every day were together 3 minutes ago. The Campione, who received the spirit vision and killed Ukasagano, has come to the airspace of Italy, and according to the information of the urgent investigation, it is expected to arrive in Florence in 30 minutes. James stood up abruptly, and the chair was bounced off by the sudden movement. "Maprindy and Gyro? Are you kidding me?" The emergency brake sounded. The first 20 black Ferraris at Florence Airport are parked at the airport exit. Boom. The door slammed neatly, and more than 50 Italians in lavender suits got out of the car. The leader was the Lily City Commander-in-Chief, the Purple Knight. Looking at the neat knights exuding an army-like atmosphere, a tourist speaks half-baked Italian and asks the horrified Florentine locals beside him, "Hey, buddy, who are these people so pompous?" The locals quickly covered the mouths of the tourists. "Be quiet. They are members of Lily Capital, one of the 7 mafia families that rule the dark side of Italy, and their new godfather is the leader. If you don't want to die, don't say anything." Hearing this, the surrounding crowds avoided one after another, as if avoiding the flood and beasts. The busy airport was immediately cleared of a road leading directly to the terminal. Arriving in the hall, James saw the 2 men and 1 woman approaching at first glance, noticed the iconic silver-haired face that was consistent with the intelligence, and quickly straightened up and bowed 90 degrees. The Lily City welcomes the arrival of Qing. The 50 people in the back bowed in unison, and the scene was spectacular. Aware of the unusual situation in the Lily City, the intelligence officers of many forces in Florence and local magicians who came to investigate took a deep breath when they saw this scene. "Your Majesty, could it be that a god-killer has come to Florence? The Demon King on the ground actually came here." Chi-Chi looked at the silver-haired young man standing directly in front of James with infinite fear in his eyes. "New book. Ask for collection. Ask for flowers. Ask for a recommendation. Ask for everything." Chapter 14. Holding Kasuga Yi Cheong's hand, the 2 walked into the airport lobby chatting and laughing. As soon as they entered, they saw the members of the Lily Capital bowing head-on, and they all stopped. "You? What are they talking about?" Cheong frowned slightly, looking at the purple-clothed crowd who spoke Italian and bowed deeply in front of them, distressed because of the language barrier. Aware of Cheong's confusion, Yu's eyes glowed with golden light, and his mind moved, as if he had experienced thousands of trials and manipulations, manipulating the first spell that he used for the first time. Spell, the language of 1,000, activate. "It's okay. I used a spell. I should be able to understand it now." Hearing the sound, Cheong looked at Yu suspiciously, with a puzzled expression on his face. He clearly intended to ask questions in his native language, but he spoke fluent Italian. "Understand what?" "Hey, I seem to speak Italian." Dome seemed to have discovered Columbus in the New World, and curiously asked Yu various questions in Italian. "Yu, what did you do?" "Nane, can I learn?" Yu took the trouble to answer Cheong's many questions. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and with a gentle smile on his face, he turned his head to look at the Purple Knight in front of him. "You are the local snake here, aren't you?" Yu smiled and looked at James, but his eyes were full of light. "Yes, we are the Knights of the Lily City. I am the current Commander-in-Chief of the Lily City, James." James, who noticed Yu's expression, quickly got up and responded, saying that there was a hint of pride on his face as the Commander-in-Chief. In the capital of Lily, one of the successors of the Temple Knights in the world, he has enough capital to be proud of having succeeded as the Commander-in-Chief of this huge force at the age of 20. "Capital of Lily?" Yu tilted his head and questioned. At this time, Toma Amakasu, who followed the 2 brothers and sisters, hurriedly stepped forward and whispered to Yu's left, "One of the 7 famous magicians in Italy and the strongest knight in southern Europe, the secret of Saint Raphael." Association. Hearing the word San Raphael, Yu suddenly recalled the famous magic book Erica and Liliana obtained in the original plot. Hidden in San Gimignano's underground shrine of the Mother Goddess, guarded by San Raphael, the Book of David's Merit. That is the only highest mystery of magic that can injure the gods in the plot. All of the people who have learned the above spells are the highest knights in Europe. Everyone has the record of repelling the beasts and even wounding the gods. They are called the Holy Annihilators in European unity. This extremely powerful and highest crystallization of human wisdom must contain the content of human research and exploration of the rules of the world. Isn't this the best food for eggs? That strongest knight, where is Saint Raphael now? You looked at James with indifferent eyes. The eyes radiated golden brilliance, which was the ray of magic power. Hearing the sound, James half bowed and responded. If you return to the minister, Lord San Raphael is currently living in seclusion in San Gimignano. Do we need to summon her to come and see her? No. Take me to San Gimignano now. After that, you took Cheong's left hand and strode out of the airport. San Gimignano. It was built in the 13th century, a very historic city. The streets and buildings are directly inherited from the ancient buildings of the Middle Ages, and it is also a World Heritage Site. The location is not far from Florence, and it takes less than an hour to arrive by car. At this moment, on the ancient streets of Florence, 2 women and 1 man walked out of the city. One of the women had golden hair like a crown. She was about 12 years old and had a young and delicate face. She has the temperament of a lady who does not match her age. The other girl has beautiful silver hair with long straight hair, the same 12-year-old age, slender beauty, and the slender and luxurious body is perfectly combined, and the appearance is like the moon spirit who has come to the world. However, the girl's profile had a serious expression, and even though she was young, the resolute expression of being proud of a knight shone brightly. Erica Brantley and Liliana Cranicle, as new knights of the Bronze Black Cross and Bronze Black Cross of the famous Italian magician, tried to inherit the double swords owned by Saint Raphael. To this city, the leading blonde young man touched his messy blonde hair. It was a handsome man with a very straight appearance, but he was very haggard and had no domineering look. With a slender figure, but with a well-trained appearance, he said distressedly, "Well, I really have an impression of this neighborhood. I feel like I have suffered a lot in this area before, but what did you do?" The young man who claimed to have amnesia grumbled, but Erica didn't care much about it. At this moment, Liliana's body suddenly trembled, her eyes lost focus in a moment, and she whispered the revelation she had just received. Ancient night skills, ancient spells, treasures, are hidden in those sanctuaries. This is vision. Liliana received a revelation from the sky. People with which qualities can whisper the apocalypse when they approach the mysterious area or occasionally see it. Erica had long been surprised by Liliana's behavior and immediately approached her old friend who was a knight and a witch. "Looks like the vision has seen something, Lily. Does it help us?" Erica, this is where the ancient knights used to go. They built a temple near the fortress in the deep darkness, and I got a vision that gave me such an impression. I'm a little concerned. The temple built in the dark, if you look at it directly from the text, it's underground. Erica kicked the ground with her toes. It would be nice to try and investigate a little. Then he and Liliana looked at each other, and the two of them used the magic of searching together. Sure enough, a trace of magic power was sensed from directly below the ground. Yeah, although it feels a little suspicious, I can't miss that little possibility. This place must be hidden by the barrier. I'm afraid this underground temple is a secret sanctuary. This is the place where Mr. Amnesia, who is related to San Raphael, used to go in and out. In any case, there is a high probability that San Raphael will be found. Conversely, the guardian here is the possibility of Saint Raphael. Although it was just pure speculation, the two exchanged opinions with each other. If you need to know the actual situation, you can only go down and confirm. The two nodded to each other. It's really weird here, and we need to find a suitable place to invade. Then, the young man's frivolous voice entered the ears of the two of them. What did I do here before I lost my memory? It must have something to do with the horse's tail. I want to call it out, but I don't have a clue of the other party's phone number and address. Do you want to think about the classical method of using wolf smoke and carrier pigeons or something? Strange words slipped out of his mouth. Erica and Liliana naturally ignored him. After witnessing the stupid things of the youth many times before, I feel that it is better to have some meaningful negotiation than to say stupid things with the youth who claims to have amnesia, such as invading the temple below. But it was because of this that the decisive moment was missed. Just as the two were talking deeply and closely, a terrifying wave of magic power erupted. Like the eruption of an active volcano, Erica and Liliana had never felt the sudden burst of magic power. If I had to say it, it would be the explosive power of ritual magic that nearly dozens of high-ranking magi would all mobilize to form a battle together. However, looking at the spells used by that number of people, it would take an unusually large amount of time and labor to gather such a huge amount of magic power into one. It can't be done in an instant anyway. What on earth happened? Erica and Liliana looked back at the same time. Then he saw the young man who was swinging his sword to the sky, as if he was swinging the sword. In addition, there is a tower-shaped medieval fortress that was split in half and collapsed to the left and right, and stone buildings built on hills. That is a huge building covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters. But this one was cut in half. It was like being slashed in two by a huge sword swung down from the sky. It collapsed with a loud noise towards the stone that collapsed to the left and right and fell to the ground. What happened? Erica is a ladylike girl who always remembers to stay elegant. But at this time, she made a dazed voice as if she was stupid. Could it be that it was the good thing that man did? Liliana was also dumbfounded. This is an expression that should not be seen by an excellent person who is a magus and shrine maiden, who is a famous magician, and who knows much more mysterious things than ordinary magicians. Sorry, did you scare you? No. I was actually wondering if I could do this to call out the people related to this fortress instead of Langyan. Of course, the one who spoke frivolously was the young man with amnesia. Who is this man? Just when the two girls first cast fearful glances at him, the steed galloped on the hills and quickly approached here. It was a strong pole horse. The black-haired beauty straddled her saddle. It makes people feel that it has Latin blood and looks tough. The black hair was tied back in a ponytail. As the text says, it's like a horse's tail. I thought I was attacked by some association, but I didn't expect it to be Salvatore Toni. Although there was a short-term relationship that could be called an unworthy disciple, what happened? Use the head on your neck as compensation for me, depending on the situation and situation. The black-haired rider sat on his horse and made a sassy announcement. She is Saint Raphael, the highest swordsman in Europe who has a glorious paladin ranked, the Holy Grail Knight. Boom. The sound of the tower on the right half of the giant building that had previously collapsed to the ground being lifted off the ground. The four people who were talking turned sharply and stared at the ruins of the lifted tower. Under the ruins, a convoy appeared intact in front of the four of them. In front of the convoy, a young silver-haired young man held a 30-meter-high tower with his right hand up. Tired, the Italians are so enthusiastic. The silver-haired boy grinned, showing a murderous smile, exuding a huge golden light all over his body, which was far beyond Salvatore Toni, like the terrifying magic fluctuations of the collision of continents. Chapter 15. A huge convoy of black Ferraris made their way slowly towards San Gimignano. On the Ferrari in the middle of the team, James, who was sitting in the driver's seat, observed the silver-haired twin brothers and sisters in the rear with the interior rearview mirror, precisely observing Yu's expression. Xiong looked at the huge, ancient medieval city outside the car window, admiring the unique and exotic scenery, and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, you look." Yu sat on Xiong's right hand, smiling gently, staring at Xiong's surprised smile because of the exotic scenery. Suddenly, Yu shuddered, and a sense of ominousness flashed across her body. With a bang, a loud noise, the right half of the ancient building with the part of the tower collapsed towards the convoy, and the convoy braked suddenly. Seeing this, Yu radiated golden brewing all over her body, opened the car door in an instant, stepped out in one step, stepped forward suddenly, and moved to the front of the team in an instant, and slowly raised her right hand. Boom! His right hand came into contact with the tower as heavy as a mountain, and the golden magic power spread to the whole body of the stone tower, strengthening it into a unified posture. With a strong roar, Yu completely caught the collapse in the form of half a small drop into the ground. Ancient stone tower. Your eyes were full of light, as if he had sensed something, and looked at the three women and one man hundreds of meters ahead. Tired, the Italians are so enthusiastic. Yu grinned, with hash marks all over his head, with a murderous smile on his face, exuding a huge golden brilliance, more dazzling than the noon sun overhead, which was far beyond Salvatore Toni. The terrifying magic power fluctuates like the collision of continents. Suddenly, Yu threw the stone tower in his hand forward like a javelin, and smashed it at the four people in front. The huge stone building slammed into the four people like a giant tree hitting a bell, and the sound of wind and thunder was like the top of Mount Tai. The corners of his mouth grinned, and Salvatore Toni stepped out of the crowd. From the palm of the hand of flesh and blood gradually turned into a silver, mysterious metal, until it completely changed into a silver metal hand. Just like that, Toni waved the cheap knight sword in his hand with his silver hand, and at the same time chanted the words in his mouth. I swear by this, I will not allow anything that I cannot cut. So this sword can cut through everything on the earth, and it is an invincible blade. At that moment, Salvatore Toni swung a sword slowly and quickly, but in fact, he slashed out hundreds of sword lights, forming an airtight sword net, and slashed towards the victim at high speed. The stone tower thrown by the giant force. The stone tower was immediately cut neatly into small pieces of 10 cubic centimeters by the extremely sharp sword net, and then collapsed suddenly. Atmospheric friction disintegrated again, turned into finer fragments, and scattered. A large number of fragments roared towards you. The golden core fluctuated violently. You clenched his fist with his right hand and slammed it forward. The atmosphere was blasted into a vacuum, and the vacuum was constantly shattered. This blow penetrated a space. The sound of sonic boom exploded, and the strong shock wave would be hundreds of millions. Fragments of the plan collapsed layer by layer. The corners of Yu's mouth twitched, grinning, and looking at the sloppy, blonde-haired youth with a sword on the opposite side. He keenly sensed the same kind of aura emanating from the other party. That was the aura of a god-killer. I didn't expect to meet my compatriots here. For the first time, I'm Yu Kasagano, a Godslayer from the Far East. Godslayer. And there are two of them at the same time. Hearing this, Erica and Liliana's pupils shrank, and they trembled. At this time, Erica seemed to recall something. When she set off again yesterday, Zhenghong glanced at the report of the Council of Sages that appeared on her uncle's desk, which recorded a man named Yu Kasagano in the Far East. The report of the young boy suspected of murdering a god. Is that true? The black-haired paladin called Saint Raphael muttered. Salvatore Tony's previous terrifying abilities. The inferior knight's sword swung with a shining silver arm tore through the ancient city, severing it. She knows what it is. During the half-life that has been fighting with the name of San Raphael, I have often seen many such supernatural powers. The storm and thunder controlled by Dejanstil Vobin, the wolf army he led, and the boundless wilderness created by the burning of the karmic fire of hell he drove. The unparalleled fist wielded by the beautiful leader Luo Hao, the destructive poems sung, the extraordinary flowers that spread across the heaven and the earth. And now, is there the King of Swords who sever all existence, and the King of the Far East who wields an iron fist that shatters the void. Ah, thanks to the grace of longevity, even though I'm just an unworthy disciple, I didn't expect the illegitimate child of Epimetheus to be born from me. Saint Raphael shouted to the swordsman with the silver wrist. Hey, stupid Tony, what have you been doing since you disappeared? I feel like I fought where and who, but I can't remember it well. But it doesn't matter. Now I just want to fight with you. I feel as long as I have fought, I can remember. Tony pointed at you while holding his sword and said. At this moment, Liliana and Erica rushed forward, facing Yu Kasagano and Tony back to back, and knelt down on one knee. Please stop for now. This place is still in the urban area of San Gimignano. If the two ministers fight here, it will cause a lot of casualties. Please show mercy and stop now. Well, I'm sorry. Can you guys step back a little bit? Just wait a little while until my affairs are over. Looking at the two people involved in the battlefield, Tony's right hand shone with silver light again, and he drew the sword stab into the ground, swipe lightly, and then pull out. It was such a slight move, but it formed a slash that ripped apart the earth. The ground on which Erica and Liliana were standing cracked open. It was cut in half, just like the medieval fortress was cut in half. The two maiden knights fell down in shock. Together with the dirt, they fell into the cracks in the ground created by Tony's slash. The person who got in the way has disappeared. You silently stared at Tony opposite, watching the two girls fall into the underground temple, giving such a speech of being alone. Then lightly clenched his hands and clenched them into fists, Jindan constantly exuding invisible fluctuations. Yeah, let's start our battle. Tony laughed. The silver on his wrist gradually faded, and he slashed with a knight's sword, wielding a sword energy that seemed to sever the world. Yu's body was shocked, and the illusory armor he was wearing immediately materialized. He stepped sideways to avoid the slashing slash, and then took another step to cross a distance of 100 meters, facing Salvatore Tony, with a straight punch. With an atmospheric nay, it slammed into Tony's forehead. The experience is too bad. There are too many flaws. Tony was not surprised when he saw the ferocious boxing. Leo, you carried a terrifyingly powerful right fist, and then stabbed the sword into the left abdomen of you, who had not yet developed new power due to the blasting of old power. Caught. The blood immediately dyed Yu's shirt red. At this time, Yu's face was like a bloodthirsty madman. His left hand clenched the blade of the sword. His right fist was aimed at Tony's forehead temple, and the sound exploded. Tony's head was slightly deformed, and his body was blasted hundreds of meters in an instant, smashing into a distant hill. On the route of his flight, trees were cut off, and the rice field was cut in half. There were bursts of roars and collapses, and finally Tony was blasted into the mountain, forming a large pit that penetrated 50 meters into the mountain. However, at the moment when he was about to be hit by Yu's iron fist, Tony, who instinctively sensed the crisis, mobilized the magic power to continuously surge around him, forming a thin gauze. The giant force absorbs, bounces off, and constantly removes used strange force. Although his head is slightly deformed after being hit, Tony has only suffered a very minor injury. As for the body of the Godslayer, it can be restored to its original state in a blink of an eye. However, because of this blow, something was awakened in turn. So to speak. Tony's memories of the past 2 weeks kept appearing in his mind. It must be in a Turkish museum that the body was taken away by the god of St. George. Originally, he was hired as a bodyguard by an antique dealer whom he met in Rome's Chinatown. Controlled by the gods, he went to a certain shrine in Ireland, where he lived a life of killing gods and searching for gods for about a week. However, in the end, he finally went to the nether realm through the gate of the fairy realm that he discovered, and then the Celtic god King Nuada appeared and had a one-on-one duel with St. George who possessed him. As a result, in the end, only the spirit of St. George was destroyed, and Tony finally recovered his freedom, relying on the divine power that did not dissipate to start a battle with Nuada as his opponent. Did you return to Italy via the netherworld, back to that village? Tony shook his dizzy head. He vaguely remembered that after finishing the desperate battle with God, he seemed to have spoken to a woman there. After returning to this world, you will probably have a temporary memory confusion, right? Although it is said that after my dark season, after becoming a Godslayer, I will become reborn, but a bad magician like you, if you stay in the realm of life and immortality for a long time, it is estimated that he will endure it and make his brain, if you lose your memory, find someone to hit him hard on the head. Like advice from a very bad little girl. In any case, Tony's memory is restored. Although memory doesn't matter to him at all, what he pursues is only sword in battle. Climbing out of the pothole, the sword in Tony's hand had already been lost in the process of being knocked into the air. He picked up the dead branches on the ground at will, and the branches were gradually covered by the silver light. Earth-breaking strike. Good job. You laughed loudly and took a step forward. The ground burst open, the earth and rocks splashed, avoiding Tony's slash, and punching Tony's head again. Looking at the two people who slashed the sky and the ground with a sword in the distance, punched with one hand, the sonic boom roared, and the earth mourned. Saint Raphael helplessly pouted. Sure enough, god-killers are all such monsters. F***K. Saber, the sword that ripped everything, and Berserker, who fights almost entirely on his body. Chapter 16. What the hell is going on? Why did the stone tower suddenly collapse? Did you do it? Xiong held the black rabbit doll and looked at you who was fighting in the distance with a worried expression. He walked to San Raphael and asked again and again. Behind Kasagano Dome, Amakasa Toma and Purple Knight James followed closely behind with a distance of 3 meters. Who are you? Saint Raphael, who was riding a war horse, turned his head and looked at the delicate silver-haired girl in front of him. Lord Saint Raphael, this is the younger sister of the king of the Far East, Lord Kasuga Yichiong. Seeing Saint Raphael's puzzled expression, James the Purple Knight hurried forward to explain. Oh, that's Qing's sister. The commander-in-chief brought Qing to visit the humble house suddenly. Is there any special reason? Saint Raphael got up and dismounted, looking at the 3 people in front of him. You seems to want something. Hearing San Raphael's words, Xiong recalled Yu's previous expression and said in an uncertain tone, what the Godslayer desires, and sure enough, if it is something that I, sir, Saint Raphael, have, it must be a book that can hurt God and commend David's achievements. Hearing this, Saint Raphael and James looked at each other and said in unison. Saint Raphael touched his forehead with a distressed look on his face. Forget it. I've had enough of the harassment of those who peeped, so I'll just leave it to the king. TSK, I won't do the task of taking care of that book anyway. It's really troublesome. That. You haven't answered my question. Did you do the stone tower? Xiong frowned, looking at Saint Raphael unhappy, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Looking at the unhappy Xiong, Saint Raphael spread his hands helplessly. To be precise, it was the mindless act that my unfilial disciple made to draw me out. Don't he know that doing such a thing will cause a fight? Xiong looked at the idiot and looked at the blonde idiot in the distance. Even if you know, both sides will be ecstatic to make such a declaration of war, right? Saint Raphael grimaced, his tone full of sadness. This is the site of the Lily City, and the loss caused by the devil is naturally caused by Lily. The capital is responsible, and as one of the fuses, she is bound to bleed heavily. They have no reason to fight. Xiong frowned, looking at the 2 fighting on the battlefield in confusion. There is really no reason, but they don't need a reason. If they insist on a reason, it is because they are both Godslayers. Every Godslayer, whether he admits it or not, is deep in his heart. those who are eager to fight. Saint Raphael sighed. All the Godslayers she encountered in her life were such unreasonable fighting madmen, and she felt incomparable that she could survive from such lunatics. Rejoice. Are you eager to fight? Xiong was silent, looking blankly at the roaring sound that continued to come from a distance, and the shattering scene of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking. Half an hour later, in the farmland not far from the city of San Gimignano, in the blink of an eye, the fist burning with golden light and the wooden branch entwined with silver light collided dozens of times in a row. The terrifying sound of impact and shockwave spread, and the trees, soil, and rocks within 500 meters of the battlefield were blown away. The ground covered with rice suddenly sank 10 meters, revealing the black and moist soil underground, clattering, the low dark river slowly gushing out after losing the strong clods above. Yu and Tony were shaken by the shock of the collision, and they each stepped back 5 meters. Yu raised his head abruptly, his shirts were tattered, and his body was covered with bloodstains, which were cut out by Tony's hard work. The scars drawn by the sword energy. Even though Yu's body was 10 times stronger than Tony's in all respects, the sharp sword chi still made scars on Yu's body. The golden light in Yu's eyes continued to flicker, and it was filled with raging fighting intent, and his eyes were fixed on the sloppy young man on the opposite side. At the same time, Tony also raised his head. His face was blue and then black, his face was swollen, and his face was already beyond recognition. It was vaguely visible that Tony seemed to raise the corners of his mouth, as if he smiled wryly, and said indistinctly, "Is there any deep hatred between us? Why do you keep hitting me in the face?" The corners of Yu's mouth twitched, and she looked at the pig's head in front of her with a smirk. The anger that was almost buried alive for no reason finally subsided. At this time, seeing the sudden stop of the earthquake, Saint Raphael got up and rode his horse, a whip, and drove the horse to the battlefield. "Why don't you stop here, two demon lords? I have already understood the purpose of Kasuga Yechin's arrival here. Later, we will present the holy book. Please stop for now, and Tony, your vigorous fighting desire deserves it. Stop for a while." Puhaha. Saint Raphael, riding a horse, spoke loudly to dissuade the truce, and when she got close to the center of the battlefield, she suddenly saw Tony's pig face. Laughing loudly, he fell off the horse and kept rolling after falling to the ground. Seeing San Raphael's violent reaction, Tony touched his face and took a deep breath. "It hurts." He then looked at you with a sad look. Seeing such a terrifying look, you shuddered and hurriedly stepped back 10 meters. At the same time, a Ferrari staggered through the pitted battlefield and drove in front of you. When the car stopped, Xiong quickly opened the door and trotted into Yu's arms. Wrapping his hands around Yu's waist, his eyes kept glancing, seeing the scratches that were constantly spilling out of blood all over Yu's body. He quickly took out a towel from his pocket and wiped it. Looking at the towel that was gradually dyed red, Xiong raised his head, looking distressed. "Does it hurt?" "It's okay. It's okay. It's just to say hello." Yu spread out his hands, looking indifferent. Hearing this, Xiong looked around in a daze. 10 meters of soil had been lifted within a 500-meter radius. Dilapidated farmland with groundwater flowing slowly, gravel at the bottom of the pit, and broken tree branches scattered all around. Once I had a deep understanding of the word Demon King. Although it's about the level of greeting, but you think it's a dead hand. Even Tony, who didn't care about things other than the battle, had a nameless fire at this time, pointing at his face with said vaguely, "Huh? Buffed it." Hearing Tony's words, Xiong turned around and looked at Chuanqing's discovery, then saw the huge pig's head, turned around quickly, and buried his pretty face in Yu's chest. Up, constantly smirking. On the side, Amakusa, Toma, and James, who were standing in front of the Ferrari door, lowered their heads. The corners of their mouths twitched, their bodies trembled. They wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh, for fear that they would be targeted by the sword energy that cut off everything when they laughed out loud. After all, the one who mocked Tony earlier was his master, and the other was the direct sister of another king. The two of them in low status did not dare to make the slightest move. Choke. At this moment, the sound of drawing a sword suddenly sounded, and then, the boulder that was 30 meters away from the center of the battlefield was cut into small pieces by the flashing sword light. Fly out swoosh. Two figures emerged from the pothole under the boulder and rushed down in the direction of Yu and the others. It was Liliana and Erica who were buried underground. At this time, a roar came, and the previously chopped boulders began to collapse in a radius of 20 meters. The shaking continued for several minutes before gradually calming down. The two beauties of gold and silver who escaped suddenly sat on the ground silently without a lady, and said in a terrified tone with constant sighs in their mouths, I was almost buried alive in the temple. The girls expressed the emotion of the rest of their lives. Chapter 17. Oh, it seems to have escaped from the underground temple. Looking at the two female knights in a state of embarrassment, Saint Raphael, who was still rolling, hurriedly got up, patted his clothes, and wanted to keep his senior's master attitude, but because of the previous gaffe, the ears turned red into a cloud of fire. Exhausted, the two female knights slumped in the mud, heard the sound, turned their heads quickly, looked at the group of people not far away, and were startled. Second meeting, Lord San Raphael, and Mr. Casagano, and Mr. Salvatore, am deeply sorry for the late greetings from the two imperial bodies who are campioni. Erica gave a dignified salute, not bowing his head and giving in, but full of ladylike etiquette. That was the way he behaved, with self-respect, as a Brauntree family. I think it is a gratifying thing that the Godslayer is born again in the world. In the future, our Bronze Black Cross commander will definitely greet him, but now please accept my salute. Liliana also graciously gave a knight's salute. Indeed, it was like the stern and hearty words of a knight. Although he fell into the ground due to Tony's intentional slashing, he was almost buried alive by the clash of the next two demon kings. In the underground, the two people who have experienced many bad things did not get angry at the beginning, and still maintained the strictly forbidden etiquette. I am afraid it was captured in the majesty of the Godslayer. However, even if it was captured in the majesty of the Godslayer, the two girls looked east. There was still deep dissatisfaction in Niu's eyes. You looked at the valiant female knights who were saluting in front of her with bright eyes. This salute was seen in the book of her previous life. I saw the real heroine of this book. However, with a soft sound from Peng, Yu's right foot twitched. The silver-haired girl in her arms snorted, her cheeks puffed up, and she slowly retracted her feet. Obviously dissatisfied with Yu's previous straight eyes, there was a sour smell in the air, and the vinegar jar was knocked over by Yu. Hee. Erica lightly covered her lips and chuckled softly. Liliana lowered her head, her pretty face flushed red in the shadows. This is talking to you, idiots. San Raphael slapped Tony's pig's head violently. Why did you suddenly become so respectful? Oh, I remember you. You are Arello Billetier, and you are Rena Kalincher, right? I just restored my memory. So far, thank you so much for your help so far. The young demon king said Lung Lung after being reminded by his teacher, Saint Raphael. The corners of Erica's mouth kept twitching, and she kept making an oath in her heart that she would absolutely retreat 3 feet when she saw Tony in the future. Erica originally thought that the stupid behavior before was caused by loss of memory, but after the memory was restored, the behavior of the King of Swords was even more outrageous. Liliana, who lowered her head, was silent, thinking that Italy would submit to Tony's feet in the future, and she felt sad about her dark future life. It's better than that. Secretly looked up in Yu's direction, and what caught his eye was the dark face of Kasuga Yazumi. He quickly lowered his head. Forget it. He will definitely be killed. The girl's slender body trembled uncontrollably. Then, it should be gone after that. Erica winked at Liliana. After leaving a polite greeting, let's flash people early. Clear. Liliana responded with erratic eyes. What a terrifying girl, who avoided the trap set by the ancients from the ruins in just half an hour, and brought out that book, and even used the copying technique in such a short period of time. Both of them froze when Saint Raphael said that. What a terrifying power of observation. With his eyesight, he observed the spells corresponding to the subtle magic fluctuations entangled in the two, and guessed the previous actions of the two, completely worthy of the name of the strongest knight in Europe. Copying is an advanced magic that can improve one's memory in a short period of time and memorize everything that has been seen. Erica and Liliana were divided into 2 tasks. While escaping from the underground temple, they cooperated with each other to write down some chapters of the Book of Commendation of David's Merit, stored the book in a different space, and brought it up from the ground. Lord Saint Raphael, this is definitely not a lack of respect for you. Anyway, a knight can't stand the excessive temptation. Eric explained. Oh, there is no way. After all, it is the fruit obtained by relying on one's own ability. Bring the book, and then take this. Saint Raphael took out a set of iron keys from his arms with a wry smile. This is the key to the chapel in Florence. There's a labyrinth of catacombs, guarded by traps, and inside that is my arsenal. This is the last part of your knight's ordeal. Accept it. A test. Saint Raphael turned the key ring in his hand, and said to the 2 maiden knights in front of him. Hearing this, Liliana summoned the book in recognition of David's achievements, and handed it over to Saint Raphael in exchange for the iron key ring in his hand. Bunch of keys. Erica's mouth twitched, revealing a confident smile. She seems to believe that no matter what challenges face her, she can overcome the past perfectly by herself, showing a fearless smile. Aya, this is a respectable senior, who actually donated both the holy word and the magic sword to the outstanding junior without hesitation. Complete the test, and then say such compliments. Saint Raphael grabbed the book of David handed over by Liliana and responded to Erica. At this moment, you came over and stared at the magic book in Saint Raphael's hand. Sure enough, your goal is this book. Saint Raphael smiled helplessly and handed the book of David to you. Taking the book, you handed it to Toma Amakusa, who was walking behind him, turning his head to look at Saluva Toritoni. Next time, let's play a real game and use your unparalleled sword power. Tony smiled. Sure enough, are you also eager to fight? I'm really sorry this time. Because of amnesia and other reasons, I can't control that power freely. Next time, I can definitely fight with you. If possible, I hope I can see you really at that time. Power. Hearing this, you spread out his hands helplessly. I really can't hide it from you. Everyone present except the Godslayer trembled, looking at the scene like a natural disaster around them and thinking, isn't this level of doing their best? You turned his head to look at Erica and Liliana, who were supporting each other. An inexplicable look flashed in his eyes. Well, goodbye at the ceremony, Silver Hamster. Chill, let's go back. Well, Xiong Wenyan, who was still looking around at the disaster scene, immediately reflected and quickly responded to the call. He walked with you into the black car beside him. Chapter 18. The black Ferrari team galloped slowly through the fields outside San Gimignano. It's really tricky. You silently recalled the previous tentative confrontation. Both parties tacitly did not go all out, but even if it was a test, you clearly felt the terror of the silver-armed Sword King. Turned into physical instincts, unpredictable, terrifying swordsmanship that reached the realm of no sword, and the silver hand that ripped apart everything. Although the silver hand only appeared once when the stone tower attacked, but you was keenly aware. His physique was 10 times that of a Godslayer, and if he was hit in the front, it was also a mortal situation. At this time, there was a slight tingling pain all over the body, like a needle stick. Although it was weak, the base was very large and spread all over the body. That was the residual sword energy of Saruva Tortoni in the previous confrontation. And this tricky sword energy. The corners of Yu's mouth twitched, obviously in pain. This is a message from the egg, whether to annihilate the sword energy in the body and deduce the rules. You suddenly looked happy, and suddenly thought of something. Egg, can you annihilate this attack? You silently recalled the sight of Tony wielding the silver hand that ripped apart everything, and poured his thoughts into the egg. The egg flickered for a moment, and returned a message. You can mobilize negative energy to annihilate the attack at the moment of contact with the body, and the attack that is separated from the body cannot be done. There are a lot of world rules found on this attack. It is recommended to contact immediately. Hearing this, Yu was overjoyed immediately, and then his face changed again. This is to ask me to find Tony to take the initiative to be beaten. Eggs are black. The stinging pain caused by the sword energy once again showed its presence. Destroy the sword energy. The corner of Yu's mouth twitched wildly, giving up the act of looking for eggs to settle accounts, which fully proved the fact that technology is the uncle. The sword energy in the body was silently annihilated, and a huge message was transmitted, detailing the signs of Tony honing his swordsmanship. With every stab his progress was made. The materials are almost comparable to 1/10 of the 1,000-year-old collection of the Saya Palace, and the accumulation of hundreds of years by countless people has been completed by one person. Sure enough, none of the Godslayers are easy. Yu sighed as he looked at the picture in his mind, the figure of the young sword-wielding figure. I'm looking forward to the day we fight again. Xiong in the seat next door heard the words, and blue veins appeared on his forehead. He picked up the black rabbit doll, waved the afterimage of his arm, and smashed Yu's head frantically. This kind of dangerous thing, do you want to do it again? Do you want me to be a widow? James, who was in the front row, looked at the slapstick reflected in the rearview mirror, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Don't come again. This time the battlefield is repaired by Guangguang. Young and old have to go to the street begging for food. Imagine the scene of the famous Italian magicians going to the streets to beg. James sighed. If this goes on, I'm afraid I will step down. King, this is the magic book that you entrusted to me earlier. Upon seeing this, Toma Amakasu in the passenger seat handed the book of David to you. Hearing the sound, Xiong stopped, put the doll back to his right hand, turned his head, and looked out the window angrily. Saved. You looked at Toma Amakasu gratefully, took the book, and started flipping through it. Time passed quietly, and the eggs in my mind kept annihilating the divine words. deducing the rules contained in them. The pages of the book that contained cheese slowly turned. Meanwhile, Erica and Liliana arrive at the city entrance of San Gimignano hand in hand. After that, I dealt with a few things, said goodbye to Lord Salvatore and San Rafael, and returned here. It's been a long time, Erica. What do you think? It's not bad to be like Saint Raphael. No, it's pretty good. The two are now at the premier Illy Cafe in the city, ready to take a coffee break. Liliana, who borrowed the cafe's bathroom and entered it, changed her hairstyle and came back. Long silver hair tied into a ponytail hairstyle. Seeing the change of her old friend's hairstyle, Erica expressed her opinion without hesitation. Really? Well, I honestly think it's pretty fitting too. Kind of cute. Liliana nodded slightly excitedly. The person who discovered the magic book was already excited, but the encounter with Saint Raphael, the person she longed for, seemed to increase her tension even more. Not bad as a prep before exploring. Erica stared at the key she got from San Rafael. Then, start preparing for the catacombs in Florence from now on, and get those 2 magic bands, so that no one in Italy can. Some people don't know our talent. I hope so. Well, but... Liliana nodded, then sighed. Compared to the achievements, the news of Campione's birth is also shocking, and there are actually 2 demon kings. I never thought that such people would be able to successfully kill a god. Also, I don't know what kind of god that person is fighting. The 2 young men who had just separated not long ago. The king of the sword who wields the silver hand that ripped everything apart, and the king of the extreme east who shattered the void with his fists, both felt profound admiration. At this moment, Liliana's cell phone rang. Grandpa, please excuse me for a while. What's wrong? That His Excellency the Marquis must call us witches and witches. After talking for a while, Liliana turned off her phone. Heard words that cannot be ignored. Erica decided to ask without hesitation. What's wrong? You and Grandpa Clanical called the Marquis do. You really have something to do with the Marquis of Vauban. Liliana said with a hesitant expression. That lord seems to need dozens of witches in recent days. My grandfather, and I told my grandfather that I would go with me after the affairs here are settled. Your Majesty said that you need witches? It's hard to guess what the demon king of the Balkans is thinking. Erica took a sip of cappuccino with a distressed look on her face. It's so hot. Chapter 19. At noon, in a restaurant of a star-rated hotel in Florence, the warm sunlight shone through the glass windows. You and Xiong are sitting at the dining table enjoying Italian-style meals, with raw ham and freshly ripened seasonal vegetables as appetizers, Italian-style fried lamb brains, sausages secreted by star chefs, and Florentine's unique, thin, toasted bread. The dishes filled the table and looked very rich. Although it is not very in line with the taste of Oriental people, but the taste is really different, and the two are enjoying lunch. A shadow appeared on the ground, and the shadow gradually turned into a human figure. It was the ninja spy who was the official history compilation committee, Toma Amakusa. You put down the knife and fork in his hand, wiped the corners of his mouth with a tissue, and vaguely had an answer to Amakusa Toma's behavior. What's the matter? Need to report it this time. King, there is a report from the ninjas who are currently following the priestess, that Yuri Wanli was forcibly abducted by a local secret society in Austria. Because of the home game, the ninjas temporarily lost Yuri Wanli's whereabouts. Facing his face, he got down on one knee. With such a big mistake in his first mission, he can already imagine the sanctions from the official history compilation committee after returning to the country. But now the more important thing is to calm the king's anger. Did the Wolf King bite the bait? You said eagerly with a face full of excitement. Hearing the special title of Wolf King and use words. Amakusa Toma clearly remembered something and looked at you with a shocked face. Any reason? Tell Woban to put him back in Wanli Gu Yuli and let James come in to see me. You looked at Toma Amakasu with a smile on his face and gave the order. What is you going to do? Another fight? Kasuga Yichiong swallowed the suckling pig slices and asked with a frown. Almost. I'm going to beat up an old man this time. You looked apologetic in his eyes, looking at his lover who, despite hating trouble, still allowed himself to make trouble. Hearing the old man's name, Kasuga Yichiong was relieved. The old man's words should not be dangerous, Xiong thought to himself, but when she saw the ferocity of Marquis Vauban, she deeply felt her own stupidity. There is no god-killer. Normal people. Tower. 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 The sound of the double leather shoes stepping on the ground came, and James the Purple Knight followed Toma Amaka into the restaurant and came to you. I'm so sorry to keep you waiting for a long time. No problem, James. There should be someone in the Lily City who has been monitoring the whereabouts of Marquis Vauban for a long time, right? James was silent for a moment. Although the behavior of monitoring the Demon King is normal and even necessary, no secret association would dare to show this kind of behavior. Neither the individual nor the group of the genus can bear the wrath of those kings of the earth. So James could only keep silent and keep the default. I need to be more specific about where he is now. And by the way, immediately call me a few monitoring satellites that can observe mysterious phenomena. After speaking, he ignored James' embarrassed black face and continued to enjoy with lunch. Somewhere in a mountain range in the Balkans, the weather was dark. A black sky shrouded the mountain range, and thunder and lightning flashed from time to time. In an extremely luxurious Western-style ancient castle covering an area of 5,000 square meters halfway up the mountain. In a dark and damp conference hall, the flickering candle light strongly illuminated the hall, bringing a trace of light and warmth to the hall. On the main seat, an old man sat on it with his eyes closed. Wearing a black suit jacket, a shirt, and a tie, with a meticulously groomed back, he looked like an old and wise gentleman full of intelligence. The old man opened his eyes. It was a pair of emerald green eyes, but the inside was not like an ordinary person, like a wolf-like vertical pupil, which contained a strong will and madness. Sasha de Janstelvoben is the oldest campione in the world today, aged over 250 years old, full of wildness, with super strong physical strength and wolf-like skills, a demon king who is desperately eager to fight. Are you ready? Witches. Woben's voice was full of intelligence. Spread in the empty hall, a figure suddenly appeared behind Woben, with countless cuts all over his body, as if he had been scratched by all kinds of sharp weapons, a symbol of 100 battles, a tattered jacket, and a broken top on his head. The witch hat. The identity of the witch can be identified from the clothes. The biggest specialty is the pale death statue, with a completely expressionless face, empty, and extremely dilated pupils. It's exactly like a corpse, except it's not decomposed. It's all there, and the flow of the ley lines and the alignment of the stars will reach the optimum position in 2 hours and 43 minutes, the pale witch of death said in a voice that seemed to contain endless sadness. After hesitating for a while, the dead witch said, according to the report of the subordinates, one of the witches seems to be related to the newly born king of the extreme east, and the king asked to return the witch. For newcomers, don't bother. If you want a witch, use force to get it. Woben said nonchalantly, if the gods are successfully summoned this time, I will release my control over you. Woben in the main seat said indifferently, the originally dilated pupils of the dead which shrank violently, containing extreme madness and desire. Then, let's go and see those tributes. Woben stood up and walked towards the hall of the castle. The originally dark hall was brightly lit by countless candles. In the hall, a young girl handed down burlap that could only cover most of her body. Groups of 3 or 5 people gathered together to keep warm, and everyone wore a mask on their face, with a trace of unease. Squeak! The door of the hall was opened. Woben walked in from the main door, and his green eyes like a wolf glanced at everyone in the hall. The witches trembled in unison, as if they were being stared at by some wild beast, and looked at the old man who appeared in front of them in panic. First meeting witches. I don't think I need to introduce myself, right? I'm calling everyone this time to fulfill a long-cherished wish of mine, so I want to use your strength. Woben wrote in a sincere tone. Word. A look that has been haunted by his own dreams for a long time. Looking at the demon king who didn't look like the rumored brutality in front of her, a witch took courage and asked, can you let me go home? My mother is still seriously ill. Before she finished speaking, the witch lost her color, turned into a white piece of snow, and became a pillar of salt. I didn't give you the right to bargain with me, Woben said in a gloomy tone. All the witches looked at the oldest demon king in horror. Come with me. The dead witch appeared and took away all the witches. Meanwhile, Salua Toritoni gets lost on the way to find his best friend Andrew and gets closer to the mountain. Yu and Xiong rode a high-end mountain off-road vehicle and quickly attacked the mountains. 3 demon kings gathered in the Balkans. The curtain will open. Chapter 20. The cloudy sky, like a huge dark curtain, shrouded the sky over the Balkan Peninsula. In a mountain basin in the Balkans, a group of witches are dancing the dance of prayer. On the ground is a huge and complex magic array composed of countless nodes, constantly emitting a faint glow. Each node of the magic circle corresponds to the position of the stars in the sky, and the arrangement of the stars is artificially depicted on the nodes of the ley lines. In theory, it corresponds to the image of the 3 talents in ancient Dacia. The arrangement of stars represents the sky, the pulse of the earth represents the earth, and the last witches represent the concept of human beings. At the very center of the magic circle, is an old stone tablet. It depicts the ancient mythology, the Song of the Nibelungen, and its weathered appearance tells its history. In front of the stele, the witch who was controlled by Vorbin's servant of death looked at the stele frantically. The right arrangement of stars, the pulsation of the earth, the excellent witches and witches, the sacrifices with an almost crazy will and desire for the coming of the gods, and the myth of becoming the body of the summoned gods, the earthly kingdoms and people are widely spread. The carrier of the story, the elements of summoning the gods have all been assembled. The realm of immortality, myth. A stalwart figure was pulled by an inexplicable force, falling down continuously towards the realm of life. Side of the basin. You took everyone to hide in a vibrant forest. James led several scientific experts and directed the members of Lily City to continuously install modern facilities. Various sci-fi facilities were placed in the vibrant forest. That's a device connected to the idiosyncratic surveillance satellites in the universe. Chio, you will go to the monitoring screen later. Once you find that there is a god appearing or there is any strange movement in Woban, report the position to me through the communication device, and remember that it must be the first time. The earphone in your hand, he said to Chion with a serious face. The dome showed a firm look, nodded sharply, and then his face was full of doubts. Why don't you observe the situation yourself first? I can't look. To be exact, I can't look at it. The Godslayer's keen intuition will make that guy realize that there are other people watching there, so I can't look anywhere. You said helplessly. As for the Godslayer, the intuition of the beast, the egg has been thoroughly researched through deduction when studying Pandora's spells. It is a mixture of terrible abilities such as sixth sense, soul induction, spiritual vision, incomplete time rules, etc., which is almost an advance in the future. Terrifying ability. After explaining the situation, you put on her earphones and walked towards the edge of the basin, standing there behind closed doors and resting. Cheong picked up the microphone and walked to the display screen in the center of the equipment. At this time, James commanded the members and also came here. After the connection of the device was completed, the special satellite in the universe adjusted its angle, glowing with hazy magic power, passing through the clouds, and transmitting the picture to the ground in real time through radio waves. The screen flashed, and the terrain of the Balkan Peninsula appeared. The map, as the terrain continues to enlarge, finally locks in this basin. This is, as it happened, Toma Amakusa, who walked into the monitor, seemed to find something. Maximize the view in the upper right corner. Amakasa Toma shouted to the operator. Amakasa Doma's overstepping action caused the operators to look at each other and finally looked at James. Do as he says. Kasuga Yezuan looked at James indifferently. Yes, do it right away. Upon hearing the princess order, James immediately instructed the operator to adjust the satellite monitoring. As the screen locks the upper right corner of the basin, it keeps zooming in. One was lying on the ground wearing a hat woven from yellow weeds. A blonde youth with a western sword appeared on the monitor. This is Lord Salvatore. James' pupil shrank, looking at the blonde figure on the monitor. It's really the worst situation. The three Rakshasa kings are gathered together. Is the Balkan Peninsula going to land sinking? Toma Amakusa, who took out a tissue and wiped the cold sweat on his head violently, said in a trembling voice, "Every time I have to get involved in such a dangerous thing, isn't it good to live with me in peace?" The distressed girl picked up the microphone. Can you hear me? Well, what's wrong? Yuzue's extremely calm voice came from the microphone. Top right corner, where's the blonde idiot I met this morning? When Dung's voice came, Yu suddenly opened his eyes, emitting a compelling light, staring at the upper right. With Yu's gaze, Salvatore Ridoni reacted immediately, looked back, and looked at Yu with a surprised expression. Afterwards, he put his index finger to his mouth, made a shush, and then silently said something. It's up to you. Yu nodded and continued to close his eyes. At this time, the ritual of summoning the gods came to an end, and the body of the dead which was oppressed by the powerful magic power, and it was about to collapse. The Witch of Death knelt in front of the stone tablet. The huge magic power was constantly surging. The magic power of the terrestrial ley line witches kept pouring into her body of the dead. The body was constantly shattered, and the power of death in Woban continued. She kept recovering. Destruction and creation continued to manifest on her thin body. Her whole body trembled. Her expression completely collapsed, and her voice continued to sing the song of the Nibelungen on the stone tablet with extreme madness. Suddenly, the cloudy clouds were instantly dispelled by the strong light. A stalwart figure descended from the realm of death to the earth. It was the figure of a young man with long gray hair draped over his shoulders, wearing cage-like armor and a black leather coat, holding a large sword in the shape of a giant tusk of some kind of creature, floating in the ritual formation. In the sky, there is a huge divine might. The huge pressure suppresses everything in the sky and the ground. There are faint traces of fragmentation in the space. At the moment when the gods came, Xiong quickly picked up the microphone and reported the position of the gods. Look up at a 45-degree angle, 500 meters. The moment the divine shadow appeared, Woben's eyes glowed green. Power, Eye of Sodom activates. The dark clouds are densely covered again, and the torrential rain, lightning and strong winds seem to be sweeping the world. Siegfried's figure stopped suddenly, and was fixed in the air by the invisible power of the magic eye, and was firmly locked by the torrential rain, wind, and lightning in the sky. At the same time, Tony stood up abruptly and stretched his hand towards the western sword on his back. When he stretched out his hand, his wrist was gradually covered with silver. When he grasped the hilt, his entire arm had turned into a silvery metal, and the power. The silver hand that tears everything is activated. Tony's silver hand turned into afterimages, which seemed to be fast but slow. It was a sword in countless swords. The clouds, the atmosphere, the mountains and the space were all cut off, and the sword energy slowly slashed towards the frozen Zig. Fried. The golden elixir in Yu's body trembled, and the magic power exploded all over his body, and the huge magic power that surpassed the Godslayer 10 times rushed out. With one step, the land collapsed, and the sonic boom sounded like a heavy thunder. The space in front was faintly shattered, and the iron fist like a fist of the God King carried the general trend of shattering the void, and the sound of the bearer thundered towards Siegfried's back. Siegfried, who had just come to the earth and was still adapting to the environment, was caught off guard by the three parties, but his face seemed calm. This level was already commonplace for the heroic god of steel, who has crossed life and death all the year round. He calmly discerned the situation and judged the danger. The biggest threat came from the sword of steel, the king of swords, which ripped apart all things. The second was the thunder and wind, the combination of the three gods of the Wolf King. Although Yu's fist was powerful, it was not because it was not powerful. He was confident that even hitting a weak spot would at most result in minor injuries to him, who had been bathed in the blood of the evil dragon Fafnir. Said time was fast. The instinct honed in countless bloody battles led Siegfried's actions. With a shock, his body broke free from the shackles of Sodom's pupil, and he held Graham tightly, and the divine power poured in like a waterfall, chanting the words of God. O divine sword of light and shadow that cuts everything off, the world, it is already sunset time. Shoot down the evil dragon. Siegfried drew his sword sharply, and along with the chance of chance, blasted out a huge torrent of light, like a twilight light emitted by the falling sun, the torrent of light, and the sword that shattered the sky and the earth. Collision, the world was silent for a while, and then the space burst into lamentation, two terrifying energy waves stalemate above the basin. At this moment, Yu's punch from shattering void slammed into Siegfried's back, and Siegfried forced his spell to sing, Blood of the evil dragon Fafnir, grant me the destiny of immortality. A man with bat wings and a head like a monitor lizard appeared around Siegfried with a phantom like a long snake. His divine body was suddenly lifted, and the divine body who wanted to bathe in the blood of the cage fought hard against you. The offensive, in this case, Yu's fist hit Siegfried as fast as it was slow. Right now, the egg is annihilated. Yu gave an instruction the moment his fist touched Siegfried's back. The corners of Yu's mouth twitched sharply, revealing the look of a successful trick. Siegfried's heart suddenly sounded a strong alarm of crisis, but it was too late. The evil dragon Fafnir's armor disappeared silently, and as the space was pierced by Yu, Siegfried's chest was also pierced open, revealing a 20-centimeter hole. You won. Siegfried smiled indifferently, and then looked like a ghost, picked up the gram in his hand, poured all the divine power, and slashed at Yu, whose arm was stuck in the body of the god. Accept my final blow, Demon Lord. Yu hurriedly blocked with his left hand. Blood spattered immediately, and Yu's left forearm was cut off. Ha ha ha. Siegfried laughed, and turned into sand, and gradually dispersed. With the passing of Siegfried, the dark Christmas festival is slowly launched. Chapter 21. Dark clouds over the mountains covered the sun, and lightning flashed and thundered. Woben looked at Yu, who was standing on the muddy ground in front of him with a calm expression, and flaming anger continued to emerge from his eyes. Along with Woben's anger, The sky suddenly responded to his anger with lightning and thunder. Yu blinked his dark gray eyes, ignoring Woban's anger, picked up the broken arm that fell beside him, pressed it against the wound, whispered, and activated his power. Earth, give me the strength of life. The broken arm reconnected to Yu's arm in the blink of an eye, and tentatively shook hands, confirming that it was back to the original. Looking at the old man 20 meters away, the oldest Godslayer, Voban. Thunderlight constantly appeared in this shattered basin. Some witches who were still conscious looked at the two kings of the earth in front of them. They were secretly miserable in their hearts. In this way, in the crowd, Liliana supported Banligu Yuri, who was kicked in anger, and looked at the demon kings who were staring at each other in front of her. With a wry smile, that gentleman actually came here? And also robbed the prey of the Marquis of Vauban. Looking at the embarrassed Liliana and Wanligu Yuli in the crowd, you frowned, activated the power of power, and the endless ley lines filled the two people's consumption shunned made up for the other witches, and after a while, the witch who was unconscious, their breathing gradually stabilized, and the awake witch's face gradually turned red, apparently returning to normal. After a while, Woban looked at the young man in front of him, whose aura was closer to that of a god of disobedience than a godslayer. I've seen your information. It's about the little guy who appeared a few days ago from the Far East and is suspected of being the sixth king. So, who gave you the courage to snatch my prey? Oh, I should have reminded you. Who gave you the courage to tamper with my things without authorization and slap me in the face? You looked at Woban provocatively with a playful expression on his face. Oh, for women, you're really young. Wobampi said with a smile. Alolo, unlike you, I guess I can't use it anymore. You looked at Woban's lower body and said maliciously, Isn't it, Tony? You turned his head to look 100 meters away and felt the unpleasant atmosphere. Tony, who was about to leave quietly. Ha ha ha, how do I know this? In fact, I just got lost and passed by here. Where did you go, Andre? Tony shouted the name of his friend Andre and fled out quickly. Boom. A bucket-thick lightning struck Tony in front of him, and a huge pothole was blasted out on the ground, braving surprisingly high temperature and heat. Tired. It looks like I can't leave. Really, I don't want to be charged with beating the old man. Tony's expression was very helpless, but his eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. This terrifying attack, his bellicose disease has committed again. The arm gripping the knight's sword gradually turned silver. 12 proportionally smaller moons appeared around you, guarding silently. Dozens of giant wolves appeared in the shadows, bit the witch lightly, and ran out, away from the battlefield. The dead witch with only her head left, her icy eyes shed hot tears, and she turned into fine sand with a look of great relief. Is the old guy quite caring? Tony chuckled heartlessly. Important resources must be protected, right? Woban's silent voice sounded. The ceremony successfully summoned the gods. Even if the gods were killed by you, it did not affect the status of these witches in Woban's heart, although they were upgraded from consumables to precious resources that needed to be protected. Suddenly, a green light flashed in Woban's eyes. Tony and Yu's bodies suddenly froze, and the sky suddenly roared with thousands of thunder, sweeping the earth. At the moment when he was about to hit, Tony got rid of the shackles, waving the steel blade, cut off all the thunder that hit him with lightning speed, and achieved a thunderous achievement at any time. Then he swung his sword upwards, and the sword chi that ripped apart the sky and severed the space reappeared and slashed towards Woban. Facing the power of thunder, the moon surrounding you silently flickered with silver-white brilliance and dispersed, forming several silver bands of light, which revolved at high speed. Bounce. Then in the sky, a 50-meter diameter full moon appeared in the sky, with red light all over its body. It was the light of violent friction with the atmosphere. The full moon fell rapidly, and the huge mass smashed into Vauban frantically under the acceleration of gravity. There were several cracking sounds from the mud, and countless dead servants emerged from the bottom. They blocked Tony's sword light with their bodies and were not afraid of death. Rumble, a huge crash sound came, and a flying cage from the ground rushed out and flew high, facing the sword light. Dragon wings and dragon scales are white and silver. A huge body with wings over 20 meters long. The body exudes divine might as if it were you, and it is obviously a divine beast. However, the silver scales that should have been dazzling have all faded. The scales all over his body have been peeled off. The flesh under the scales has also rotted, and there are more than a dozen parts where even the bones are exposed, giving a very miserable impression. The right forelimb, which is equivalent to the right hand, has been missing from the elbow. He also lost his left eyeball, where there was just an empty eye socket open. This is one of the mythical beasts that Woban slaughtered in his early years. He was transformed into a zombie dragon by his power, the servant of death, sleeping in the underground of this mountain range. Let's play with my servants. Woban's gloomy voice came. With the sound of the earth cracking and the faint light, tens of thousands of dead servants and wolves appeared in front of people in the image of the army. Light cavalry, heavy knights, arquebusiers, light infantry, heavy armored infantry, witch groups and many warriors who were high knights and even paladins in their lifetimes, as well as many wild horse-sized wolves comparable to weak and small mythical beasts. They worked together. Together with the almost divine zombie dragon, Tony dragged Tony's footsteps to a dead end, showing the power of crowd tactics. Chapter 22. An army of 10,000 people emerged like a tide of Tony, gradually drowning it. Tony excitedly raised the sword in his hand to fight to the death with the dragon wolves and the army. Ignoring Tony, who was trapped by the crowd tactics, Woban stared at the handsome young man in front of him, ignoring the bright moon falling from the sky. Cracked violently. Thick blue body hair covered Woban's body. His fingers gradually turned into ferocious claws, his nose protruded, and his lips continued to extend outwards. The two palms suddenly caught the crimson moon that fell like a meteorite, and then opened its bloody mouth and slammed into the moon. The wolf's mouth continued to expand, and the full moon with a diameter of 50 meters was swallowed whole, and the sound of chewing sounded. After a meal of gobbling, the huge werewolf slapped its mouth with great enjoyment. Compared with the blazing sun of the sun god, the taste of this moon seems to be more pure and pure, with a special cheese flavor specializing in Austria. The ferocious giant werewolf looked at the tiny figure guarded by the moon in front of him with endless aftertastes, and his eyes were full of crazy fighting intent and playfulness. Since the predetermined prey was robbed by you, then you will be the prey for this hunt, and struggle as much as you like. I will teach you the etiquette that you should have as a junior. The wind howled, and the wind surrounded the werewolf, reducing the friction with the air. The werewolf's physical fitness suddenly improved by 30%. The heavy rain poured down, and a thunderlight slashed down. The huge werewolf held the thunderlight, as if holding the spear of thunder. Zeus, the werewolf's huge emerald pupils flashed green light. Yu's body suddenly froze, and the huge thunder spear was thrown out by the opportunity. The situation was extremely dangerous. Thunder spear's speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, it came to Yu's body as if it had penetrated space. The pupils shrank, and the satellites around Yu fluctuated, suddenly changing their trajectory, forming a formation to block Yu's body. A violent explosion resounded through the sky. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the ground, and thick black smoke billowed, covering most of the basin. At the same time, Woban waved his hand violently and exerted his power at a gust of wind and raging waves, manipulating a thunderous gust of wind, a billion-volt thunderbolt, and a wind blade strong enough to cut diamonds, and smashed it like an overwhelming amount of money. The infinite repulsive force fluctuated, the black smoke and violent thunder. The sharp wind blade was disturbed by the terrifying repulsion force, and the repulsion force that repelled everything changed the attack trajectory, wiping Yu's body and swept away into the distance. The earth was slashed by thunder and wind, and it was devastated. Yu waved his hand violently. 12 miniature bright moons reappeared beside Yu, and then suddenly dispersed. The surrounding space was distorted, an invisible fluctuation spread, and the gravity was suddenly chaotic. Woban's huge wolf the body was fixed by the sudden change of gravity. In Yu's body, the golden core fluctuated violently. A bright moon slowly appeared in the sky, and gravity fluctuated around it, and the gravitational force was distorted and enhanced dozens of times. Speed performed the blow of the falling star, which was a blow to simulate the mass extinction that occurred when the Cage of Terror was wiped out 65 million years ago. The planet collided with Woban's location with lightning speed. The full moon smashed into the ground, but rarely did it vibrate. There was a rustling sound, and white dust filled the audience. Yu grabbed the dust that was floating over, looked at the dust in her hand, and rubbed it gently. Salt. With a bang, the giant werewolf reappeared, with green light in his eyes, shaped like ghost eyes. It was Sodom, the devil pupil who captured the one-eyed war god Horatius Pervirus. With this, Woban salted the falling moon and received the blow without injury. Well done, kid, but it's still too tender. Woban opened his mouth wide and grinned mockingly. Yu remained silent. Her eyes fluctuated for a while, and all the stones in the basin floated up. With a wave of her hand, the stones rubbed violently against the atmosphere, forming an airtight barrage net like a meteor, and the net was directed towards Woban. There was thunder and lightning in the sky, and the wind was blowing violently. Before the stone touched Woban's body 5 meters away, it was chopped by the wind and chopped into coke or broken into pieces, and fell silently. "Are you exhausted?" Woban roared, running towards the ground on all fours, like an arrogant wolf king. The hair on his body kept falling off, turning into a giant wolf the size of a bison with brown fur, formed into tens of thousands of devouring wolves. They swept towards you. At this time, the egg finally annihilated Siegfried's divine power, continuously decomposed its information, and deduced the rules of the world. Siegfried, derived from the Norse legend, the legend of Volsung, and the German medieval epic, the Song of the Nibelungen. It is the inheritance of weapons with forged weapons, Graham's forged legend, Graham's inheritance to Siegfried, the ancestor of the Norse god Odin, and the slaughtering cage snake to gain power, killing the evil cage Fafnir to gain immortality, because of these 3 heroic gods of steel sublimation. The cage snake originated from the spirit of the earth, and the magic sword Graham, which was taken out of the world tree nourished by the earth, is the embodiment of the power of the earth. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to think that his power is derived from the earth. Similar to the situation when ancient ancestors excavated metal from the earth to cast iron weapons, steel, which was rarely produced in the ancient cast iron process, represented the most powerful military force at that time. It is precisely because the characteristics of his mythology are all derived from the earth, and most of the divine power contained in it is the rule of absorbing the power of the earth and turning it into the power of steel. The rules were taken out of Siegfried's divine power by eggs, and finally the most suitable rules were instilled into Yu's soul. The rules contacted the soul, and according to the laws of the Godslayer world, turned into a power. Looking at the attacking wolves, Yuta laughed and rushed over. "The second round is on, Woban. I'm going to be steel." Chapter 23. Yu activates the power derived from egg deduction, the incarnation of steel, which has the power to simulate the steel symbol of the steel god of war that you fought against. The incarnation ability was activated, and the original rune appeared on Yu's whole body. The dense rune turned into a bat wing, with a head like a monitor lizard, covering Yu's whole body with a phantom like a long snake. It is the undead steel body obtained by bathing the blood of the evil cage Fafnir previously used by Siegfried. The terrifying power doubled Yu's body 10 times that of the Godslayer, and Yu felt that his own could even lift the entire Mount Everest. His body glowed red, and with one step, he directly broke through 100 times the speed of sound by running, and the shock wave of the mere running shook the oncoming Woban's huge wolves into meat mud like the roar of the sky. Yu slammed his right fist out, and the boxing that surpassed the limit of ordinary people's eyesight brought out afterimages, as if Tao gave birth to 1, 2 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to all things. It was obviously just one punch, but it was like countless punches. Rubbing against the air, there was a lot of rainbow light, and Yu blasted out a torrent of light composed of thousands of fists like a 1,000-handed Taoist. Woban was caught off guard by Yu's sudden increase in speed. At the critical moment, Woban summoned the mythical beast 100-eyed giant that was buried in the ground many years ago and turned into a servant of death. It is 50 meters high, with thick wooden sticks gathered, and the top of the head is densely covered with eyes. After the 100-eyed giant came out, he roared wildly and confronted the torrent of Yu's fist head-on, and time seemed to be frozen. With a bang, the 100-eyed giant who appeared on the stage for less than a second was beaten into minced flesh, and then burned to ashes by the air ignited by the torrent of fists. The rune evil cage looming around Yu disappeared, replaced by a handle about 1 meter long and about 50 centimeters wide, shaped like the teeth of a huge carnivore. It was a magic sword made of cage teeth. Graham. "I will be transformed into steel. O divine sword of light and shadow that cuts everything off, the world. It is already sunset time. Shoot down the evil dragon." Yu Yong chanted the spirit of words, waving the extreme magic sword Graham. The dazzling torrent of light blasted into the dark and deep underground, chasing after Woban. The dazzling brilliance of the torrent of light illuminated the ground. In the center of the ground, a werewolf with a height of 30 meters opened its bloody mouth. "Using light as a lure to deal with me is your biggest failure. Swallow it, wolf of greed." The werewolf's mouth expanded sharply, biting into the torrent of light, swallowing it up. Tisk. The gram in his hand disappeared. Fafnir's phantom reappeared, and Yu blasted a torrent of fists against the ground again, like a god king above the sky, exuding the divine might of stepping on the sky and breaking the ground. To Woban. "Do you want to use the same trick for a second time?" Wind and furious waves. Thunder slammed into Woban's wolf. Woban's body was emitting blue electric light. His physical fitness suddenly improved, and he waved his claws at supersonic speed. The shadows of the claws filled the sky, and countless claws slammed into the torrent of fists. The two sides collided and canceled each other out. However, the impact of the collision caused a magnitude 8 earthquake. The ground was suddenly enlarged dozens of times, and the rocky ground under Yu's feet suddenly collapsed, with the gravel falling to the ground. Pada, before you could stand firm, Woban swung a huge wolf claws 3 meters wide and slammed over. Yuzeo was prepared for this, and he swung out his fists, hitting the pads in the heart of Woban's claws. Holding Woban's claws, and a dull drum sounded from the ground. It's quite capable, kid. Woban grinned and praised miserably. That's it. You copied Woban's tone and responded grimly. In an instant, you used 80% of his strength, carrying the sound of wind and thunder, and kicked Woban's lower body out. DD. Time passed quietly, and a few seconds later, a sound like an egg shattered. Woban's eyes were bloodshot. He quickly released the claws that collided with you. His claws clasped the lower half, trembling and shouting, "I'm going to kill you." In an instant, Woban's figure disappeared, replaced by a 30-foot-long, sulfur-smelling black cage with vertical scales like black onyx. The giant cage opened a big mouth full of sharp teeth. Zaya bit down hard. "It's your biggest failure to turn into a cage to deal with me as a lore." You replied to Woban's previous wild words, yelling out of the word spirit of the incarnation of steel. "I will be transformed into steel." The re-emergence of Grams suddenly shines brightly, and the torrent of bright light reappears, running through time and space, and also through the huge black cage in the sky, pinning it firmly on the rock wall. Tick tick, tick tick. The dark dragon blood spreads all over the ground, emitting a trace of hot air, and at the same time corrodes the ground, and the entire ground is full of pits, and pits corroded by dragon blood. The pitch-black magic dragon gradually disappeared, replaced by Woban's pale and aging humanoid posture. "Little boy, you won this time. Don't be too proud. Don't die at the hands of others." The silver-haired old man's figure gradually disappeared into the world, and his anger continued to spread underground. After a while, a male voice came from the top of the cave. "Hey, bro, you seem to have got some interesting powers." "Papa." The young blonde man who jumped from the top of the cave to the ground was the silver-armed sword king Salvatore Toni. "It's really an interesting ability. Let's practice sometime, shall we?" Looking at the position of the black cage body that Woban had been pinned to earlier, Toni said eagerly, his face full of excitement. "F asterisk asterisk K off. You be asterisk 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 D. You were actually held back by a group of cannon fodder. After the fierce battle, you collapsed to the ground, scolding Toni feebly. Sorry. The sword skills of the ancient knights called out by the old man are really amazing. It took a little more time to steal the learning, but for his luck, he made a lot of money this time." Toni smiled very cheerfully, and the young swordsman was sincerely happy for the improvement of his swordsmanship. "Hey, how do you look like you want to experiment with the newly learned skills on me?" You looked at the mentally handicapped young man with a sword in front of him with a black line. "Can't you?" Toni responded dumbly. "F asterisk asterisk KU. I want to go home." You stood up, patted her body, flicked off the dust, came to the surface in a few jumps, and rushed in the direction of the previous dome. "Wait for me." Toni's cry came from the ground, echoing constantly in the ground. Chapter 24. Jingle, 7 a.m., the alarm goes off. Boom. With a low pop, the alarm clock stopped abruptly, as if it was mercilessly smashed to pieces by Yu's iron fist. The Kasuga wild dome on the floor next to him opened his eyes with thin black eyes, picked up the black rabbit doll next to the floor, and smashed it slowly on Yu's forehead. Very noisy. Yu opened his eyes were bloodshot, and his voice was dazed, ignoring Cheong's attack. "Sorry, I forgot to set the alarm last night." After the war with Woban, Yu and Cheong went on an 11-day trip to Italy. However, during the trip, the King of Swords of Wu Chi came to provoke many times. Yu, who had been peeping at the rules of the silver hand that ripped apart everything for a long time, naturally greeted him with a couch. Yu and Toni, who intend to serve the Italian people and carry out forced demolition work, are repeatedly suppressed by his sister Cheong and Toni's close friend Andrew. Because of many times to stop the Demon King's feats, the European soy sauce parties have given the two of them the Demon King. The strange name for the suppressor, Deacon of the King, is said to have been registered by the Council of Sages in Greenwich. Until the end of the trip to Italy, you couldn't find the slightest chance to be alone. He had to return to Yamato last night, and now he is in the midst of the frequent effects of international travel. I'm going to order some breakfast. Go to sleep. Xiong. You scratched her hair in distress. Her head was still dizzy and speechless. This was due to the chaotic work and rest time, so she wandered towards the bathroom. 1 hour later, Kasuga Noya's restaurant. Both Yu and Xiong sat sleepily at the dining table, yawning. Shay Gongshin was dressed in a black deacon uniform and swiftly placed the huxiao breakfast on the table that you specially emphasized. Crystal steamed dumplings, meat buns, and soy milk were all placed on the table. Who is she? Looking at Saya Gongshin, who was constantly busy in front of him, the sober Kasuga Yi Xiong pouted and looked at the lover opposite him angrily. Oh, it's just a subordinate. Yu yawned, then picked up the steamed bun and opened his mouth to bite. His words were a little slurred. Kasuga Yi Xiong looked suspiciously at Yu, who was attentively resisting the food, and after a few seconds of careful consideration, he confirmed that there was nothing abnormal before picking up the crystal steamed dumplings with chopsticks and quietly enjoying breakfast. There was a faint cold sweat on Shay Gongshin's head. Just the day before yesterday, she had been ordered by the elders behind the scenes of the official history compilation committee to tell the new king. Looking at the very alert silver-haired girl in front of her, Saya Gongshin was very distressed. Is there any way to cut into the love routine of sister-controlled big brother and brother-controlled sister? Online wait, very urgent. Speaking of which, Xiong, are you willing to go to school? You took the fried dough stick and dipped it in soy milk, biting his mouth tightly. Haruai Yezuin had an expression of disgust on his face. Trouble, I'm not going. That's it. You reached the final decision with a nonchalant expression. The corners of Shay Gongshin's mouth twitched wildly. At this time, shouldn't you be aware of it and persuade your sister with reason? Let her go to school obediently, enjoy school life, and start the school plot? Why not play cards according to common sense? By the way, I'm going to visit the neighbors later, shall I? You suddenly remembered the homeless goddess Muying, who was trapped by Yu Yejian and him, and had the idea of visiting. Xiong was keenly aware of the abnormality, and when he heard the word neighbor, a flash of inspiration seemed to remind him of something, and his face was gloomy. I don't allow you to have contact with that woman. That woman? Oh, ahem now? Good. You agreed very readily. Xiong looked at you suspiciously, and felt Yu's weirdness for the first time. When did it start? What I remember is that Yu's personality changed after he returned to Akiran and found you seriously injured under the shrine. At this time, San Raphael's words appeared in Xiong's mind. Every Godslayer, whether he admits it or not, is eager to fight in his heart. So, you stopped hiding his true nature? Wait a minute. In this case, the restored you likes me, not the fox? The girl is caught in a sweet fantasy. You looked suspiciously at the shy girl in front of him. I said, do you want to visit the neighbors together? Xiong suddenly reflected, as if he had been found out, and blushed. Forget it, I'll be fine at home. Halala, welcome back, Xiaoyu. The last time I came back was last summer vacation. Yes, it's been a year, and you've grown up a lot. If you have any difficulties, you can ask us for help. Yes. You responded with a gentle smile to the old couple Furukawa from the neighbor's house. Next, I need to visit other neighbors, so I will say goodbye first. You said goodbye to the two old people with Japanese etiquette and walked to Chaiji Shrine. This child is really strong. Grandpa Furukawa sighed while looking at Yu's back. Yeah, after all, I heard from Dr. Kasagano's cousin that my parents died in an accident, said the stooped old lady Furukawa sadly. Do your best to help if you can. After speaking, Grandpa Gui helped his wife into the back room. You climbed to the top of the steps of Cheheim Shrine and saw the main building of the shrine that was rebuilt. Xiaoyu. A fresh and sweet voice came from behind. You turned around and looked at the pretty girl behind her. It was a girl with short brown shoulder-length hair, wearing a legal white top, a red scarlet hakama-style kimono, white kimono socks, and red sandals. She was dressed like a witch. Dressing up, the girl looked at you with a surprised look on her face. Long time no see, Tianmo. You laughed heartily with the joy of meeting an old friend after a long absence. Huh. Tian Mewing looked at you angrily, her face quite dissatisfied. Let's do it again. It's been a long time, Ing. You touched his forehead and said with a wry smile. Well, long time no see, Xiaoyu. Ying's face suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny, with a bright smile. Why did you come back so early this year? It's not yet summer vacation. Ing looked at her childhood sweetheart strangely, with a puzzled look on her face. I'm in a bit of a state. I guess I will settle here later. You changed the topic with a haha. Really? Ing was overjoyed and grabbed Yu's shoulders with both hands in surprise. Pat, the sound of the bag falling to the ground. A black-haired girl stared blankly at the two people hugging each other in front of her. Chapter 25. At 10 a.m., Okuki Sumsha, Eheim Shrine. Yu Yueying sat on the steps of the shrine and was interrogated by the pretty girl who was black and straight in front of her. So, it's just the excitement of meeting the childhood sweethearts whom I haven't seen for many years. Isn't that what I thought they were dating? Nagisa Iya looked suspiciously at the goddess Mewing and Yu, her face full of doubts, as if she was catching AR *********** wife. Yes, Xiaoya, you have to believe me. The goddess Mewing blushed and was misunderstood by her sister that she was dating a boy. For a 16-year-old flower girl, the degree of shame is too high. That's exactly how things are. Also, for the first time, I'm Yu Kasagano. Looking at the long, straight black hair in front of him, tied lightly with white ribbons, wearing a violet dress and a white coat, the pretty girl, Yu secretly swept over her exquisite female Chiao body, and then made a self-introduction with a serious face. Akradine, first meeting, I'm Nagisa Ichiba, please take care of me. The sudden self-introduction made the girl who had little contact with boys at a loss, but her strict upbringing made her reflect it, and she immediately replied standard ladies' etiquette. Kasagano, there is only one deceased doctor in town with this surname. Nagisa Ichi suddenly recalled something. When I was a child, I remembered that whenever she fell ill, her parents would take her to the clinic where Dr. Kishino was a close friend of her grandfather for treatment. I vaguely remember that there was a little boy helping with chores next to Dr. Kasuga. Nagisa Iya looked at Yu's face carefully and could vaguely see the boy's face that he had seen when he was young. Ing sneaked behind Zhu Iya's back, wrapped her wrists around Zhu Iya's neck, leaned her little head gently against Zhu Iya's head, and whispered softly in her ear. Is Zaiwai fascinated by Xiaoyu? Why do you keep staring at his face? Nagisa Iya suddenly shuddered, blushing with shame, and looked helpless. No, it just feels familiar. I seem to have seen it many times at Yukasagano Hospital when I was a child. Hey, I don't believe it. You don't seem to have seen Xiaoyu when you were young. Ying's face became cat-like, and her lips became M-shaped. Wait, I remember that I went with you several times. Nagisa Iya looked at the goddess Mewing angrily, her neck turning red. Oh, it seems to have happened a few times. By the way, is there anything Xiao Iya has come to see me today? Looking at the cat-like sister with fried fur, Ying chuckled and cooperated with Nagisa Iya to change the topic in case the dog jumped the wall. Akradine, I almost forgot. I'm here to get the amulet. After being interrupted, Nagisa Ichi remembered the purpose of his trip. Amulet? What do you want them to do? They are useless. They can only be used for psychological comfort. Because the people present were either relatives or close friends, Ing dismantled the shrine platform without hesitation. The house seems to be haunted recently. Nagisa Iya said in a panic, as if remembering something unbearable. Haunted? X2-inch Yu Yueying suddenly shuddered, but one was excited and the other was scared. In other words, even if Yu, who has been a human in 2 lifetimes, has fought with gods and demons several times, he has never seen this species of ghosts, and Yu suddenly became curious. Ing shivered and hid behind Yu, for fear that the back of Yi on the opposite side would suddenly turn into a ghost. What is the problem? Nagisa angrily looked at her sister who was far away from her like a plague god. Did she take me for a ghost? At first, it was an unknown figure seen by the housekeeper's grandfather. And then Sister Chujia also reported that there were strange figures wandering in her father's study and bedroom, and yesterday both parents saw strange things. This morning I also saw a blurry figure outside the study. The figure is unclear, so I hurried over to order the amulet. There's really a ghost, but the amulet is also. Wait a minute. Xiaoya, please wait a moment. After hearing this, Ing seemed to remember something, turned around and walked into the shrine, and pushed out an old wooden box with difficulty. Rummaging through the box. After a while, Ing took out a dozen old talisman papers from the old wooden box and cheered. Found it. This is it. This is amulet. Yu and Nagisa Ichi looked at Ying's movement strangely and asked at the same time when they saw the old talisman paper. Oh, it's something that the previous generation's Grandpa Gongji told me before he died. Something to take out and use when there is danger. Ing pointed to the old wooden box and said, in the old wooden box, there are too many items with faint spell fluctuations, such as old talisman paper, old but spotless floating dust, naturally fluorescent beads, and so on. It seems that the previous old Gongji is a person related to the magic world. There are many items to guard against all kinds of evil things, and even guard against magicians. Although they cannot resist 2 strong enemies, it is more than enough to protect an ordinary girl. Collecting these things is a very energy-consuming behavior for an ordinary old palace minister, and he really loves his granddaughter. You looked at the elated Ing. Isn't it the palace minister of the previous generation? I heard that he is a very capable Shintoist. Nagisa Ie was overjoyed. Then, let's take this to catch the ghost. Let's go on an adventure with Xiaoyu. It's like when I was a child. Ing seemed to have obtained some magical weapon and eagerly grabbed Nagisa Ie's hand and greeted you to go forward together row. On the other side of the sea in the land of Daxia, Mount Tai, the head of the 5 sacred mountains, is silently watching the east. Have you been taken to the far east? There was lightning and thunder in the sky, and a 3-meter-thick thunder column crossed the sky, illuminating the entire Mount Tai, and even the figure that illuminated the top of the mountain. What I'm asking for is my original self. The 2 beautiful girls gradually moved away, looking at the direction of the west suspiciously. Always feel like something is approaching? God of disobedience? If it is true, the egg dessert is estimated to be available. The figures of the girls were approaching the end of the stairs of the shrine, and you flashed and followed 2 meters behind them. Chapter 26. On the outskirts of Ashikaga City, the Nagisa family's house occupies a large area. In one of the living rooms, the 2 sat at the 2 ends of the tea table, drinking tea and chatting. Nagisa Yipping's biological father, Nagisa Yipping skillfully brewed tea, looked at the middle-aged man opposite, and said, "Dasukkan, since you were promoted to the Ming-rank priest, you have rarely come to drink tea with me? Are you preparing for the highest net rank position for the assessment?" The middle-aged man sitting across from Nagisa Ippii was the priest of the Ming order, Daisuke Harada, who had led the members of Kita Inari Shrine to check the situation of Uki-san half a month ago. Originally, I was preparing to hit the highest priest assessment, but because of the big event half a month ago, I was specially approved for promotion because I handled it properly. Harada Daisuke pointed to the priest's robe and said bragging, "Huh? This is Jingy," Zhu Yipping said in surprise. There are rules about what kind of clothes a priest of what rank should wear, and the net clothes are clothes that only the highest priest can wear, representing the highest rank priest, and the priest of this rank is often the highest authority in the shrine. Or a follow-up. Yeah, the situation that I thought was going to be fatal turned out to be safe. I'm really lucky. Harada Daisuke sighed, and he still can't calm down. And he contradicted the Demon King, but luckily survived, and even got promoted and made a fortune. It was really exciting. And I heard that the Demon King recently almost sunk the Balkans in Europe because of robbing women. Situation of mortal death? It's not so good to remind me of things on the curse side. Zhu Yipping took a look around, making sure that no outsiders were present before he felt relieved, and looked at his junior high school friend opposite. As for the work of Daisuke Harada, Nagisa Ippii, who is already a member of the House of Representatives in Japan, and even a strong contender for the position of Speaker, naturally knows something. They are all members of Congress who have huge influence in various places, so for the Magic Circle, the members are barely inside the circle. It doesn't matter. This time I'm here to inform you of something. After all, you are also involved in this big event. Daisuke Harada said helplessly. If possible, he really didn't want this friend who took more care of him in his youth to be involved, but when he was recently in charge of sorting out the information about the people around Rakshasa King, he found that the illegitimate daughter of his friend who was secretly protected can be fully evaluated. Made up for the Rakshasa King's concubine. As the prospective father-in-law of the Rakshasa King, if you say that there is no involvement, that is impossible. I've already been implicated. Is there any bad impact? Zhu Yipping's pupils shrank slightly, and he knew a little about the magic world. Recently, it is rumored that some centuries-old families provoked the status of the legendary 4 families in Beijing, the Xiao Palace family, and were exterminated. I don't think there will be any bad effects. It is estimated that your election as the Speaker of the House of Representatives this time is basically a certainty. It is just directly related to Xiaoying. Daisuke Harada pondered for a while and said to Nagisa Yipping, "Xiaoying, what's wrong with her? What happened? Is it okay?" Hearing the name he cared so much about, Zhu Yipping even ignored the information that the Speaker must be elected. For the child born to this lover who was in love with rumors and disregarding the danger of life, he has always felt extremely guilty for many years. He suddenly heard that his daughter seemed to be involved in the murderous magic world. Ask again and again. That child was spotted by the big man at the center of the incident. Daisuke Harada sorted out his remarks and vaccinated his friend. Big man? What big man? When he heard that his daughter was only seen by a big man, and there was no danger to his life, Zhu Yipping's nervousness was relieved. He drank slightly bitter tea and asked his best friend. The status of that big man is the same as the meaning of the ancient emperor to Yamato for today's Yamato. Harada Daisuke's face was full of wry smiles and mockery. I and my friends have supported each other until now. One is about to be the speaker, and the other is about to succeed the shrine's highest palace minister. Opportunities are often accompanied by extreme danger. I don't know how many people are jealous of their status. Because of the king, they dare not do it for the time being. But how can they not know their own situation? It's said to be near the Rakshasa king, but the king may not even know who he is. In order to stabilize the current position, from the current point of view, I am afraid that we have to start with the poor child, but I just don't know if my friend can be ruthless. Nagisa Yipping took a deep breath and had a clear understanding of the status of a big man. At the same time, the political literacy he had cultivated over the years made him understand the current situation. Using Ying to get closer to that big man. After abandoning her at a young age and letting her live alone in a shrine for 16 years, will she sacrifice her future happiness? The voice and face of a lover who has passed away appeared in the middle. He couldn't cross the barrier in his heart. If we don't sacrifice, both of us will have to go to Huangquan Hirazaka, and it's not a bad thing to marry a childhood sweetheart. Let's just push it. Harada Daisuke understands the feelings of his friends. After all, when the incident happened, he was also present, and it was he who discouraged Nagisa Ye's parents from keeping their marriage for Ye's sake. Childhood sweethearts. Hearing Daisuke Harada's words, Nagisa Yipping widened his eyes and looked at his best friend. In his understanding, he had the same status as the emperor. Naturally, he thought that it was the same as the current Emperor Yamato, and the old man in his 90s took a fancy to it. Having his own illegitimate daughter, no father would be happy with such a thing. Oh, look at my memory. Let me tell you in detail about the Demon King on the ground. Seeing Nagisa Yipping's expression, Harada Daisuke knew that he wanted a fork, patted his head, and faced Nagisa. Ippei explained the story about the Demon King. Disobedient gods who descended upon the earth to wreak havoc against mythology, and mortals who rose up against their atrocities. Each of their deeds is like a superposition of countless miracles. They went backwards as weak mortals, defeated and killed the gods who held divine power and had boundless power, usurped the power of gods, and ruled all things on earth. Be respected as a demon king by all things. You mean? Dr. Kasuga's grandson killed the gods and became the Rakshasa king? He then ruled Yamato. Nagisa Yipping stared at Daisuke Harada in amazement. If he hadn't known each other for decades, he would have suspected the other side for a long time. Where is the Qigong master invited by Monkey, specifically to tease him? Don't believe it, that's the way it is. Didn't it say that a meteorite impacted at the shrine, wherein lived temporarily in the first half of the month? In fact, it was the king's battle to kill the gods. At the shrine, King Kasagano faced the boundless divine power of Lord Moon Yejin with a mortal body. It kills him. Perceiving the doubts of Nagisa Yipping's words, Daisuke Harada hurriedly gave an example to prove it. You have to think about it. Technology and spells are so advanced. If a meteorite hits here, the country will issue an evacuation message a few hours earlier, or will you be notified after the event? Words to prove themselves. He is an orthodox priest, not a Qigong master on the other side of the continent. Make no mistake. I was preparing to run for the speaker in Tokyo at the time, and I didn't cover it up. I really don't know. Nagisa Yipping responded in a daze. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and the doorman heard the old butler's voice. Master, Mr. Harada, Miss Ichiba, and Miss Ei came to visit with the grandson of Dr. Kasagano. What? Chapter 27. In the living room, Nagisa Yipping and Harada Daisuke looked at each other. Isn't that true? And girl brought her to meet her parents so soon? Upon hearing the news of the arrival of the Demon King, Harada Daisuke was immediately surprised. He and Nagisa Yipping have not yet figured out what appropriate way to selling for glory and succeed in the big fade of the Demon King. With the girl's character, it's really possible. Zhu Yipping thought about Ying's usual energetic and vigorous personality. Did he want to gain his father's approval? Girl, let's go, Daisuke-kun. Now we can only act on a whim. After patting his body, Zhu Yipping stood up and walked out of the living room. Just let me see with my eyes what kind of person. If you want to marry my daughter, you must pass me. With a determined look, Zhu Yipping walked towards the entrance. This. Thinking of the situation where he almost collided with the Demon King and died on the street. You must know that his head still hurts. Daisuke Harada stood up tremblingly. Old man, you are the husband-in-law. You are not afraid. I am not afraid of me. After hesitating for a moment, Harada Daisuke still followed in the footsteps of Nagisa Yipping. The black Toyota slowly stopped at the door of a Japanese-style wooden mansion. Snapped. The car door opened, and you and the Nagisa sisters walked out of the car door. You looked around and looked at the building in front of him, with a faint golden light in his eyes. It's really strange. There's no chilly aura attached to it. How can it be haunted? However, there seems to be something wrong with the ley lines. Delusion? Do not. There must be something different that can make me perceive the anomaly. A pair of plain hands quietly wrapped around Yu's neck. This was Ying's hand, and the little hand shook the old talisman paper that was clenched tightly in his hand. Let's go. Don't look. Let's go in and catch the ghost. So troublesome, Chujia's sister to drive the car into the garage. Wait, Ying, your actions are too intimate. Girls have to be more reserved. Nagisa Yipping, who was greeting the driver Najizaka Chujia, turned his head and saw the behavior of the two of them kissing. Suddenly shy face. Haha, Xiao Yao is jealous. Let go of me and I won't rob you of Xiao Yu. Ying teased Zhu Ye recklessly. Grab what? We just met for the first time, okay. He picked up the small bag in his hand and slapped Ying's head lightly. The girl's heart attacked, her face blushed, and occasionally she secretly looked at Yu's profile. After all, the face of the creamy boy was quite attractive to the rich and powerful young lady. At this time, Nagisa Ippei and Harada Daisuke walked out of the gate and looked in the direction of the three. Father, Harada uncle, good afternoon. Nagisa Iya immediately gave a ladylike salute when he saw the two of them. The goddess Mewing panicked when she saw the two of them, hid behind Iyi, and whispered in her ear. Little Iya, you cheat on me. Shouldn't the old man not be at home at this time? And even Uncle Harada is there. I don't know. My father was not at home when I went out earlier. Nagisa Iya stretched his hand behind his back and lightly grabbed Ying's hand, stabilizing her emotions. In the past, Ying came to the house when his parents were away, but when Zhu Yipping learned from the housekeeper that Ying would come over, he usually avoided it for a reason, but this time he went out to greet him for some reason. Could it be because of him? Nagisa Iya looked at Yu's back curiously. At this time, Nagisa Yipping and Harada Daisuke walked in front of Yu, bowed 90 degrees in unison, and then had a charming smile on their faces. Your Majesty's visit to the cold house really makes the cold house shine. Hey, is this person really an old man? Ying stared blankly at the two servant-like faces in front of her. I guess, isn't it? Nagisa Iya responded in a daze. Nagisa Yipping, who had always appeared in front of the two of them with a serious image since childhood, brought Daisuke Harada in front of you with a nod and bowed appearance, quite safe to accompany him. The style of the three. Then the majestic image of the father in the girl's heart collapsed suddenly. You looked at the two people who nodded and bowed in front of her, and felt the strange gaze from the two sisters behind her. The corners of her mouth twitched wildly. I shouldn't have come here. Your Majesty, please come in. Zhu Yipping stretched out his hand to make a bow and invited him. No need. I just heard Yi say that this place is haunted. Just come and have a look. There was a golden light in Yu's eyes, seeing through the earth and looking directly at the flow of the ley lines, when she saw the faint spell under the study. After the powerful Shikigami paper, he was enlightened. Have you offended someone recently, and someone actually killed you with the Yin-Yang spell? You can ask Zhu Yipping. Curse killing? Sorry, dare to ask what kind of curse killing method is your Majesty? Harada Daisuke asked with a surprised expression. It should be the curse-killing Shikigami of the minority school of Juanliu. Yu's eyes penetrated the study, and he confirmed the appearance of the Shikigami paper. Yu, who has deduced the rules for acquiring the Saya Palace's 1,000-year-old collection through eggs, in a sense, his foundation of Onmyoji is even more than that of Ampi Saimai, but it is only of great use to him who has power. I'm sorry, the fighters are all in front. Daisuke Harada took out the talisman and manipulated the Shikigami. A snow-white white fox appeared around him. Kita Inari Shrine is dedicated to the god Inari, and the family of the god of Inari appears in the image of a fox. Naturally, the Shikigami passed down by the shrine are all foxes. Baihu stretched his back and quickly walked to the front of the study. His figure sneaked into the ground in a flash, bit a small paper figure in the blink of an eye, jumped out from the ground, and ran to Daisuke Harada's side. Looking at the paper figurine in the mouth of the white fox, Harada Daisuke said sullenly. Sure enough, it's a spell-killing technique of Juanliu. Recalling the current information on the movements of all the descendants of Juanliu, Daisuke Harada identified the suspect. Recently, the three big trees that are competing for the speaker together seemed to have a guest minister of the origin. Ippei-kun. Nagisa Yipping stared blankly at Nagisa Iya, as early as when you started calling Nagisa Iya, who did not show any expression of resistance. Actually, he was shocked by Nagisa Yipping's behavior and didn't react. Zhu Yipping's heart was already rolling with thunder. In Yamato, only people of the opposite S*X who are extremely close can call them by their first names. Do I have to pay for both of my daughters? Nagisa Yipping was full of cows. Chapter 28. From the servile gesture that Nagisa Yipping greeted when he went out, until the series of scenes when the white fox sneaked out of the Shikigami. Nagisa, Ie, and Ying's brains suddenly fell into chaos. When I suddenly saw an unscientific scene, I naturally fell into a state of stupidity. In the near future, you'd better be more careful, Ippei-kun. One flat. One flat. Daisuke Harada shouted at Nagisa Yipping holding the talisman paper. Yipping-kun. With a low voice, the two sisters and Nagisa Yipping were suddenly woken up. Daisuke Harada looked helplessly at the panicked father and daughter in front of him. What a gaffe. He was dumbfounded in front of Mienxia. Without such a pitiful old friend, I was left alone to brush the Demon King. After regaining his senses, Zhu Yipping's face suddenly became extremely gloomy, and he looked at the three young people in the arena. Under the severe blow, the pain of losing his daughter, he ignored the terrifying identity of the young Demon King and snorted coldly. You three, come with me. Immediately turning around and walking towards the living room, Daisuke Harada looked at the distant figure, gritted his teeth, and followed Zhu Yipping's footsteps. With a confused expression on his face, you looked at Zhu Yipping, who was performing Sichuan opera's face-changing skills in front of him, looked at Zhu Ie and Ing, and pointed his head. Have your family been injured here? Nagisa, Ie, and Ing shook their heads and said in unison. Actually, this is how it usually looks. Daisuke Harada followed Nagisa Ippei and walked towards the living room. Yipping-kun, Yipping, you don't want to die? How dare you speak to that person in such a tone? Let me tell you, if this is not the Demon King, I really want his life right now. Nagisa said like a demon. Hearing this, Daisuke Harada took a step, took out the talisman paper, and used the Onmyo technique on Nagisa Yipping. Not controlled by any spell, Daisuke Harada stared blankly at the signs that the subject was in a normal state on the talisman paper. Gritting his teeth, with years of trust, he followed in the footsteps again. In the living room, 5 people were seated around the tea table. Nagisa Ie skillfully brewed tribute tea and placed cups and cups of brewed tea in front of everyone. When do you want to marry my daughter? This sentence popped out of Nagisa Yipping's mouth abruptly. Bang pong, puff. The sound of the tea set falling to the ground was followed by 3 water sprays. Nagisa Ie and the goddess Mewing blushed into a cloud. Father, what are you talking about? Nagisa said in a trembling voice, ignoring the hot tea dripping on his hands. These words, which were caught off guard, almost didn't frighten her silly. Ing on the other side is already in the state of mosquito coil eyes. Her head is overloaded and short-circuited. Seeing the reaction of the 2 daughters, Zhu Yipping was stunned, and then looked at you with an incredible look. He just said the daughter, but both daughters had such a strange reaction? You was confused again. What's going on? I plan to catch ghosts and see the world. How did it become a door-to-door proposal? Crack. Answer my question. After recovering from the stunned spirit, Zhu Yipping immediately clapped his hands on the table, stood up abruptly, and stared at Yudao. I'm not an adult yet. You replied blankly, with an obvious shirk in his tone. He was still young, and his heart was still wild. Besides, he naturally faced this vague question in a perfunctory manner. Okay, then get engaged first, then get married in 2 years. Zhu Yipping sighed, and said helplessly, What's the situation? You suddenly stared dumbfounded. Is your daughter so beautiful and worried about marriage? Until she was pulled out of the living room by the blushing 2 sisters, you was in a state of confusion. Hi. It's really high? I finally understand why I have been hovering in the Ming rank position before, and you can already prepare to run for the speaker. This method is absolutely perfect. In the living room, when the juniors left, Harada Daisuke gave Zhu Yipping a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. He just proposed a daughter to marry, but the old man would pack his daughter away without thinking. This time, the position of the speaker who I have objections to is not stable anymore. It can only be said that it was a helpless move. The king's intention was to figure it out. It is better to follow his intentions than to resist. In this case, the daughters will have a better life when they get married. Thinking back to use previous the expression, Zhu Yipping's face was full of bitterness and hatred. By the way, what should I do about my opponent's use of a spell to kill me? Although it concerns himself, the matter in the magic world naturally needs to be dealt with by people in the magic world, so Nagisa asked Daisuke Harada what he said. Opinion. What else needs to be done? Just release the news of Yi Weiying's engagement with that person, and some people will kill him. Harada Daisuke said with a look of contempt, as if his opponent was a little grasshopper. Oh, losing 2 daughters is somewhat useful. Zhu Yipping sneered. Dong dong. At this moment there was a knock on the door, and the doorman heard the voice of the old housekeeper. Patriarch, the Taishan stone you bought for the house is daring, and it has arrived by air. What do you dare to do when you buy a stone? Hearing the sound, Daisuke Harada was full of doubts. It's used to house the house. I thought there was something dirty in the house. Didn't you say before that in such a situation, using these house items is very useful? Butler, just put it in the predetermined position. Anyway, it's okay. Pay the bill. It's pretty useful. Zhu Yiping instructed the housekeeper outside the room. On the other side, Yu, who bid farewell to the sisters of the Zhu family, was walking on the path in the woods in a state close to the speed of sound, recalling the blushing pretty faces of the two sisters before, and Yu had a big head. Sister, imagining the scene of Chiong's temper, Yu's head swelled into a basketball. After moving at a high speed, Yu returned to Kasagano House in a short while and entered the living room from the entrance. At this time, Chiong was playing online games on a high-end Sony laptop in the living room. Have you come back? Huh. Chiong stared at the computer screen for a while, and when he saw that there was no response, he raised his head slightly to see the look on his face that was hesitant to say anything. Closing the computer, Kasuga Dome's face was extremely calm. As a twin sister, she didn't know what Yu's little actions represented. Tell me, what are you going to do to hurt me? It's like this. Yu cautiously recounted what happened this morning. Oh, someone will acquiesce you to propose a marriage with a single word? You agree if you can't refuse? Although you don't like it, but you're embarrassed to refuse. Seeing that Kasuga Yichiong's reaction was not too intense, and he didn't get angry, Yu was suddenly relieved. Go back now, or you won't want to go back upstairs to sleep today. Leaving these words, he shook his head. His silver ponytail hair slapped Yu's face, turned his back to Yu, and walked up to the second floor, vaguely hearing Chiong's whispers. Godslayers are the most annoying. Chapter 29. In the East Daxiao Sea, the sky was covered with dark clouds, but the sea was calm, and the strange weather shrouded the East Daxiao Sea. A pitch-black figure moved forward at the speed of sound on the water, and the water splashed several meters high due to the impact of the sonic boom all the time. It's close, it's very close. The figure accelerated again, and the water suddenly splashed on the sea. After the figure left, one after another large yellow croaker, hairtail, eel, cuttlefish, pomfret, shark whale, and even a giant squid. Countless fish floated on the water with their belly up, and the sea was dead silent. Okimori. In the dead of night, Kasuga Wild House. Kasuga Yichiong walked down the stairs silently, looking at the figure lying on the sofa in the still bright light in the living room. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and then it turned into full of distress. Go back upstairs to sleep. After speaking, he turned around and went back to the second floor. At the same time, the Nagisa family house. In the living room, Nagisa Ichi's mother, Ryoko Nagisa, looked angrily at Nagisa Yiping, who was drinking tea in a plain and natural way. Nagisa Ie and Ing were shivering in the corner. After being forcibly made a marriage contract, the shy Ing tried to escape many times, but Nagisa Ie held him tightly. Little Ie, don't bring such a fool. Frightened by the angry figure in the hall, Ing shivered and hugged Nagisa Ie's arm. It's all Ying's fault, isn't it? Do you want to catch some ghost? Now the ghost has not been caught, but both of us have been caught by you. Nagisa Ie pulled Ying's cheek with a smile. What happened today? It was really too exciting for her. She suddenly made a marriage contract with a boy she had met a few times when she was a child, and now it was only the cheek of the culprit that was in control. Yiping, you have to give me an explanation. Why Ie got a marriage contract, and evening girl is together. The most important thing is that the marriage contract is actually the same person. Angrily slapped the table, Zhu Liangzi asked her husband loudly. Calm down, Ryoko. This matter has been settled. Zhu Yiping drank his tea calmly and naturally. Ignoring my advice and marrying off both children without permission, you still have such an attitude. The anger rose sharply, and Ryoko Nagisa couldn't hold back his anger. Nagisa Yiping sighed helplessly. The old guy in my family has reached an agreement with yours and agrees with my approach. Like a thunderbolt from the blue, Ryoko Nagisa slowly spread out on the ground. How could it be? How could they interfere with my marriage like this, and still let Ie go? Zhu Yiping looked at his wife helplessly. Years of living together in harmony naturally gave birth to a true relationship between the two who came together because of political marriage. Because both parties suffered from marriage, they maintained free love for the next generation. However, the pressure this time was too great, and almost the entire Japanese executives agreed with the marriage. It's just a couple from a prominent family in one place. Facing the pressure of all the bigwigs in the political and business curses of Japan, they are really powerless to fight back. The only good thing is that both parties in the marriage have a certain foundation of goodwill. Zhu Yiping looked at the ordinary two daughters and sighed helplessly. At least one can be saved. The other party is interested in Yi. That can at least save Ing, right? If you marry sisters, the law will not be passed, right? She knew that the law might not be able to restrain these children of aristocratic families, but she still seemed to be holding on to a life-saving straw. The goddess Muying stared blankly at Zhu Liangzi. This was the first time she felt the mother's love from Zhu Liangzi. She originally thought that as an illegitimate daughter, she was ignored by Zhu Liangzi, but she was also silently cared for. Nagisa Ye next to him looked at Muying's sobbing expression and was immediately relieved. Although he was going to marry the same person as his sister, at least the family was in harmony, right? Thinking of that, Yu's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Immediately, his face blushed, and he was engaged on the first meeting, really too ashamed. The other party only needs to give an order. Unless the same existence stops it, even the state will cooperate with that person's words and deeds to change the existence of the law. After being silent for a while, Zhu Yiping truthfully told the truth and manipulated taking the privilege from God and ruling over 7 beings on earth. Each of them has the mighty power to suppress all human beings alone. After listening to the mythical story of the mother and daughter, their faces were full of confusion. No one would have imagined that a child who was a little delicate and even more cowardly when he was a child would do such crazy things as killing gods. An idiom appeared in the minds of the 3 of them. I found it. The stalwart figure floated in the sky over 1,000 meters high, stepping on auspicious clouds and staring at the Japanese-style ancient building below, which was the Zhu family house. A faint voice of surprise came from the figure's mouth, and the figure slowly turned behind him, staring at the silver-haired boy standing behind him. There was a look of joy in Yu's eyes, the look on his face that he found the prey, and his gaze was fiery at the figure of the stalwart opposite. As early as this morning, the keen intuition from the Godslayer made Yu feel that there was some kind of existence visiting the whole of Omyu Ran, and the egg was a faint instinct of desire, which immediately made him think that there was the existence of the gods. I was wandering around Omyu Ran at this time, so I was always vigilant until now. No, I caught a big fish. He has a swarthy face, wears a purple gold crown, fragrant bags on both sides and ear protectors, and wears a wide-sleeved robe with ruffled lapels, on which a lively black giant python is embroidered by means of embroidery. He wears ancient boots on his feet. The important thing is the crescent moon on the forehead. Just looking at his figure, there is a sin in his soul that he sees through, as if he is about to be judged by him in the high court. Ordinary people estimate that the moment they see his figure, their soul will fall into hell. His image was not uncommon in his previous life. The crescent moon mark, his dark face, and that impartial and selfless solemnity seemed to be in the court now. The sky suddenly thundered with lightning, dark clouds covered, and the wind howled. The god of disobedience, who looks like Bao Zheng, a famous official in the Song dynasty and folklore, appears in front of you. Chapter 30. The sky thundered with lightning, the clouds were dense, and the wind was howling. The god of disobedience, who looks like Bao Zheng, a famous official in the Song dynasty and folklore, appears in front of you. This image? It looks like Lord Yama. Yu grinned, her expression slightly broken, and her face showed an extremely bloodthirsty look. In the Huxiao people on the other side of Yamado, it has always been popular that Bao Zheng, a famous and honest official, was posthumously named King Yama after the death of Emperor Fengdu, and continued his impartial and selfless trial career, but the source of the prisoners was changed from the most sinful people in the world to those who went after death. A sinful soul who suffers in the underworld. As the world-famous Yama King Bao Zheng in Daxia, Yu, who was a Huxia in his last life, didn't know how, and how he didn't know. A contemporary human emperor, the last time I encountered the Song dynasty, who had a complete body 1,000 years ago. The plain tone was mixed with a touch of nostalgia. King Yama looked indifferent, and looked at the boy opposite him with a hint of surprise on his face. Divine power reached out and carefully probed the figure on the opposite side. It's very strange, human sovereign. Your breath is really strange. Even at such a close distance, you can only feel the breath of the insignificant god-killer, and even compared to the magic weapon I'm chasing. A more intense earth breath. King Yama had a thoughtful look on his face. Compared with the emperors who fought in the past, the one who remembered it was Zhao Kuangyin. The person in front of him, even if he was face to face, couldn't raise the will to fight. If it weren't for the faint smell of murder and the feeling of extreme danger in his breath, I'm afraid he would think that the other side was just an ordinary alchemist. I will transform into steel. Yu ignored King Yama's question, chanted the spirit of words in a low voice, and the power deduced from the egg, the incarnation of steel, suddenly activated. Evil dragon Fafna, give me an immortal body. Thousands of runes slowly appeared on the surface of Yu's body, and a seamless and clearly visible evil dragon composed of runes shrouded in Yu's body. The immortal body of steel is activated. Witnessing Yu's usurping power with his own eyes, King Yama had no doubt that he had him, confirmed the identity of the opponent's emperor, and went to investigate. The divine power suddenly stopped. Oh, it seems that you have used some power to hide yourself? The Godslayer's crazy fighting spirit in the face of the gods. This king can really feel it. Then, in return, shout call hell hell. At the end of the speech, it was already a stern scolding. King Yama stretched his hands as if he was embracing the sky. Behind him, a tragic, blood-colored and gloomy world slowly shrouded the sky of Omu Ran, and the residents below suddenly fell into eternal sleep. In the dark world, tall ancient city pools stand majestically. All the city was stained with scarlet blood. The old courtyards in it, connected into the pattern of skeletons, stand in this gloomy purgatory. The endless skeletons are floating. 7 or 8 huge withered bones stand tall, and the rolling river of blood whizzes past the ancient city, the courtyard, and the bone mountain. The cold and damp black wind, mixed with the sound of ghosts and gods, surging out of the dark world with boundless longing for the living, is the wind of death from the nether hell. The vibrant forest was suddenly dark, the golden rice fields were eclipsed, and the residents lost their breath in silence. You frowned, looking at the bleak Omu Ran, and let out a low sigh. Oh, undead earth, give me the power of life. In the blink of an eye, the forest field regained its vitality again, and even the life that had passed away also bloomed again with the light of life. The dark wind of death enveloped the sky, and the originally gloomy and deep sky was instantly invisible. The wind of death persevered in trying to invade Yu's undead body. King Yama stepped out in one step, as if he had penetrated the heavy space, and suddenly appeared behind you. The Een wind slowly condensed in his hands, and a blackened gavel appeared in King Yama's hand, which silently came to the back of Yu's head. Yu suddenly felt chills all over his body, and an ominous feeling shrouded his heart. The golden core in his body suddenly radiated radiance, and the magic power surged out, instilling it into the undead body of steel, and his body suddenly strengthened several times. The sound of the golden leather suddenly sounded, and the figure of Yu suddenly froze. The back of the head was sunken, and the head buzzed. Tolerating the discomfort, he turned around and threw his fist out. The sound boomed, and the fist slammed into King Yama's chest with the power of 10,000 Jun. King Yama didn't dodge, let the fist of steel run through his chest. Yu's right forearm immediately penetrated King Yama's chest, as if he had hit an ethereal cloud, and the wound that was penetrated was filled with a faint black mist, as if it did not look like a real entity. King Yama stared at Yu with a blank expression. His eyes were full of indifference, and he turned a blind eye to the pierced chest, silently mocking. Yu's hands burst into blue veins, and there was an uncontrollable anger in his eyes. Get you something bigger. A flash of light flashed in his heart, and Yu shouted loudly. Egg, annihilate him. Endless negative energy poured into Yu's right hand, and immediately came into contact with the ethereal figure of King Yama. King Yama suddenly stared at his body, where a huge hole with a diameter of 10 centimeters was left empty. The air of the underworld that originally formed the flesh was annihilated by the negative energy of the enemy of all things. In one blow, King Yama suffered. Hit hard. King Yama suddenly turned into black smoke and spread out, and the ghostly hell above the sky once again condensed a figure, but the original dark face was glowing with the color of Huang Chengqing. It seems to be pleasing to the eye a lot. You snorted, and at this time, King Yama slowly clenched his hands and looked at you indifferently. Chapter 31. The dark aura of death mixed with the monstrous killing intent continuously poured out from the body of King Yama, who did not follow, covering the entire sky. I am in command of hell. I am in charge of the trial, and the king of hell wants you to die in the 3rd watch. Who would dare to keep someone over the 5th watch? The voice of King Yama, who refused to obey, was fierce, like a roar of a ghost, and his voice shook the world. With the chanting of Yen Ling, the aura of death in the nether hell suddenly surged, and a huge black tornado storm swept towards you with the shrill sound of ghosts and gods wailing between the waves of the recalcitrant Yama King. Come. Where the storm blew, the trees were withered and yellow, the green grass was rotten, and everything was torn into a place where living beings were wiped out. Mosquitoes and birds had no time to escape and turned into pale corpses and fell to the ground. Looking at the dark storm, he sighed coldly, spread his hands, and 12 basketball-sized full moons emerged, surrounding him, and an invisible repulsion spurted out. The death storm collided with the invisible repulsion force, and at the moment of the collision, the sky was silent. Boom! An explosion sounded like a thunderbolt from the blue. The death storm and the repulsion collided brutally, and the two sides madly vented their terrifying energy. At the center of the two collisions, the space was faintly distorted. After the two stalemate each other for a few seconds, the repulsive force dissipated in the explosion along with the weakness of the successor, but the death storm was also exhausted and dispersed into black fog. When the repulsion and the storm dissipated, you launched the incarnation of steel, simulated the slaughtering sword Graham, which eliminated the gravity of the earth on him, tapped his toes, and roared with a sonic boom. After several hundred meters, he appeared on the right side of King Yama, and the gigantic magic power that surpassed the Godslayer poured into Graham, which was transformed into endless brilliance, and swung a sword just like that. The pupils of King Yama shrank, and the brilliance was extremely restrained against the gods of the underworld, and this attack was invincible. There were heavy ripples in the nether hell behind him, and in a flash, King Yama hid in a different time and space. At this time, the torrent of light arrived late, silently penetrated the netherworld, and blasted into the distant earth, and the earth appeared. A bottomless pitch-black hole. The rocks around the entrance of the hole melted into glaze, emitting bursts of heat waves. Tisk, Yuqing frowned, looking at King Yama, whose figure had become indeterminate due to hiding in the underworld. The golden elixir in his body seemed to rotate slowly and quickly. He took a deep breath, and suddenly mobilized 3 layers of magic power. Entering the power of the powerful earth, a huge mantra emerged around him, forcibly repelling the air within 10 meters. You wiped away the gravity of glass and floated beside him, his hands clasped together. His whole body was shaken. The surging gravity suddenly vibrated, and the ghostly space barrier was twisted open in the blink of an eye. And with a click, the space shattered, revealing an incomparably dark hole. At this moment, Yuba pulled up Graham, who was beside him, and blasted a torrent of light towards the black hole. A few seconds later, the mouth of the black hole was slowly repaired by the law of the world, and a huge mushroom cloud bloomed in the nether world reflected in the sky. The ghostly time reflected in the sky suddenly fluctuated, and then slowly shattered. A worrisome figure emerged from it. The pitch-black python gun became pitted, revealing a lot of brown-yellow skin. With bare feet, stepping on the sky, the brownish-yellow skin on his face was smoked into a black charcoal face. And in this situation, the image of Bao Gong was restored again. King Yama looked at the emperor below and remained silent. The other party's endless means had forced him into a desperate situation, and he had lost his way of retreat after being defeated in the nether hell. Gritting his teeth, King Yama tried to make a final resistance, forcibly forcing the collapsed hell, gathering the energy of death again, and launching the power of God brought by the people's worship of Bao Qingtian's case like a god, the judgment of sin. Countless tragic ghosts appeared around King Yama. Their clothes were ragged and their bodies were tattered. There was a large hole in the heart, and the heart that had been cut into several petals was vaguely visible. Come out, ring around his hands, the ghosts howl and cry, and come forward with a mournful roar. King Yama held a roll of human skin, slowly stretched it, and recited its text. You have committed a heinous crime, disobeyed the circle of people, tried to marry your own sister, assaulted the weak with a gun, tried to induce others to sell their sons and daughters in exchange for their chances of survival. There are so many people whose crimes cannot be forgiven. They should be punished by heartbreak. The rules that exist in the dark lock Yu's figure. An invisible black gas pours into Yu's body, turning into a dark ghost hand with bright red nails and ink-like skin at the heart. Ghost hand. He grabbed Yu's heart violently. When the heart was held by the ghost's hand, Yu's face was ashen, and he groaned. The ghost hand clenched slowly, and just when his heart was about to burst, he gave a low drink. Egg, hurry. Obliterate him. Dirac's heart, in the shape of a golden egg with a generous light in his mind, restrained the divine light. An invisible fluctuation spread, and the negative energy, hidden in the dark side of the universe, invaded the eternal world, simulating the energy fluctuations of ghost hands, slowing down. Slowly collided with it. The positive and negative energies collided with each other. The ghost claws were suddenly annihilated, and the rules contained in them faintly emerged. Looking up at the King Yama, who still maintains his convictions, you naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. In a hurry, he hit half of the magic power and poured into the sword of slaughtering Cage Graham, and chanted the word spirit to increase its power. O divine sword of light and shadow that cuts everything off, the world, it is already sunset time, shoot down the evil dragon. The endless torrent of light blasted out, and King Yama suddenly couldn't dodge and was overwhelmed by the brilliance. Above the sky, the wind is surging. It's over. Yu slowly fell, standing on the concrete floor, with her hands on her knees, panting heavily, unaware that there was a wisp of black smoke in the sky, and she fled away in embarrassment. The forest on the outskirts of Akiron. A green gaze stared at Yu's figure in the shadows. Chapter 32. A few minutes later, on Highway 104 next to the rice fields. Yuha sighed, and his tense body slowly relaxed. He fought with the life and death of King Yama not long ago, which made his blood boil. However, after all the means and hardships, he finally killed King Yama. Thinking of this, Yu's expression suddenly changed. After thinking that he had succeeded in killing the gods, he has yet to feel the influx of power, and the egg has not prompted any news. In order to prevent misjudgment, he quickly sank into the soul space and checked the deduction information of the egg. The deduction rules of the only breath of death in the egg made you get a clear answer. The Yama King, who did not follow, has not died. The golden core in you slowly revolved, exuding green fluorescence all over her body, and she activated the power life force slightly tired. The whole body gradually tense. The pata, the sound of footsteps came from behind. One turned around and looked at the figure that appeared behind. Suddenly, his face was startled. It's actually you. I saw that the person who came was wearing a black suit jacket, a shirt and a tie, and his back was meticulously groomed. He was about 70 years old, and he looked like an old and wise gentleman full of intelligence, and the most conspicuous one, with wolf-like emerald pupils. Sasha de Janstel Vauban, known as the Marquis of Vauban, the oldest demon king who fought Yu in the Balkans half a month ago, is now attacking again. Oh, it feels really sharp. Could it be because I interfered with the last attack before and was discovered? The old intellectual, but with a frantic voice, came from Woban's mouth. The Marquis of Woban was puzzled. He was already over 200 years old, and his manipulation of power had already reached its peak. Just now, he had gone all out to micromanage the power, the wind, and the raging waves, and interfered with Graham's power, thus letting go of the unruly Yama King. It stands to reason that this kind of small action has just been born, and the new king who lacks experience should not be able to detect it. Right. Power. Remembering the ceremony of Pandora, Marquis Vauban immediately understood. It was originally just revenge for the kid's actions to snatch Siegfried, but didn't expect to expose himself. It doesn't matter. Let's start our fight like this. After thinking about the cause and effect, the Marquis of Woban became enlightened, moved his arms, his clothes burst suddenly. The ground shook suddenly, and a huge werewolf 30 meters high appeared in front of you. Bah, I'm fighting you in this state. Do you think I'm an idiot? You showed disdain, stretched out her middle finger, and despised the shameless old immortal on the opposite side. She was tired and fought the Marquis in her prime, and she had to be on guard at all times. When King Yama counterattacks, a fool is talented, and Slagyu admits that he is obviously not stupid. Secretly using power to eliminate her own gravity, Yu is ready to apply oil on the soles of her feet. Oh, Marquis Vauban jokingly shook his head, reminding you to look behind him. You turned back. Her heart sank suddenly. I'm sorry, I was caught. Kasagano Dome looked ashamed, clutching the corner of his clothes and shrugging his little head. An Egyptian mummy-like figure stood around Cheong and put his dry hands on Cheong's small head. That was Woban's power, the servant of death. You're going to be a fool now. You turned around helplessly, runes overlapped on his body. The phantom of the evil cage reappeared, and the simulated power, the immortal body of steel, was slowly activated. That's right. That's how it should be. Let's start our fight. With a huge wolf's mouth, green light flashed in his eyes. The power of Sodom's pupil activated. The salted magic power attacked Yu's figure, and his claws chased after victory. Desire to tear the sky. Yu's body was affected by the force of salting and paused for a moment. When the body returned to normal, a pair of 3-meter-sized wolf claws were already close to the door, and they could not escape. Waban's claws clasped together suddenly, wanting to crush the slag in his palms into flesh. The sound of gold and iron intermingling came, and the extremely hard steel body collided with the claws, making bursts of sharp friction. Waban. The blue veins of Ban's claws burst out, and he continued to increase his strength. In the palm of your hand, Yu's face was flushed, and his arm pressed against the meat pad in the heart of the wolf's claws, constantly pushing it away. Because of the cohesive force, the layer of cement that you stepped on cracked, and with a bang, soil and stones splashed. Above the sky, the thousands of miles of starry sky that had been blasted out by Grams was once again covered by dark clouds, and storms and thunderstorms swept in. Thousands of thunderbolts suddenly swept across the long sky and slashed straight down from the top of Yu's head. The golden light in Yu's eyes flashed, and the invisible repulsive force surged out, and the thunder and wolf claws were violently bounced away. Woban's right foot slammed on the ground shattered. His claws seemed to be poured into the power of the great desolation, and the blue veins were clearly visible, like thousands of giant pythons all over the wolf's claws, strong against the repulsive force and pressed towards you again. The giant claws touched Yu's hands and let out a thunderous explosion. Xiong, who was in the same place, hurriedly covered her ears and looked worriedly at Yu, who was fighting hard in front of her. The rainstorm suddenly fell, soaking her white dress. The wrestling between Yu and Woban in the arena fell into a stalemate. Seeing the stalemate in the scene, Woban's face was hideous. He opened his bloody mouth, and with bursts of wolf howls, he stretched out his head to bite the scum in the palm of his hand. The wave head quickly approached Yu, and the sharp wolf teeth were clearly visible, exuding bursts of stench, and he wanted to swallow Yu. You haven't brushed your teeth for 200 years, right? Yu was terrified. Even if the body of steel could not be pierced by wolf teeth, it was extremely disgusting, suddenly increasing the degree of repulsion, almost draining the golden core in the body. Yu began to fight with her life. The repulsive force suddenly intensified, causing Woban's body to shudder. A purple thunderbolt in the sky slammed into Woban with a strong vitality. The wolf's body was bathed in the thunder, and its strength suddenly increased. The cement floor cracked again. Ban resisted the ferocious and unusual repulsion and prepared to swallow Yushing. Yu stood up with goosebumps all over his body, and he never dared to enjoy the feeling of being held in his mouth by a 200-year-old man. As the wolf's mouth approached step by step, Yu's face gradually turned green, and his brain was running at a high speed, thinking about countermeasures. The wolf mouth quickly approached. Chapter 33. With a strong stench, the wolf's mouth swiftly approached Yu's neck. The wolf's mouth, full of ferocious and sharp teeth, continued to expand in Yu's pupils. The stench of Yu's face was suddenly dark green, and he hurriedly squeezed the magic power in his body, constantly pouring it into his power. The ferocious and brutal repulsive force suddenly swept towards Woban's wolf body, and the strong muscles and flesh covered with dark blue wolf fur, under the crushing force of the repulsion force, seemed to be squashed and strangely collapsed backwards. Woban's sturdy legs burst into blue veins and stomped on the ground. With a loud roar, the huge wolf's legs buried their calves directly into the stones on the ground, and the whole ground suddenly trembled and trembled for a while. Relying on the wolf's legs fixed on the ground, Woban forcibly resisted the repulsive force, closing the distance between the wolf's mouth and Yu's neck one after another. Looking at the wolf mouth that was close at hand, the blood in the body of the transformed Godslayer kept boiling, and the powerful fighting instinct kept warning him of the ferocity of the opponent's bite. This bite was definitely enough to kill him. Yu, who understood this, turned his mind rapidly, constantly thinking about the key to breaking the game. Under the crisis of life and death, a light flashed in Yu's mind, and the terrifying repulsion suddenly turned the direction from Woban to the earth. The ferocious repulsive force tried to repel the rocks above the ground, and the ground of the entire Omu Ran suddenly sank by 20 centimeters. However, even with the benefit of power, facing the quality of the continent is still incompetent, and under the repulsion squeeze, pressing, the powerful reaction force back to Yu's body. Feeling the repulsive force squeezing her body, the corners of Yu's mouth suddenly twitched. The steely body strongly counteracted the repulsive squeeze. Under the interaction of the force, Yu suddenly left the ground with both feet, just like a rocket launch. After splashing dozens of meters of dust, he was suddenly repelled into the sky. Suddenly losing the interference of repulsion, Woban's wolf body suddenly loosened, and the whole person rushed forward at high speed, and the upper and lower jaws of the wolf's mouth passed through Yu's body. At this moment, Yu, who was supported by the force on his body, burst into the sky, and his tempered shoulders collided with Woban's ferocious teeth, and a harsh noise came. Boom! The blood column of more than 10 centimeters suddenly splashed out. Ow! The shrill wolf howl exploded. The corners of Yu's mouth twitched in midair, and he looked at the huge sharp teeth that slid from his shoulders and finally got stuck on his forearm. He suddenly pulled it out, threw it aside, and looked at Wu on the ground. State. The giant werewolf assassin with a height of several meters hunched his body. His hideous wolf claws covered the bloody wolf's mouth, and Woban, who had his teeth forcibly pulled out, burst into tears at this moment, and his green wolf pupils were full of madness. Did you do a good job, Kit? The old voice that gritted his teeth suddenly sounded. Looking at the crazy Vauban below, you grinned and said with a bad look, "I'm so sorry, old man. It was the first time as a dentist. Didn't it hurt you?" Sharp teeth and sharp mouth. Boom. The gloomy sky with the torrential rain suddenly sounded rolling thunder, as if venting anger. Woban grabbed the wolf's mouth and pulled his claws away abruptly, revealing the wolf's mouth that was bleeding profusely. He stood up with a grim expression on his face. The concrete floor was suddenly crushed by the wolf's feet, and the ground within a 10-meter radius suddenly sank. Meters. The originally green wolf's eyes suddenly became bright red, and the dark green magic power spewed out like a volcano. 3 stalwart figures appeared behind Waban, the 3 gods of disobedience that Waban killed in Korea, Uncle Foam, Rainmaster, Legong. The entire Omu ran, and even the entire land, and even parts of the East Asia Sea and the Pacific Ocean are covered by overlapping dark clouds. The national-level atmospheric manipulation is exactly what Woban can do to seize the power not obtained from the 3 gods, Wind and Fury's forte. Woban raised the wolf's claws high, the wind howled suddenly, and the thunder roared, as if echoing his movements, and the wolf's claws slammed down suddenly. The sudden action was like a signal. Hundreds of millions of wind blades and thunder clouds suddenly fell, with the potential to destroy the dry and the rotten, and pointed directly at Yu's figure. The violent wind and thunder with divine power made Yu suddenly change color, and hurriedly urged the incomplete magic power to use the power of the earth. The sharp blade of the wind was immediately repelled and scattered by the invisible repulsion force, and the thunder in the energy state was also hindered by the repulsion force and shifted its attack trajectory. However, in the face of the thunder in the energy state, the repulsion force could not completely eliminate it, and there were still a few thunderbolts that broke through the repulsion force. The net hit Yu. Relying on the immortality of steel, Yu, who acquired a certain degree of indestructibility, resisted the thunder of billions of volts. Is it effective? Then, Woban below saw a thunder hit. The wolf's body suddenly glowed with green light, and the magic power intensified and poured out into the powerful wind and raging waves. Has the number and power of thunders suddenly increased several times? There are countless thunders piercing the night sky, turning the entire night into day. With the power of splitting mountains and rubble, tens of thousands of blue thunders suddenly charged on Yu's body, collided with the steel body, and bursts of roars erupted. Yu's face was gloomy. The thunder of more than 1 billion volts intertwined with the body of steel, and the raging thunder and fire mixed with divine power poured into Yu's body. Even the internal organs were tempered, but in the face of such a ferocious thunderbolt, Yu, who was suffering from incomparable colic in his body, immediately planned to hang up. Eggs, annihilation. The dark flames composed of negative energy burst out from Yu's mind like lightning, annihilating all the energy that invaded the body, and the thunder and fire raging in the body suddenly dissipated. The dark flames like an abyss instantly spread all over the surface of Yu's body, constantly intertwining with the thunder that followed one after another. The seemingly weak flame coat tenaciously offset the fierce thunder. The energy is invalid. With a flash of green light in the wolf's pupils, Vauban said gloomily. Vauban's eyes narrowed, looking at Yu, who suddenly fell a few meters, and suddenly grinned with a ferocious wolf's mouth. No, the impact is still there. The terrifying thunderbolt directly smashed Yu from the sky to the ground, and the magic power in the body was continuously consumed to maintain the immortality of steel, preventing the internal organs from being shocked by the thunder that was like a heavy truck colliding with each other. Vauban, who was unable to move due to maintaining the high-power thunder god, and Yu, who was pinned to the ground by Wanlei, fell into a stalemate. Ha, brat. How much of your magic power is left after a series of battles? 10%, 20%. Vauban laughed madly with a grim expression on his face. Tisk. Yu, who was bathed in the thunder light, suddenly turned gloomy. He glanced at Haruai Yechiong, who was anxious in the distance, and his bloodshot dark gray eyes were gradually covered by madness. Invisible power suddenly diffused from Yu, and in an instant, it crossed the atmosphere and spread toward the void of the universe. Seeing this scene, Vauban's face turned straight, and his laughter stopped. As a veteran who has lived for hundreds of years and has seen all the current Godslayers, Vauban is very aware of the horror of Godslayers. That is the ability to seize the chance to win in absolute adversity to kill the monsters that do not obey the gods. If it is not necessary, there will be no death battle between the Godslayers. Among the monsters in their group, there are too many means of killing nature. and every Godslayer is almost half-baked if he fights to the death. In the final analysis, it was just a god of disobedience being robbed, and he was not in danger of committing a life-threatening crime. So let's taste Yu's trump card. Thinking of this, Vauban glanced vaguely at the servant of death who was holding Kasuga Yicheong hostage. The skinny mummified corpse immediately gave up holding the dome, and under Woban's order, swiftly did not attack Yu. Kasuga Yicheong looked at the distant mummy in amazement, and when he saw the direction he was heading, he hurriedly shouted at Yu. "You behind." "Huh." Yu quickly turned her head. The mummified corpse that was found suddenly burst into flames, and a gust of wind and shout sound came out. Taking advantage of Yu's unpreparedness, the mummy corpse perfectly kicked out a kick. "Ha ha ha ha, kid, let's clear things up." Touch. At the moment when the mummified corpse made a sneak attack, Woban, who was afraid of being desperate for revenge after Yuze, turned into a black, long, and the huge body of 30 feet long was like a loach. Cheong was stunned. "This idiot, don't you want to see the ending?" Yu twitched the corner of his mouth, lowered his head, and looked at his big legs that were pinched by his own legs. The primary school students in the Celestial Dynasty know how to fight with their own feet. Does Yu Hui, who came from there, have no way to deal with it? With a flick of his arm, Yu slashed the neck of the mummified corpse with a knife, and the air smashed. Thump! The mummified corpse and the exhausted Yu Chi fell to the ground. Kasuga Yicheong hurriedly stepped forward, climbed over the potholes and muddy ground, and slammed into Yu's front, struggling to support Yu, and asked with a flustered face, "Are you all right?" "It's okay. Fortunately, I just responded quickly." He took a long breath and said with a relaxed look on his pale face. Hearing this, Kasuga Yicheong suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. His tense face eased, and he showed an expression of peace of mind. Then she stepped forward slowly and slammed into Yu's arms, burying her doll-like, delicate face in Yu's arms, her slender lotus arms wrapped tightly around Yu's back. Looking at Cheong, who was hugging her waist tightly and never letting go, Yu's face softened. She raised her hand, gently rubbed Cheong's head, and said softly, "I said it's fine. Why are you still holding on to it?" "I want to make sure." A humming voice came from Yu's arms. Yu froze, then looked at the girl in his arms with a bit of confusion, thought for a moment, raised his hand, and gently pressed Kasuga Yicheong's hair, rubbing it soothingly. It seemed that she was really frightened, and she seemed to be busy at night. Looking at the girl who was sobbing faintly in her arms, Yu thought to herself. Chapter 34. Early morning, Kasuga Wild House. The warm sunlight shone into the second floor, perhaps because of the heavy rain last night. Omu Rant's climate was very comfortable at this time, and there was a refreshing breeze mixed with the fragrance of soil from the half-open window. Kasuga Yicheong, who was sleeping on the ground, trembled slightly, and then opened her eyes in a bit of distress. After yawning, the girl got up in a trance, walked out of the door, and arrived in the drowsiness. The next room. Opening the room, the girl muttered, "You breakfast." In the haze, after waiting for 4 or 5 seconds, Kasuga Yicheong, who had not received a response, woke up instantly. "Long." The girl looked around, looking at the empty room. Her pretty face suddenly turned pale. Kasuga Yuzuru, who couldn't find Yu's figure, ran out of the room and rushed down the stairs. "Don't be stupid," Kasagano Dome murmured softly, vaguely regretting what he did yesterday. Quickly walking up and down the wooden stairs, Kasuga Yicheong faintly recalled the conversation with the Wolf King last night. "Oh, little girl, with the protection arranged by that kid on your body, you should be able to escape from my hands. Then, what is the reason for you to stand in front of me? Godslayers cannot distinguish between life and death. Is this true?" This is indeed the truth. A tough separation of life and death will only lead to death together. After all, I don't know, your brother's trump card. That's okay, you want to take me hostage, right? I saw madness in your eyes. Yes, after all, she is Wang's sister. Are you trying to use me to test something? Well, I want to know how much you attaches importance to me, and whether, will she be willing to cross that line? Interesting, it's really fun. Well, happy cooperation. Despair. The creamy white slippers stepped on the floor on the first floor, and Kasuga Yichio looked around, looking for Yu's figure. Looking at the empty first floor, Kasagano Dome muttered to himself bloodlessly. If you knew it earlier, don't force it too hard. At this moment, the girl's delicate Cheong nose moved slightly, and there was a trace of confusion on her face. Mixiong, with a hint of joy on her pretty face, Kasuga Yicheong quickly rushed into the kitchen. In the kitchen, the iron pot was steaming hot by the blue flames. Yu's forehead slid fine sweat, and she wiped it with her hand. Holding the spoon in her right hand, She kept stirring the red rice porridge boiled in the iron pot. Seeing the busy Yu, Kasuga Yezong, who was standing in front of the kitchen door, breathed a sigh of relief. Are you up? The porridge will be boiled for a while. Yu's ears moved slightly. He heard the footsteps of the girl. He didn't look back and said with a light smile. Hearing this, Kasuga Yicheong raised the corner of his mouth, and a touching smile appeared on his pretty face. However, in the next second, like the ever-changing sky, the girl's face showed a look of worrying about gains and losses again. Kasuga Yicheong leaned lightly on the edge of the kitchen door, holding a black toy rabbit, playing with the long black rabbit ears, a pair of beautiful eyes staring at Yu's back with unease. You before I know, but it doesn't make sense to talk nonsense now, doesn't it? Yu shrugged, said with ease. Yeah. Kasuga Yicheong replied sweetly, smiling, and the pear blossoms were raining. When Saya Gongshin, a full-time maid, walked into the restaurant of Kasuga Wild House, the two figures of you and me were imprinted in her eyes. You feed me a mouthful of rice porridge, and I feed you a spoonful of soy milk. A sudden flash of flashbulb blinded her eyes. What's the situation? What happened? During this time of weekdays, the two of them should not be able to rely on each other. Why is the breakfast ready? And according to the report of the attack of the Marquis of Vauban in the middle of the night last night, shouldn't they have to get up later? At this time, because of Yu's improper feeding, the rice grains stuck on Cheong's face, and Yu reached out to take the rice grains and put them in his mouth, causing the silver-haired girl to make a coquettish sound. Looking at the scene in front of her, Sei Gongshin's young heart seemed to have suffered a critical blow. Patting and feeding continued for half an hour until the food was consumed. Only then did the two notice Sei Gongshin, who was standing at the door holding his forehead, the corners of his mouth twitching. Oh, I have nothing to do recently. You don't have to come here. By the way, I will bring a witch with strong spiritual vision over tomorrow. I need her ability. You looked at Sei Gongshin blankly, as if watching an annoying fly, casually ordered. Blue veins burst out in his arms. Looking at the ruthless demon king in front of him, the hashtag kept appearing on his forehead, and his anger kept burning. Previously, Sei Gongshin kept making all kinds of noises, and even banged his head on the door no less than 3 times, trying to remind the two people. However, the two people in front of them didn't realize her existence until the feeding was over, and they really wanted to flip the table. There is also a limit to ignoring people. In order to vent in his heart, he overturned countless coffee tables and slowly calmed down. Sei Gongshin bowed. Yes, my lord. Sayaka Miyako left the Kasuga Wild House, as if fleeing. The two people in the restaurant looked at Sei Gongshin's flustered figure and looked at each other. What's wrong with her? Cheong tilted his head and asked you with a puzzled look. I guess he was kicked by a donkey, but maybe it's because of my order? In a hurry. You touched his forehead and stared blankly at Sei Gongshin's back. However, leave her alone, You kissed Haru Hino Cheong's clean forehead with a smirk. I don't want it. The girl who saw the meaning of Yu's smile let out a coquettish snort. Chapter 35. After lunch, you lay on the sofa, lost in thought. The previous order to Sei Gongshin was naturally not because of the other party's behavior like a light bulb, but with a certain deep meaning. You can guarantee with integrity. The King Yama, who was disturbed by the Marquis of Woban and escaped, was stuck in his heart like a throat. An enemy at the level of the god of disobedience is hiding in the dark, and it is very possible that the horse will stumble if it is a little careless. Therefore, it is necessary to quickly detect the traces of the recalcitrant Yama King through the spiritual vision ability of the sorceress and find out his purpose. Yuka doesn't believe that a powerful god of disobedience will come to Omu Ran without a purpose. Everything has an effect, and there must be a cause. Clarify the purpose of the disobedient Yama, and then use this to lead him out, and then take him out. To be buried, to get the rules with joy, to feed the eggs, and to gain power by yourself. Isn't it beautiful? Yutsai won't tell you that the most important purpose is the Shrine Maiden. Yamato's specialty Yuan Jiao Shrine Maiden. If you don't understand Yamato's public sentiment, how can you be right as the infamous Demon King? This is an authentic Shrine Maiden. You confused. The young Demon King who has just fallen into the town of Wenru has a bit of a taste for the marrow. Thinking of the rules, Yu was suddenly a little puzzled. Taking advantage of the current nap with Cheong, doing nothing, she sank her perception into the soul space. In the soul space, Dirac hard above the sky, the egg-shaped figure exudes infinite brilliance, shining on the infinite land below. The ground below was divided into 3 parts by an inexplicable force. One exudes invisible gravitational and repulsive forces, and the gravity coefficient is extremely abnormal. A piece of dark land, obviously without vegetation, exudes vitality. The last piece of the earth is made of steel, with a giant sword shaped like a long tooth inserted on it. It is the too-long holy sword Gram. The phantom whose body is like a man-man long snake is constantly wandering. It is the evil, long Fafna. In the sky, you, who entered the soul space, looked at the 3 pieces of land below, thoughtfully. The 3 pieces of earth represent the power you possessed at this time, derived from eggs, derived from the power of the original Moonyejian, which combines the moonlight view and the god of food protection. The restoration of energy is the power of the power generation. Source and Siegfried, a powerful steel incarnation that simulates part of the power of the heroic god of steel. The 3 powers are the powers that you himself controls. However, it is too little. To be precise, he should have more power. When he fought against the unruly Yama King, the annihilation of the death energy, and the divine body that constituted him, the wind and fury waves previously displayed by Woban, that thunderbolt smashed into Yu's body. The Eye of Sodom, the magic eye that has been drawn to you many times, is also annihilated. Although the body is inevitably frozen for a moment, being fixed in shape, even if it is annihilated in time, it will be more or less frozen for a moment. It is possible that the egg did not deduce any powers through these deductions, but no rules were deduced. You are 100,000 unbelievers. He looked up at the eggs in the sky, and with a thought, he appeared above the egg. A fart sitting on the egg, the spirit connects with the egg, checking the situation. Half-sounding, with a quirky face, the egg contains a lot of deduced world rules. Among them, a large number of rules constitute the power signs of Sodom's eye, raging wind, shouting hell, and Hell King's judgment. You just tried to absorb it and turn it into her own power, but was rejected by the egg, and at the same time sent a message back, indicated the reason. The above powers conflict with Yu's physique and soul. After deduction and simulation, after absorption, it will cause huge obstacles to Yu's entry into the realm of saints, and even cut off the path of future progress. So it is intercepted by eggs and transformed into eggs. Made a crystal of power. The so-called crystal of power is like a fixed spell. You can use the infusion of magic power to use these abilities, but if you want to perform micromanipulation like the power of the earth, it is better to wash and sleep with Chion. Yu, who understood the whole story, reached out and patted the egg on the forehead. Although he was an egg and had no forehead. It's still Iching who has me in his heart, not like those demons out there, Yin Chi Hua. After clarifying the reason, you lowered her head to look at the egg. The biggest purpose of Yu's trip was the egg's body, the simple book, Chiyu sure. In the previous battle between Bao Haitan and Woban, who was defeated by Yama, you noticed a lot of inadequacies. His magic power is still not enough, and power is a big drain on magic. It seems that those monsters from Marquis Tony have never lacked blue, but Marquis has been exercising muscles for hundreds of years. In 1 minute, you can achieve the effect of 5 points of force. The other Tony, his power is a silver hand that tears everything. It is not necessary to close it when it is turned on. The consumption of maintaining power is very low, and the big family only opens it for the moment. At the moment when the power is turned on, it consumes enough to drain the nearly 10 highest-ranking magicians, and 10 guys like Saint Raphael will be able to open it with a joint effort. So the length of the blue bar is the mysterious side, and it is one of the important bases for dividing the strength. I didn't see the cup battle next door, the father of the cut silk who killed his wife and preached the sermon. In order to grab the cup, the shit in his mind came out, because what? The cup comes with infinite magic. In addition, it is micromanipulation. The Marquis, who is bitter and haha, spends 1 point of magic power and 5 points. But this new upstart, Yu, buys 2 cups of freshly ground soy milk, 1 cup to drink, and 1 cup to the ground, which is too wasteful. However, eggs have clearly pointed out these problems. After his hard deduction, the solution has been deduced. Thanks to Bao Haitan and Woban Lealangtu for their hard work. One piece is in the accumulation of qi. The simple book in the egg body, the gas accumulation style, crosses the gaseous state, crosses the liquid state, and complements the solid state. Slowly turn a new chapter. Chapter 36. The simple book in the egg body, the gas accumulation style, crosses the gaseous state, crosses the liquid state, and complements the solid state. Slowly turn a new chapter. A brand new page appeared in front of Yu's eyes, the Qi accumulation style, the holy chapter. Endless information poured into Yu's mind, and blue veins suddenly burst out on Yu's forehead, and a huge amount of information kept pouring in, compressing the nerves in Yu's brain, causing obvious discomfort in the body that was enough to smash all human beings. After the information poured in, you suddenly understood how to become a saint. The premise of becoming a saint is control, absolute control of energy. To put it bluntly, it is actually micromanipulation, the fine operation of power. The most important manifestation of the saint is that he has an energy core that reacts autonomously in his body, which is the most suitable way of practice for you deduced by the eggs through the autonomous operation of the cosmic planets. And how did the inner planet come from? It is obtained by combining rules with solid-state energy. And the absolute control of energy is the premise of fusing rules and solid energy, because rules can only be understood and utilized at the level of you. Do you want to manipulate? That's almost impossible. So only energy can be manipulated. Through the selfless dedication of many gods, Godslayers, and the Saya Palace family, based on the incantation system of the Godslayer world, the ultimate way of manipulating energy has been newly released, and this is the Holy Chapter. The material for the entry into the Holy Chapter is extremely huge, and every few days of hard training is ineffective. It takes at least half a month to complete the initial training. As a result, Yukasagano, who was a scumbag in his previous life, entered the hard-fought 3-year college entrance examination again. 5 years of simulated intensive learning. On the other side, Saya Gongshin was driving her beloved Hummer, and the more she thought about it, the more wrong it became. Although she only served as the maid of Kasagano's house yesterday, according to the information from the past 16 years, the Go couple should not be so tired and crooked, so what caused the relationship between the stupid couple to suddenly improve, like a young couple in love woolen cloth? And many more? Husband and wife. According to Conan's clear words, there is only one truth. Sei Gongshin had a gloomy face, not even knowing that the Hummer had entered the wheat field next to the national highway. Sayaka Gongshin hurriedly took out the landline phone in the car and dialed Toma Amikasa's phone number. Dongdu Amikusa Toma leisurely drank cat shit coffee and lay on the office chair. This is the Eastern Metropolitan Branch of the Eastern Metropolis Official History Compilation Committee. As a hard-working Yamato ninja family, he should have been the same as other bitter ninjas. As a knife hidden behind the Saya Palace family to deal with dark events, he was constantly born and died, and he was completely ineligible to enjoy these treatments. However, half a month ago, a major task was thrown to the shrewd and capable man by Sei Gongshin. As the newly born king of the earth, Kasagano's entourage handles chores during his travels in Italy and monitors his behavior. Although this trip faced the sudden appearance of the sword of the King of Swords in Italy and the storm and thunder of the Marquis of Vauban in the Balkans, various disasters happened. But he came back from Italy alive, isn't it? Therefore, as a successful follower, he is naturally divided into the new king's force. He was promoted several times within half a month and became the general manager of the Tokyo branch in Japan, directly belonging to the current owner of the Saya Palace family, Saya Gongshin. The distance from marrying by Fume and embarking on the peak of life is only by Fume. At this time, moving music resounded throughout the office. Gon Kao Doma suddenly spit coffee, and he quickly took out the phone to answer without caring for his grooming. This phone is specially used to get in touch with superbosses. For example, Sei Gongshin, such as Prime Minister Yamato, and another example of the King of the Earth. The youngest is Toma Amikasu. What are your orders? With an extremely flattering expression on his face, Toma Amikasu continued to please the phone. Amaka, it's my Saya Palace. The king needs a witch, a pure and beautiful witch. You should have seen it in the Balkans. Bring that girl to me tomorrow. A cold voice came from the phone. Since her grandfather passed away, even though she was appointed as the head of the family, her complex-minded fathers also made her experience a good show of power-grabbing. Relying on her grandfather's inheritance and her backing from the Demon King, the beauty in men's clothing beheaded all her family members and stepped on her own father and brothers. The head sits firmly on the throne of the head of the family. Having lost everything, all she wants to do now is to inherit the Saya Palace, which is the only one left, so hugging the king's thigh has become her #1 goal. The exclusive behavior of Prince Kasuga Nuchi will cause public outrage. I don't know how many daughters from aristocratic families want to get in touch with that person. Knowing the whole process of Kasuga's family's trip to Italy reported by Amikasu Toma, she naturally thought of a shit stick, Musashina's priestess, the fuse of the conflict between Marquis Vauban and the king of the Far East, Yuan Li a reason. In order to give the king enough reasons to snatch Siegfried, the information that this girl was the king's favorite was widely spread. Wang only said that the witch who needs spiritual vision did not specify who it was, didn't she? Insert a charming witch who has an affair with the man among the boys and girls who are in love. The layout of the Shura field is so simple. Hearing the sound, Doma Genka breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this task is not difficult. It was just a matter of inviting a maiden to come over. Let her be the king's sacrifice willingly. After a pause, another instruction came from the phone. My God. Amaterasu Toma suddenly complained in his heart. Make Wanli-gu willingly become a sacrifice? He is a ninja, not a brainwashing expert. However, the boss opened his mouth and the subordinate broke his leg. He couldn't go against the wishes of the Saya Palace family, let alone against Yu's will. You must know that the king, through hints, let Saya Gongshin kill almost all of his clansmen, a ruthless man who enjoys killing each other in the Saya Gong family. Amakusa Toma had a miserable face, tugging at his hair and thinking over and over again, thinking about how to solve the current problem. After thinking hard, he sighed. When things came to an end, he could only take one step at a time. At this time, Saya Gongshin, who was in the car, frowned. She suddenly remembered that it seemed a little bad for her to go to see her like this. Although she succeeded in ascending the throne through bloody means, there is still a difference compared to the only one left by you. There are still a dozen or so captured fish in foreign countries, and if you get impatient with this, it will be a big deal. After sending more than 400 clansmen to the grave with her own hands, she had nowhere to go and could no longer take risks. After thinking about it carefully, Sei Gongshin thought of a person. The head of the Nagisa clan, Nagisa Yipping, of a prominent local family, remembered that you had a certain affection for the man's 2 daughters. Just take them to divert your attention? Bang, bang, bang. The glass of the Hummer was knocked. An old man appeared outside the window and shouted angrily at Sei Gongshin. Daughter, do you have any conscience? The car is driving around my fields. What do you want me and my wife to eat this year? Hearing the sound, Sei Gongshin looked around. Her face was red, and she quickly got out of the car to apologize. I'm sorry, old man. I made a mistake in driving, and I will pay for the grains. It's worth it. You can pay me at the market price, and be careful next time you drive. Seeing the pretty girl's good attitude of admitting mistakes, the old man's anger gradually subsided. Sei Gongshin lost money, bowed in thanks again, and then hurriedly started the car. The old man, who was counting the compensation, watched this scene knowingly, then slapped his forehead, rushed to the highway, and chased the vehicle, shouting, Stop, stop. It looks like you can't drive at your age. It's illegal. Hummer speed suddenly be out to 200 miles per hour. Chapter 37. Not far from the Dongdu Sky Tree, there are a large number of high-end hotels and schools, TV stations, radio stations, embassies, and other buildings. There are many beautiful shrines and temples in the dense forest. Therefore, in that area, there are many forest trails extending in all directions. Walking on one of the intricate roads and climbing up the 200 stepstone steps, the final destination is Nanao Shrine. The shrine surrounded by green trees has an ancient and vast atmosphere, giving people a quiet and comfortable comfort. In the courtyard, not far from the front hall, there is a small house that looks like a bungalow. In the room of the office, 12-year-old Banragani Yuri was dressing up. The girl was wearing a white dress and a red kimono skirt, facing the glass with her long hair draped over her shoulders. Silky long hair with a deep tan. Although she is young, the beauty of the girl is born, which repeatedly indicates the appearance of the country and the city in the future. Suddenly, with a click, the comb that was combing the hair suddenly snapped in the middle. Unfortunate premonition, I hope nothing bad will happen. Yuri muttered her unscientific thoughts. Yuri always felt that there would be a bad omen, and for ordinary people, it would probably only be an illusion that the heart was feeling. But for the sorceress who is proficient in spiritual vision, this kind of bad omen is often a revelation from the sky. Feeling apprehensive, Yuri walked out of the shrine's office after dressing up. On the way to the vestibule, I passed a few clergymen. Yuri responded with a greeting to them, who bowed their heads to greet them. There is a reason for the respectful and cautious behavior of the 12-year-old shrine maiden. In this shrine, it has been ruled by the shrine maiden of the Banliga family for generations. Oops, priestess, we meet again. Can we talk a little bit? He was suddenly stopped by a light-sounding voice. Although she is called Yuan, she has no respect. I always feel a little bit funny like a clown. The owner of the voice slowly walked towards Yuri. Although he was walking in the courtyard in leather shoes, walking on the sand was silent. Seeing the man's ninja assassination footwork in front of him, Banliga Yuri became more and more uneasy. Excuse me, you are? I'm so rude. I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Amakasu. It's my honor to meet the beautiful priestess, and we'll get to know each other later. Yuri handed out a business card in front of him. Yuri took a look at it, and it said that Toma Amakusa was such an ordinary morning. However, the problem is the title written under the name, the head of the Tokyo branch of the Official History Compilation Committee. Anyone from the Official History Compilation Committee Do you have anything to do with me? Yuri asked suspiciously, indiscriminately wearing a misshapen ordinary suit. He looks like a simple young man in his 20s at most. However, for this branch head of the organization that oversees the entire Japanese sorcery world, Yuri must take matters seriously and approach each other cautiously. Although young, Yuri already knows some cruelty of the world, and a senior member of such a committee suddenly visits in person. It's not a good thing. Yuri thought to herself. Don't you remember me? We met once in the Balkans. Amakasu Toma said in a frivolous tone of words that were cruel to Yuri. Yuri remembered the memory that he forced himself to forget some time ago. Half a month ago, I traveled to Europe and was arrested by a secret society in Austria. As a sacrifice to the gods, I witnessed the bloody battle of the three demon kings. It was cruel for her to witness such a terrifying fight with her own eyes. Selective forgetting was the best choice for her, but the fig leaf was torn apart by the youth in front of her. Looking at the shivering girl in front of him, Toma Amakusa sighed. The king intends to see you. The girl's trembling body suddenly fell. Her pupils shrunk as she looked at Toma Amakasu in front of her, as if she was looking at the evil spirit under the demon king's command. Which king wants to see me? Hasn't the gods been summoned? There was a cry in the voice, and tears spread all over the young cheeks. The king of the extreme east who ruled Yamato, and the one who rescued you. Yuri's terrified gesture caused Toma Amakusa a headache. He is a ninja, and the job of a mentor in his heart is not suitable for him. After hearing what Amakusa Toma said, Yuri stopped sobbing and said in a hoarse voice, Is it summoning the gods again? Then, Mr. Amakusa Toma, can you take care of my parents and sister for me after I leave? Amakusa Toma suddenly had a splitting headache, and suddenly he had an idea. Did the priestess misunderstand something? Misunderstanding? Is there anything I don't understand? Yuri asked Amakusa Toma in front of him with doubts. You seem to have misunderstood the crown prince. Amakasu Toma smiled wryly, pointed to the aisle, and sat on it. I'd like to hear the details. Yuri sat across from Amakusa Toma. What do you think caused the bloody battle between the three demon kings in the Balkans? Toma Amakasu stared at Yuri with a serious face. Isn't it because of the ritual of the god of disobedience? Yuri felt that things were not as simple as she thought. It's because of you. With a positive attitude, Amakusa Toma said something that shocked Yuri. You should know that the current Wong is only 16 years old, which is the age of passion. When Wong finds out that the girl he likes has been robbed, what will Wong do? Come to think about the answer, and the answer is exactly what Amazuki Toma wanted. Snatch it back. Actually, Yuri has seen this kind of thing a lot. The elementary school classmates in the same class often intercepted the love letters from the teenagers in other classes, and even made a big fight. She was no stranger to it. But I didn't expect that this time the person who saw her would be the demon king on the ground. So, although it was a battle caused by the god of disobedience, you, who attracted the king to the Balkans, were the real trigger, weren't you? Toma Amakusa nodded with satisfaction, looking at the trapped in his own weaving. The girl with the spider web needs to add a fire. The bloody battle with the senior for the favorite girl, and finally won the victory. So what does the next boy demon king want to do? Hold on. The beauty returns. Finally, Yuri's face was flushed, and her heart was shy. A hero who died for himself and rescued himself. The girl's feelings are always poetic. Looking at the shy girl in front of him, a trace of unbearable flashed in Donma's eyes. But then he became firm, and the matter has come to this point, and he can only go on. Just ignore the darkness. Chapter 38. Early in the morning, at about 7 a.m., the warm sun shines on the earth. On the outskirts of Ashikaga City, a Hummer stopped on National Highway 104. There are farmlands beside the National Highway. As a major textile city, the entire Ashikaga City is surrounded by such lush cotton-growing farmland. At the end of the 104 National Highway, Uki-san is the grain production center of Ashikaga City, with almost 80% of the population of the urban area. The main food is the agricultural products of okuki dyeing. Saya Gongshin was sitting in the driver's seat, smoking a lady's cigarette. She was originally a witch. She would not touch these, but since half a month ago, she has gradually become addicted and believes that smoking is indeed the best way to relieve stress. Choose. Since she is the only one left in the main family of the Saya Palace family, too many small and medium-sized families try to overthrow the four families of the Saya Palace family in order to become the highest level of Yamato. The day before yesterday, when the Demon King returned, the younger generation did not dare to reach out, so she had been living in Omu-ran recently. In order to be close to the Demon King, she even recommended herself to be a maid. Today's Okumari has been listed as the Demon King's private land, and it can even be said to be a forbidden place in the Yamato economic, political, and magic circles. No one dares to be presumptuous here, and those who have the guts have already slept forever under Tokyo Bay. This time, Saya Gongshin was waiting for no one else beside the national road of Omu-ran. The maiden asked by the king, Yuri Wanlagu, and the sister Hua of the Nagisa family who were recently rumored to be the concubine of the Demon King. She is here to lead they go to the Demon King's castle. A Toyota stopped in front of the national highway, and Toma Amakasu took Nagisa Ichiha, Nagisa, and Yuri Banligu out of the car. Amakusa Toma hurriedly got out of the car and stepped forward, bowing 90 degrees. Patriarch, Nagisa Iya and Nagisa Ing have already brought Yuri Wanligu. Shei Gongshin shook the soot and exhaled a turbid breath. Tell them to get in the car. I'm in a hurry. Amakusa Toma hurriedly turned around, opened the rear door, and made an inviting gesture. Please get in the car. 3 girls stepped onto the Humvee one after another. Sei Gongshin slowly started the Hummer and used the rearview mirror to observe the 3 people behind. By the way, does it take so much trouble to go to Xiaoyo's house? Ing asked with curiosity, looking at Sei Gongshin in the driver's seat. The previous series of handover behaviors made Ing more curious. First, in the early hours of the morning, dozens of maids arranged for them to wait and take a bath, and then they were led by a group of men in black, military soldiers, from Ashikaga's main house to the suburbs of Ashikaga in special vehicles. There were also self-defense teams, special police, and other police escorts along the way. A few police chiefs, the equivalent of Shanghai police chiefs, probably, that I only saw on TV were all directing escorts. Then, 200 meters in front of National Highway 104, transfer to Amakusa Toma's vehicle to come here. Although it is much simpler, but now, Ing looks out of the car window, and there are more than the number of helicopters in the sky on alert. Then, noticing Ying's gaze, the driver saluted again and again. There was no need to be so troublesome, but there are too many people who have provoked me to be exterminated by Saya Gongshin recently. It is inevitable that some fish will slip through the net and want to take the risk. By the way, Yuri, why are you blushing all the time? Saya Gong Xian's tone was very flat, without a trace of fireworks, but it contained countless blood and blood. Before the words were finished, Sei Gong Xian noticed Yuri's expression. That, long time no see, Xian. Wanligu Yuri blushed and pointed his finger. What's the matter with you? You're so shy. Although Sayaka Miyagi seemed to care about Yuri Maria when he ordered Toma Amakasu. In fact, the two of them can be regarded as close friends. They both belong to Musashi. The Shrine Maiden of Musashino often met at the training of the Shrine Maiden of Musashino, and a deep friendship was formed, and they were close friends in the boudoir. It's really unclean to meet in this situation. When he was about to have a private meeting with a boy who liked him, it was too embarrassing for an innocent girl to meet a young girl. Don't be shy. This car, including me, is his mistress. There is nothing to be shy about. Sei Gongshin put out the cigarette butt and placed it in the ashtray in the car. Huh? X3 The 3 girls in the back seat were dumbfounded. Xian, what do you mean by what you just said? Why do you say we are all mistresses? What do you think? Standing outside Kasagano's courtyard, Yuri Wanlagu kept asking Saya Gongshin. The previous words made her a little stunned, and she didn't react until she arrived at the destination. It's all said. Everyone is a mistress. Shei Gongshin looked at her friends helplessly. It started when she was a child. Once she was excited, she would forget everything to preach. She often preached to her and the wild cats of Kinkyuan for several times. Ours, the energy is really abundant. Obviously the physique is so poor. It's really unclean. After explaining it for a long time, the innocent witch blushed. Nagisa Ichi hugged Ing and looked at the two arguing beside Kasugo Wild House in front of him. His face darkened. Ing, this is not the same as what you said to me before. The goddess Mu Ing also had a stunned expression, recalling Yu's performance in the past. When I came back from the summer vacation last year, as usual, it gave me a very simple feeling. A simple and honest boy, would you marry 4 people as concubines in one go? With a sigh, Nagisa Iya had a rough prediction of his tragic life in the future. No wonder his father asked his sisters to come together. This kind of scene is not very common in Gondo dramas. Is it common? The 2 sisters supported each other in the harem and competed for the emperor's favor. No matter what, I'll go and ask what happened to you. Thinking of you, who was engaged to her sister, and who was looking for beautiful girls everywhere, Ing angrily opened the door of Kasagano's house. Chapter 39. Pushing the door and walking through the corridor, before reaching the living room. After seeing you for real, looking at the calm and solemn you in front of him, the goddess Mewing suddenly lost the thought of questioning. and was replaced by a lingering feeling. Depression and fear. The silver-haired boy sitting on the wooden chair closed his eyes tightly, like a statue of Buddha in the main hall of the temple, revealing an inexplicable solemnity. At this moment, Yu, who noticed the arrival of a guest, opened his eyes, and in an instant, two arcs seemed to flash in the air. "What is it, Ing?" Yu narrowed her eyes, restrained her breath, and smiled at the goddess Muying. At this time, the goddess Muying seemed to be frightened and looked at Yu's face with a dull gaze. At this moment, Shay Gongxin chased after him and was about to reach out to hold the goddess Muying, but she saw Yu in the living room, stopped immediately, and stood obediently to the side. "Ing, don't be so impulsive." Immediately afterwards, along with the sound of footsteps, Wanli-gu Yuri and Nagisa Ichi also appeared at the main entrance of the living room. After finding that the atmosphere was not right, they also kept silent and stood aside, carefully observing the current situation. You looked around and saw that everyone was silent, and immediately said, "Exine, investigate what the Zhu family has recently purchased and who they have come into contact with. Even if they have come into contact with a dog, I have all the information on it." "Huh, investigate my house." Nagisa Ichi looked at you with some surprise. You narrowed her eyes, and then said, "You can ask Sei Gongxin about the extra things. Now you just need to know that the matter is serious and even involves life-threatening." "Even if you say so," Zhuiya mumbled, and she wanted to know what happened. After all, it was about the safety of her family. However, in this situation, you obviously didn't plan to say more, so she had no choice but to keep her mouth shut. At this moment, Yuri Wanligu, who was peeking at you, shrank his pupils, and through Yu's body, he saw a huge demonic wolf standing on both feet, and a silver-haired man with a grinning madly retaliating against the demonic wolf. "Juvenile!" She screamed and stepped back a few steps. The whole person seemed to be in a state of extreme fear. This exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention. The goddess Muying on the side came back to her senses and immediately asked with some concern, "Miss Wanligu, are you all right? Are you scared too? Is this spirit vision?" Saying Gongxin, who also has the qualifications of a witch, suddenly said with some speculation, "Ling vision." The sisters of the Zhu family were at a loss. At this moment, Yu stood up, rubbed his chin, and walked towards Wanli-gu Yuli in surprise. "Ling vision? Is it through me that I saw the deity I killed? Just saw it at a glance? This is really something to be rejoiced in." Yu leaned in front of Wanli-gu, raised his hand and patted Yuli's little face, but there was no response, and he continued to panic, continued to shoot, but was ignored. You thought about it for a while, and in the eyes of the crowd, he kissed him directly. Wanli-gu Yoli was stunned, then rolled his eyes and fainted. When Wanli-gu Yuri opened his eyes again, he saw you sitting in a chair, heartlessly accepting Nagisa Ichi's complaints that were not even criticism. "This is..." Wanli-gu Yuri looked at everyone in a daze, as if he was completely confused about the situation. "Wake up! Wake up! Miss Saya Palace, your medicine is really effective," the goddess Muying said with some surprise when she saw that Yuri was awake. "Are you all right? Is there any discomfort in your body?" Saya Gongxin, who was on the side, helped Wanli-gu Yuli up and asked a little worriedly, "What could be wrong? I just poured some magic power into her to improve her resistance, and if something happens again, it will be her own problem." He replied indifferently, which immediately caused the girls to speak without pain. Crusade. Hearing this sentence, Wanli-gu Yoli immediately recalled the previous scene. Her face flushed with shame, and she calmed down after a while, and thanked Shay Gongxin at the side. "It's much better, Miss Exine. This is thank you so much for the pills." Hearing this, Sei Gongxin breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Wanli-gu Yoli regained consciousness, the goddess Muying came up to him and said with a somewhat embarrassed expression, "That, Miss Wanli-gu, during the previous period when Wanli-gu Yuli was in a coma, everyone learned about the situation from Yu's mouth. The king of Yama, who refused to obey, set his sights on something in the Zhu family. King Yama appeared and buried him. They couldn't imagine the existence of the so-called god of disobedience, but just hearing the description of a natural disaster was enough to make the girls fear. Thinking of a monster like an earthquake personification staring at their home, the goddess Miguchi and Nagisa Ichi immediately fell into panic, so that even if they only met Wanli-gu Yuri, they had to be brave enough to come here. Please each other. Fortunately, however, when Wanli-gu Yuri learned of the impending disaster of the Zhu family, he immediately clenched his fists and agreed. Looking at Wanli-gu Yuri, who was guaranteed to complete the mission, Yu's expression gradually became a little strange. This kind of girl with a strong sense of justice. He estimates that after he can deceive the other party into bankruptcy, he will help him count the money with a smile. right? Duh. Chapter 40. Above the sky, the wind is bright and the sun is shining. At the gate of the Japanese-style wooden mansion, the Zhu family's two big characters of dragon and snake were engraved on the doorplate to remind everyone. Just below the house number, where is a black square stone, the square stone is black in color, and the surface is very rough. It seems to have experienced a long time and exudes a heavy sense of history. It is engraved with Huxia and Han Dynasty characters. The words Shigandang exudes a faint fluorescence, but under the great red sun in the sky, it is so inconspicuous. A mass of black air slowly floated up and merged into Shigandang. Boom. Shigandang was shocked by the sound of his heart beating, and then he regained his composure. You followed the 5 beautiful girls on the national road, looked at the dazzling sun, and scolded with a smile. Xian, you are really off the line. The abnormality was discovered when the car ran out of gas. I'm very sorry. The fuel consumption seems to have exceeded my expectations. I didn't expect this car that I don't drive often to consume so much fuel. Sei Gongxin said apologetically. However, for her apology, you only felt that she had suffered a financial crit. He opened his mouth, and then said, evading the topic, Yuri, now you should be able to see Bao Zhong, who is not following him. What is he looking for when he came to Omu Ran? Wanli Gu Yuli's eyes were hollow and his pupils were dilated, which was the performance of being spiritual vision. The gods you mentioned before should be the gods of the underworld. According to the breath left on you, if you search for them, you can easily find information related to Mount Tai. Why did King Yama contact Mount Tai? You was a little puzzled. That King Yama is very famous in Yamato. The most respected god Taishan Fujian by the Yamato on Myoji is the predecessor of this god. In Daxia, it should be called the Great Emperor of Dongwei. Sei Gongxin recalled in her mind. The information about the gods that the priestess wrote down during her practice, said in a positive tone. Yes, it was originally the representative of nature worship, the deified mountain god of Mount Tai. During the Han Dynasty, the country on the other side achieved a higher status through the emperor due to Confucian scholars and alchemists, especially the appearance of Fengshan. Mount Tai was extended from the mountain god to the status of the immortal Hades, the commander of the underworld, and the control of life and death, called Taishan Fujian. Wanli Gu Yoli found out the origin of the Yama king through his spiritual vision. In addition, in the previous 2 Han dynasties, there was no real concept of the underworld, and the underworld often represented the realm of the gods, and the underworld king Taishan who commanded the underworld became the emperor of heaven, the god king of the trinity of Hades. Wanli Gu Yoli's eyes became more and more empty, as if he had penetrated the long river of time and saw the sacrifice scene of the Han dynasty. Remember, the 2 Jin and southern and northern dynasties, right? Buddhism began to spread widely in Daxia, and myths were tampered with by Buddhism. The authority of the Taishan prefecture monarch from the highest god king continued to shrink, and finally the godhead was divided by Buddhism into Yama and Taishan. God, the power is assigned to the gods of the underworld. Sei Gongxin scrubbed her chin and said the following. Wait, according to what you said, King Yama came to my house in order to get something to restore the status of Taishan Fujian? Nagisa Iya was very surprised. He didn't remember any items related to Taishan in his house. I've never heard of family members who have been to Daxia, let alone items related to Mount Tai and Daxia. The old man in the family likes calligraphy and painting, not mountains and rocks. Tai and Muying felt strange, even though she had just been taken by her family. The clan elder was recorded in the genealogy and restored to the original name of Zhuiying, but in the past, she was the witch who had been presiding over the family ritual of the Zhu family. Apart from not recording the genealogy, she was the eldest young lady of the Zhu family. That's it. That's for sure. The items related to Mount Tai received in the near future are the artifacts that King Yama is looking for. You thought for a while, then narrowed his eyes. Just hearing the various mythological knowledge that Yuri Wanligu said was a little big, but in this position, he was quite aware that he had to learn relevant knowledge. From the moment he learned that he was a Godslayer, he knew that he was already walking on an extremely dangerous tightrope, and it was precisely because he knew the danger that he spread Kasuga Yecheong before Wanligu and others came to prevent the other party from being attacked. He was involved in the war with the god of disobedience. One more thing, based on this information, it should be possible to infer the general divine authority of the Taishan mansion. Wanligu Yuli's empty eyes looked in the direction of the Zhu family ahead. Yes, it can be inferred from these origins that the divine power possessed by the other party is probably at least 6 kinds of resurrection power, restoration power, judgment power, sky power, Hades power, and the original mountain god power. Say Gongshin, according to Yuri, the results of spiritual vision and mythological records combined with unofficial history have made speculations. So, when he was the king of Yama, he only used the three powers of Hades, judgment, and resurrection. Once he recovers, he will have three more powers: the sky, the mountain god, and the recovery. It's a big help. You replied. In the battle with the insubordinate Yama king, according to the speculations of Yuri and Saya Gongshin, it is indeed a power within this range. It turns out that spirit vision still has this kind of benefit. You grinned, showing a wicked smile. Knowing the enemy's cards, her win rate seemed to be much higher. The Zhu family's house is covered with dark fog, and the breath of death is wrapped around the entire building. The door is open, and you can vaguely see the servants lying on the ground in a mess. Their faces are pale, and they exude a strong sense of death. A figure is standing at the door. On the eaves, it was the King Yama, who had been defeated before. When you and the others arrived at Nagisa's house, this was what they saw. It's a lie, right? Nagisa Ie and Nagisa Ing looked at the two figures lying in the courtyard inside the gate in horror. Father, mother, duh. Chapter 41. Oh, it's really timely to arrive. If it's later, these people will be corrupted by the Een wind on me. King Yama, who refused to obey, looked flat, looking at the people in front of him, except for you, everyone else like ants. Like a product detached from mythology, its well-crafted appearance exudes a powerful spirit from the inside out. The most important thing is that no matter how savage, how arrogant and violent he is, you have to admit that the power in him is so divine. It's just like King Fudo. As long as you are face to face with him, you will want to bow your head and kneel and bow to him. Fear emerges from the heart. What a terrifying thing. Just face to face with him. It was the first time for everyone, except for UK, to face the gods, and it was the first time they felt the terrifying power of the gods. The figure was just standing on the eaves, but everyone could not move, not even blinking. If they hadn't stayed ahead and blocked most of the divine might, I'm afraid that they would be extravagant to keep standing. Facing the gods, it is a miracle just to stand up, no matter how genius or monster. When I met a god, I couldn't even compare to the stones by the roadside. Is this the kind of monster that you has been facing? Just staring at him made himself unable to move, and then looked at the belligerent appearance of the bloodthirsty demon in front of you. For the first time, she felt panic. She felt that she was a little unworthy of the teenager beside her. She was afraid of losing. Because of extreme fear, she clenched her fists. Huh. King Yama of Disobedience watched Xiong's actions. Are you very qualified? A girl, even if it's only a trace, can actually act in front of me now. Then, I allow you to watch. Watch this scene. The ancient Emperor of Heaven will come to the world again at this very moment. King Yama, the voice was getting louder and louder, and in the end it was like thunder, but no matter how loud it was, everyone clearly understood the meaning. This is the word of God's will, and God allows you to hear it, and you can hear it. God does not allow it. Unless you reach the realm of God, you will turn a deaf ear to any sound. Go and preach, mortal. Keep this name in your mind. The ancient Emperor of Heaven returns to the earth again, and weave a new myth. I am in charge of the earth, the king of Hades, the sky, and the three worlds. I now abandon Yama, god of God, return to the beginning, and be the holy emperor of Dongyue Tianchi Ren. The disobedient King Yama, who held Shigandang, let out a deafening roar. With the roar of the gods, the figure of King Yama, who did not obey, changed in front of him. Yushu was facing the wind, and his appearance was more dignified than Pan, and wearing a black gold dragon pattern robe and a black crown on his head. Shigandang turned into a scaled-down Mount Tai about 10 centimeters in size, exuding endless mighty might. No, to be more precise, the heavy D-Wei might be more accurate. Without any hesitation, you chanted his sacred song silently. I will be transformed into steel. Evil dragon Fafna, grant me the fate of immortality. The immortal body of steel was activated slowly, and the phantom of Fafna shrouded Yu's back. Does the magic power consume 3 layers less? And does the technique of the holy chapter still work? You thought to himself. So, power, the power of life, is activated. In the Zhu family's house, the bodies of the people who fell on the ground on the front line of life and death emitted green fluorescence, which was the life force of the earth. In just a few seconds, the pale complexion returned to ruddy. Although he didn't turn his head, he still felt the grateful gaze of the 2 girls from the Nagisa family behind. Mobilizing the magic power, invisible repulsion swarmed out, pressing down on Emperor Dongyue. But Emperor Dongyue did not resist and let Yuyo bounce it off. Yu eliminated his own gravity, took off with a single jump, and the sound exploded, with heavy afterimages, chasing after the great Emperor Dongyue in the blink of an eye, looking for a suitable battlefield very tacitly. After 1 minute, the two left the range of Akiren and entered the virgin forest next to Oiwa Mountain around Ashikaga City. Right here, it's far enough, Yu thought to himself. Then in the next instant, Yu's body bent into a U shape and was knocked flying in one breath. What caused the attack was the miniature Mount Tai in the hands of Emperor Dongyue, which was transformed by the original Taishan stone. This divine tool was the original inhabitant of Mount Tai. It was carved from the strange stone at the top of Mount Tai and was carved as a statue of Emperor Dongyue. It has been experienced in Daxia. After thousands of years of worship, until the turbulent times in Daxia, the descendants of the ancient Taishan residents died, and then they wandered out and tossed and turned into the hands of Zhu Yiping. Because of the baptism of thousands of years of worship and belief in mountain gods, this divine tool has the same quality as Mount Tai. Once used to attack, this power is enough to destroy everything. Being hit by a mass equivalent to a mountain range, the sound of gold and iron reverberated through the sky. Yu's body slammed heavily into the ground, and the dense forest was smashed into a huge pothole with a diameter of 50 meters and an unknown depth in the blink of an eye. The ground shook and the earth and rocks splashed, setting off a large earthquake that affected the entire Kanto region, with an amplitude of magnitude 6. Seeing this, Emperor Dongyue once again threw out the miniature Mount Tai in his hand. The miniature Mount Tai grows in the wind. The size of the original 10 centimeters has grown rapidly, and finally turned into a majestic mountain with an altitude of 1,532.8 meters. Jade Emperor Peak, the main peak of Mount Tai, the 1,000-meter height pressed down relentlessly, burying you directly in the ground. Chapter 42. After a few minutes, the vibration stops. The original lush forest was replaced by a kilometer-long mountain, the top of Mount Tai soaring into the clouds. The Emperor Dongyue stood here, exuding an infinite golden light. That was his divine power. Divine power poured into Mount Tai like a sea. It plays the secret rules contained in it, suppressing ominous, suppressing houses, warding off evil spirits, driving wind, dispelling evil spirits, and eliminating disasters. The densely packed ground on Mount Tai is heavily depicted with divine patterns, which maximizes the power of repression. Suddenly, a huge roar that made people tremble came from the bottom of Mount Tai. With this terrifying roar, time seemed to stand still in an instant, because there was no other sound in this world, only the surging roar. Mount Tai began to tremble constantly, as if some peerless murderer was about to break through the repression and enter the world again. The great Emperor Dongyue showed determination, and once again strengthened the installation of divine power, stabilizing the seal of Taishan suppression. Suddenly, Mount Tai stopped shaking. A few minutes later, Emperor Dongyue's complexion suddenly changed. "Get up!" A huge roar resounded through the heavens and the earth, and the clouds above the sky were shaken away by the roar, and there was no cloud in 100 miles. A penetrating golden light emerged from the bottom of Mount Tai, and a figure lifted up the entire kilometer of Mount Tai with the help of his hand. The magic power surged out of Yu's body, and the golden elixir was running rapidly. The power of the earth and the immortal body of the power steel, plus the power of the power and the power of life. The three powers came out at once and forcibly lifted Mount Tai. The power of the earth counteracts the gravity of Mount Tai, the immortal body of steel strengthens the physical body, and the power of life supplements the consumption. Relying on these three powers, Yu has completed the feat of pulling the mountain and making the world unparalleled. With a sudden push, Mount Tai was thrown up, and a punch hit the bottom of the mountain. With a click, the 1,500-meter mountain was smashed into two halves and collapsed to the left and right. At this moment, Emperor Dongyue waved his arm violently, and Mount Tai, which was broken into two pieces, shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it regained its miniature appearance of 10 centimeters in height. But there was a crack all over the mountain in the miniature Mount Tai. At this moment, the legendary immortal and immortal divine tool was forcibly shattered by Yu, who came out of three powers. The great Emperor Dongyue frowned. When he was the unruly King Yama, the battle with Yu had already shattered his underworld. The power of judgment had no effect on you before, no. It should be that energy-type powers have no effect on you. So the divine power in the sky should also be restrained. The resurrection-type powers have been used, and now the underworld is broken. It can no longer be activated again. Then, the great Emperor Dongyue opened the front of his clothes, revealing his body full of rumbling muscles under the clothes. Just looking at it made him feel very coercive. full of majesty, power, and sacredness. Probably this is the body of God as defined by mortals. The miniature Mount Tai in his hand melted slowly, and finally merged into the fleshy body of the great Emperor Dongyue like a muscular eccentric. At this moment, his body possessed the same quality of tyranny as Mount Tai. The long-range attack is invalid, so let's fight in close quarters. After he finished speaking, he stepped on the sky, stomped on the air, and fell to the ground at a speed of 10 times the speed of sound. His arms stretched out, forming a cross, and the atmosphere and the body rubbed violently, like a meteor, hitting you. Seeing this situation, you hurriedly activated her powers. I will be transformed into steel. The dragon of evil will eventually fall. Light and shadow that cut everything. The world, its sunset now, shoot you down. In the midst of the chanting, the cage-toothed sword Graham appeared in his hand, and the magic power poured into Graham, all of which were transformed into endless brilliance. And the great Emperor Dongyue, who aimed at the sky, burst out suddenly. At the moment when the infinite brilliance collided with the great Emperor Dongyue, the space was almost silent. Boom! A thunderous roar exploded out of thin air in the clear sky. The brilliance collided fiercely with the terrifying fleshly body equal to the mass of Mount Tai, and they released terrifying energy frantically. At the intersection of the two, the space seemed to be rippling slightly. Bang! After a few minutes of mutual stalemate, Emperor Dongyue forcibly pressed against the torrent of light and moved towards you. Yu's complexion changed, and the surging mantra poured into Graham, transforming frantically. However, the energy that Graham could transform at the same time was limited after all, and Emperor Dongyue gradually bumped into Yu's front. The original hand-to-hand combat is about to begin. One dodged, Yu threw out Graham's, and the corner of his mouth grinned grimly. One dodged appeared behind Emperor Dongyue, slapped his back with a palm, and the flesh rubbed violently against the air, sending out bursts of screams. Just as you hit the back, he was hit on the left shoulder by a punch from the Emperor Dongyue, and he fell out fiercely. This time, the sneak attack and the sneak attack by the mantis catching the cicada oriole were both at the right time. Yu took a stance, and after landing and standing firm, he didn't lose his temper. He just looked at Emperor Dongyue's eccentric arm, and then looked at his big Tuei, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Arms are bigger than me, Tuei is 3 laps bigger. No wonder. This guy wants to fight me in close quarters. Muscle weirdo is amazing. Yu's eyes were full of jealousy. His right fist clenched tightly, and he punched out. His fist broke through the layers of obstacles in the air, and then, empty. The great Emperor Dongyue turned sideways, showing amazing fighting skills, dodging Yu's iron fist, and hitting his left abdomen with a punch that surpassed the reaction of the naked eye. Crack! The sound of bones shattering sounded. This was the groaning of Yu's ribs under the fist of Emperor Dongyue. Boom! Yu's iron fist of revenge slammed into Emperor Dongyue's face. Then the two attacked again several times. In just a while, 5 of Yu's ribs were broken, blood flowed out of his mouth, and the broken ribs pierced his chest, but his face was filled with extreme madness. Fluorescent light emitted, the power of life was activated, and the ley line energy slowly repaired the injury. The great Emperor Dongyue held his back upright. His brain was hit several times by Yu's iron fist, and the blast was a little flat and a little stunned. Not because of the injury, but because of the opponent's sudden change of tactics, abandoning all defenses, abandoning all instincts, and completely fighting for life. No, it can't be said to be a skill. The skill is only the level of Wang Baquan, but it is unexpectedly effective. Why do you want to use the method of perishing together? It's helpless. Compared with the memory of the fighting that the gods have honed for countless years, he was just an ordinary person half a month ago. How could he have developed skills comparable to it? Fighting for his life, he can win. The great Emperor Dongyue rushed up with a big smile. This is where the bloody fight begins. Chapter 43. In the early morning, the first rays of the scorching sun shine on the mountain called Oyama around Ashikaga City, and a new day begins. Next to the big rock mountain, the lush natural forest has disappeared at this time, and the site is a broken scene. Countless trees have been cut off or uprooted, and the surrounding soil and rocks are broken into pieces. There are various fine stones, and the largest is only the size of a glass bead. There are potholes everywhere, and each pothole is no less than 30 meters in diameter. Looking down from the sky, the entire Ikigahara Sea of trees has dissipated, replaced by potholes all over the ground, as if being bombarded by missiles continuously. Same as a few days. In one of the potholes, Yu's body was completely broken and his shoes had long since disappeared. Every inch of his body was covered with black-brown dry blood. Several ribs were pierced through his chest. Luo was exposed, and her left arm was bent at a strange angle. It was obviously a comminuted fracture. Even with such a terrifying injury, Yu's spine was still straight. The great Emperor Dongyue stood opposite Yu, his whole body still, as if he had reappeared in the Zhu family. The time is already 3 days after the battle. Yu and the great Emperor Dongyue fought a bloody battle for 3 days and 3 nights in this sea of trees. According to the appearance, it should be considered that Emperor Dongyue won the victory, but, ha ha ha, I admire you very much. The great Emperor Dongyue laughed wildly, and his figure gradually became illusory. With the blessings of both sides, and the physical quality of the two sides is not much different, they dare to engage in a war of attrition with me, the Emperor. Even my life will make me exhausted and die. Compared to you when you fought against my fallen body, now you are a warrior and a Godslayer. Then take it and usurp everything from me. I look forward to the next fight with you. In the laughter, the figure of the great Emperor Dongyue turned into sand and drifted away with the wind. It's really a monster. This guy has smashed 80% of my magic power, which is equivalent to the magic power of 8 Godslayers. Yu's voice was a little vague, because he didn't know what to do during the 3-day bloody battle. Because of how many times he was hit directly at the door, fortunately he won, and as the winner, he survived. Although his body was more devastated than 3 days ago, the flames in Yu's eyes grew stronger. What Emperor Dongyue said was right. Yu from 3 days ago was just an ordinary person who suddenly gained enormous power. Although he was a bit crazy, he was indeed in the category of ordinary people. But now after 3 days of forging, physical and spiritual double tempering, he is now a qualified warrior, a qualified demon king. Yu's figure slowly fell, and fell into a deep sleep. O Earth, give me the power of life again. Yu was in a space where he didn't know where he was. Not anywhere here. To be precise, this place does not exist on the actual Earth. Surrounded by a world of only gray. The gray space continues to the end of the horizon. However, there is one exception. Finally, we can meet again. There was a girl in front of him. About 10 years old. Correct appearance. The body is slender and very slender, like a young girl. Even so, she is very personable. Rather than using the word beautiful to describe her, it is better to say that she has a cute childlike appearance and physique. Her long blonde hair was parted left and right, and she was wearing a thin white dress. The height is short, and the first impression is more like a child. But she is a woman, who is more bewitching than any other woman. For a moment, you didn't understand who the person in front of her was, but she remembered it immediately. Her name is indeed Pandora. Oh, you actually fell asleep with little mother here. You looked tiredly at the pretty girl in front of him, the nominal mother of all Godslayers, the goddess in the realm of life and immortality, Pandora. Yes, good son. Pandora was very happy when she heard the name of the little mother. After all, although she was the nominal mother, the Godslayers and these guys faced the gods. Don't expect them to have any good feelings. It can be said that it is commonplace to speak ill of each other, and it is rare to have an obedient and good child. Sure enough, you are the most special child. He dragged Yu's head with both hands, and talked to you in the posture of a lap pillow. Oh, special. You questioned the young girl in front of her. Yes, it doesn't have any shortcomings due to the ritual, and it's even more powerful. Can you tell your mother what's going on? It's fine if you don't say anything. Moms who have secrets prefer it. Pandora smiled. When asked, he was obviously very young, but exuded an amazing motherhood. Oh, I can't express how to say it specifically. I can only say that the body can absorb the benefits and discard the bad. Well, so it is. That's why you became like this. Pandora nodded, as if she knew something. It became like this. What did it become? Hearing Pandora's words, you became even more suspicious. Don't you know? Now you are closer to the gods than the Godslayer. It's not the god of disobedience, but the realm of sleep and death, the real god in mythology. And it's closer to our mother goddess than dragons and snakes. It's almost like the children born by all the goddesses of the earth. It's really great. Pandora's tone was very happy, and there was no Godslayer. The disadvantage means that it will not be crusade, which means that the child can survive forever and is closer to the goddess of the earth, which is like a godsend. In the eternal loneliness, I finally have a relative who can accompany me, and it is not a relative in name. Can you be my real child? Pandora with hope and desire. He stared at Yu's figure. Yu was silent for a while, and then laughed dumbly. Is there any difference with the nominal righteous son now? It doesn't seem like it, Pandora chuckled, then bit her finger and put it into Yu's mouth with a smile. Divine blood was injected into Yu's body, completely transforming it. Chapter 44. Feeling that her head was gently lifted, and then leaning against a soft place, Yin slowly opened her eyes. Awake. There was a mat on the ground. Xiongzheng sat on the ground, supported Yu's head with a lap pillow, and looked at Yu with a distressed face. At this time, Yu was covered with a black-brown dry blood scab, but the injury had long since recovered under the influence of the power of life, but the appearance was only in a state of embarrassment. Well awake. Yu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. If Qiong saw the scene immediately after the bloody battle, it would not be the distressed look at the moment. I don't want to see you injured, not at all. The intact body successfully deceived Qiong's cognition, but the traces of dry blood on his body reminded faintly of the injuries you suffered in the battle with the incompetent Emperor Dongyue. Far heavier than what she saw now. Well, Yuji agreed. Next time he wouldn't be so stupid and confrontational. It was too painful. He had been on the verge of death hundreds of times in 3 days. If it weren't for the power life with 10 times the magic power of the Godslayer, you also couldn't drag Emperor Dongyue to death. At this time, the sticky discomfort came after you relaxed his nerves. Once the Godslayer enters the fighting state, the nerves will become dull, which allows them to ignore some pain and fight better, but it is not useless. Sequelae, once you exit the battle state, these accumulated discomforts will come surging. You hurriedly got up and rubbed it up, and a bloody scab fell on the ground, and in just a short while, 2 kilograms was rubbed off. Where's the water in the dome? I want to wash it first. Looking at Xiongmei, who was 10 meters away from him and was still retreating, Yunyanyo's face was full. You didn't care about lap pillows before, what about now? So dirty, disgusting. Qiong surrounded his brows and looked at his dress in disgust, which was also covered with some blood scabs. Go back, take a shower. Rub it 10 times, no? Rub it 100 times. Yes, yes, I don't need to tell you. I will do the same. Oh, Cookie ran, Kasuga Wild House. Grumpy. Ha, you just finished taking a shower, took out a box of Musashino milk from the refrigerator, and gulped it down. It's so cool. You were naked, lying comfortably on the sofa, expressing emotion. It was already 10 a.m. While Saya Gongshin was taking Yu's bath, he pulled out the door to buy vegetables, leaving only Yu in the entire Kasuga Wild House. Soft on the sofa, feeling the center of the golden elixir in the body, that touch of green and moving inspiration, Yu's mood became more and more happy. It's so cool. In the previous bloody battle with the disobedient Emperor Dongyue for 3 days and 3 nights, the power of life, was constantly controlled, resonated, and used. After countless uses and tempering, the rules that constitute the power of life are insignificant, and it is estimated that 1/100000000 of the part is integrated into the golden elixir. With this spiritual light, you directly cross the first step of becoming a saint, energy micromanipulation. Step out of the second step of becoming a saint, rule fusion. When the rules of the power of life are fully integrated with the golden pill, you will usher in the last step, the calamity of the inner demon. Once the inner demon has been crossed, he will be manifested in the world from now on. The so-called inner demon is the evil thoughts that exist in everyone's subconscious. When the rules are completely compatible with the golden pill, the invisible force will strengthen Yu's body. Because the strengthening is all round, the evil thoughts will naturally be strengthened, and the impact will be on the table. Consciousness. Resisting evil thoughts and not being controlled by evil thoughts is the so-called success in overcoming the demons. Slag Yu's expression of death, the impact of evil thoughts? It's drizzling. I'll show you minute by minute after I survived the bloody battle. After relaxing for a while, he took the posture of Guyu lying down, and Yu leisurely sank into the soul space, intending to start looking at the spoils sorted out by the eggs. Soul space. Yu's figure appeared, and a fart squatted on the egg. Using the egg as a sofa, the spirit sank into the inside of the egg. The endless sea of negative energies constantly simulates the divine power of Emperor Dongyue imbued by the dark Christmas festival, and then collides with it. Negative energies of the same quantity and quality collide violently with the divine power, because they are positive and negative energies of each other, thus annihilating each other. During the annihilation, the information in the divine power was exposed, and the egg swallowed this information. Based on this, the law of the Godslayer world was deduced, and then pulled out. You had black lines all over his head, and the corners of his mouth were twitching. This was the first time he had completely watched the rules of egg deduction, and he shouldn't have read them. The rules in his mind were all played by eggs. Is it like flying in my head? Holy shit. Below the soul space, on the land of steel, Graham shot up into the sky and flew into Yu's hand. Crackling bang bang touch pong. You slashed at the egg, and the atrocity lasted for 20 minutes, until Graham couldn't bear the force of the anti-shock and shattered. You just stopped, calmed down, suppressed his nausea, and sank his consciousness into the egg again. The divine power information of Emperor Dongyue was deduced, and various rules of death, mountains, earth, sky, judgment, life, and resurrection appeared either incomplete or complete. In the end, the rules of death, earth, life, resurrection, etc. are integrated into the power and the power of the earth below the soul space to complement and sublime. The unabsorbed rules sank into the eggs. The sky rules were absorbed by the wind and the raging waves, and the rest of the rules formed the crystals of three powers: shouting hell, the breath of death, and the judgment of the underworld. You ignored the power crystals. These crystals have fixed power, fixed consumption, and cannot be micromanipulated. The three kinds of determinations are destined to be waste. Except for using them to hold 13, the rest of the time is useless. What you cares about is the ruled earth below, which enables the user to have the power of Mount Tai, the power of the mountain. You is deeply impressed by this power. With this power, Emperor Dongyue is physically, and after evolution 10 it was twice as high as the God Killer, and the body of the immortal body of steel was added, and it was a lose-lose situation. Imagining his immortal body of steel and the power of the mountain overlapped with the air in seconds, he drooled slowly. The other life force integrates the rules of death, life, resurrection, etc. In addition to strengthening the recovery ability, the most important thing is to have more resurrection ability. After death, the soul will sink into the earth and absorb the life force of the earth to resurrect. Although there are 3 hours of CD time, but the flaws do not hide the beauty, resurrection, equal to one life, and unlimited refreshes. After investigating the change of power, you turned his gaze to the strange water droplets exuding divine power in the egg. What is this? Chapter 45. You concentrated on the strange drop of water. You clearly remembered that the only god he killed was Emperor Dongyue, who was not obedient. So where did this thing full of divine power and shaped like a drop of water come from? Egg, take a look at my body. You wondered if he was in any kind of power and was affected by it. Otherwise, if something containing a lot of divine power entered you's body, would you have no impression? Sure enough, the egg detected a faint, strange energy somewhere in the soul, and you was shocked and quickly ordered the egg to annihilate it. Memories flooded in. It turns out that the energy is the energy of the secluded world, because the secluded world is the realm of the spirit. So where the spirit has priority, where the memory of the experience is engraved in the spirit, after the natural return to the body, the physical body, the brain does not have this memory, so will it cause fragmentation? Carry the memory with the energy of the nether world. When the soul enters the nether world again, the energy will be integrated into the nether world, and the natural memory will reappear, but you have an egg to defend yourself, and the egg annihilates the energy and transmits the memory back. Remember that in the secluded world, you will not be spoken to. By Pandora. Pandora bit the tip of her tongue and transferred her blood in the only way that could have an effect on the Godslayer. The way of mouth. It took a long time. It lasted about an hour, this transmission process. Bloodlines have been completely changed. By the time you realize it, it's already an afterthought. If you can, don't fight with the goddess of the earth, because being killed by a child is too cruel for a mother. Pandora's last words echoed in his ears, and he patted his forehead. Aya, I've gone further and further in the truth of the law. Is the real sister after the stepmother? Why do you get excited when you think about it? Slag, you finally acquiesced to the fact that he was scum. Zhayo found something wrong in his memory? When using strong, Pandora bleeds. Is he kidding me? The mother of the gods actually shed that blood? Egg, annihilate Pandora's blood, and then bless me with the benefits. The most important thing this time, I will read all the information. You carried forward the tradition of asking eggs when you were confused. As Pandora's blood essence, it naturally contains the intelligence of her life, but when I saw it in the moonlit night of the first murder, I accepted the rules of shielding intelligence information and only receiving egg deductions. But the question this time seems to have to be found in this information. The egg runs the Dirac Sea, completely annihilating Pandora's blood. Pandora is the first woman made of clay by Hephaestus in Greek mythology and given to mankind as a punishment for Prometheus for stealing fire. But this is just her fallen posture, using clay as the raw material. But the clay comes from the earth, so it can be considered as Pandora made by the ancient goddess of the earth as the raw material. And in a series of Gaia stories in Greek mythology, the words derived from Gaia have been mentioned. The earth is the mother of all things, and the stone is my skeleton. So the prototype of Pandora can be considered as Gaia, one of the oldest earth goddesses. This is also confirmed in the information. The ancient goddess who ruled the gods in the past was defeated by the first generation of God King Uranus, the symbol of the rise of male chauvinism, and the myth was tampered with and degenerated into the wife of Uranus. But how was the fallen Gaia willing? So she planned the rebellion carefully, manipulated Kronos to defeat Uranus, making Kronos the second-generation god king, and Gaia further upgraded to the mother of the gods. But the good times didn't last long. Patriarchy broke out in an all-round way, and its symbol Zeus appeared. He, Boston, and Hades defeated Cronus and Gaia in one fell swoop. Forced into the earth, the male gods turned the myth of Gaia into the myth of Pandora by reversing it. Therefore, Pandora, who used clay as a material and was deprived of wisdom by the gods, was actually Gaia's fallen posture. This is the truth of Pandora. So it's all a couple in name? Then you're cheap for me. Yu's face was stunned. The joke was too funny. The mother of the gods was actually very pure, and the third-rate game called Reality was really fun. I can't help but accept the fact that no matter what, I'm the most profitable, right? At this time, the rules contained in Pandora's magical power were continuously deduced by the egg and finally transmitted by the egg's situation. He was already a little resistant to this. He tried to resist, but he still couldn't change the strange habit of eggs. Looking at the rules from under the eggs, compared to the place where the proportion of human beings was only pp, a group of rules runes formed the appearance of poop, slowly, falling into the ground below the rules. It seems that in the future, others will call me full of shit, and I can't refute it. Xiaoyu looked at the rules and the soul in despair. The new earth appeared in the mind space, juxtaposed with the other four. Power. The message of the earth came to use mind. The ability to manipulate the elements of the earth. You stared at the newly emerged powerful earth below the space of his mind, stunned. With a flash, you left the soul space. Chapter 46. It was Saturday, and the weather was fine as always. Frogs croaked in the rice paddies, and the cicadas on the trees also responded to the squeaking cicadas of the frogs. The time is in late June, and it is already summer vacation time. After the bloody battle with the disobedient Emperor Dongwe, half a month passed. Kasagano House was caught in a strange atmosphere at this time. Kakaka, the computer, ejected a CD. Dome sat on the sofa, reached out, and took out the CD, and then threw it into the trash. This game has been cleared again. Yu closed his eyes, spread out beside Xiong, polished the golden core carefully. The rules of Xingji were integrated in a negligible progress, and opened his eyes to see the game CD added to the trash can again. I'm tired of it. Xiong looked at the computer desktop expressionlessly. For the past half-month, he has been playing computer strategy games at home, but Xiong, who is quite intelligent, has already cleared nearly 200 games. Where do you want to travel? It was just a random suggestion. After speaking, Yu closed his eyes and felt sinking into his body to continue polishing the golden core, enjoying the process of slowly improving himself. Xiong thought about it carefully. Half a month ago, because of the bloody battle, Xiong, who was afraid of losing you, was too soft to let you go out. After all, I learned from the mouths of many people in the magic world. With the urine of Godslayers, there will always be incidents about gods and demons when going out. However, the half-month retreat has made Xiong a little quiet and thoughtful. Cosmetics and bags are about to be updated. Then go to the nearest big scenic spot. By the way, I will buy it for a year. Crunch. At this time, Shay Gongxin just came back from shopping and pushed the door into the living room. Xian, do you know the closest scenic spot to Omuran? Xiong left the trouble of thinking about the tourist destination to the only servant in the family, Shay Gongxin. Hey, recently? The closest scenic spot to Ashikaga should be Nikko Toshogu Shrine in Nikko City. Sayaka Miyako tilted her head, recalling the information on the regional scenic spots, and casually escaping the name of Nikko City. Well, then go there. Xiong directly issued the final conclusion. Hey, are you sure where to go? The monkeys who don't live there will fight with me. You looked at the bewildered Xiong with a black line on his head. Do you remember? Limiting me for half a month. Isn't it because I am afraid that I will fight with God? Why do you still take the initiative to find God's territory? Pat. Hearing the name of the monkey, Saya Gongxin loosened her hands, and the purchased lunch materials were scattered all over the place. One of the four families, Jufashang family, guarded the Nikko Tasho Palace, and the Shitian Palace sealed the disobedient son Wukong with the curse of Baima I. The spell that borrowed the divine power of monkeys became the biggest trump card of the Kufutsuka family, and even Yamato. Xian, don't you know where Sun Monkey is sealed? At this time, It was Yu's turn to be confused. As the head of the 4 families in Beijing, the Shay Palace family, Shay Gongxin did not know that the 4 largest families were the biggest. One of the whole cards? Oh, I remember. It was recorded in the memory of inheritance. But to enter the residence of the ape god, the seal must be opened by the witch of the curse, but the position of the great sorcerer of the Jufuzhong family has been vacant. Nearly 100 years. Shay Gongxin touched her forehead, relieving the pain. She had too many inherited memories, and if she wanted to query her memory, she had to use the high spiritual spell of recall. However, when recall was activated, it would be accompanied by a heavier tingling sensation. Endure the sting. The so-called sorceress refers to a superpower that can naturally eliminate spells and magic and make them ineffective. It will appear in the sorceress about every 100 years. A girl with this ability can be said to be Yamato's rarest superpower. And the great Miko refers to the priestess with the highest status in the shrine, and even the highest commander of the shrine. You believe this nonsense? Without any private goods, the 9 Dharma tombs have long been swallowed up. They have guarded Nikko Toshogu for 300 years, right? Haven't found any way to use Sun Monkey's power for 300 years? Check again. Check the inheritance. You looked at Shay Gongxin with contempt, and thanks to her being one of the 4 patriarchs, Sun Wukong's power is so easy to borrow. Will the Jufuzhong family not be moved? 300 years without any research at all? Everyone knows this is impossible. Stimulated by the contemptuous gaze, and at the same time aware of the ridiculous loophole in her previous words, Shay Gongxin clenched her teeth and stared fiercely at the silver-haired boy lying lazily on the sofa in front of him. This kind of scum can actually kill gods. It's too unscientific, and with a powerless sigh, Shay Gongxin started recalling again. A quarter of an hour later. I found it. The previous generation's great sorcerer, Tojo Shinji, is still alive, but has just retired and cultivated. The family of the 9 Dharma tombs does have a technique that borrows the power of the god, but if you want to see the god, you can only do it by the Witch of Calamity strikes. He covered his head with his hands, rubbed it lightly, relieved the side effects of the spell, and looked at Zhayo viciously. Hey, didn't you say that the great Imperial, which has been vacant for 100 years? The previous generation is still alive? How old is she? So far, he is 230 years old, right? Tojo Shinji-sama. Sayaka Miyako was also shocked. If it wasn't for the inheritance of memories, it was revealed that Tojo Shinji and his grandfather, Sayaka Masaru, were also talking to each other. With her figure and Tojo Shinji's life records, she absolutely cannot imagine that humans can live for so long. Even a magician with pure magic power can only live to the human limit of 150 years old. She's really an old witch who was at the same time as Woban. You was stunned. At this time, Cheong said with a serious face. In this case, let's change our tourist destination to Kyoto. You had black lines all over his head, and looked at Kasuga Yi Cheong with a face full of helplessness. Too bad. I would have known that I would not have said it. Once Cheong learned about the existence of the god of Yu in Nikko City, he would never let you go anywhere. Suddenly, a light flashed in Yu's mind. Do you know Cheong? You said in a cowardly tone, like a big bad wolf. Huh. Cheong tilted his head with a cute look on his face. That Tojo Godheim should still have the appearance of Herba Fonghua. Don't you want to know? The secret of her staying youthful? She is 230 years old this year. Before he finished speaking, Cheong's eyes were full of stars. With a longing face, he hurried out of the living room and went to the room on the 2nd floor. From upstairs came the sound of rummaging through boxes and unpacking cabinets and packing up luggage. Saya Gongxin looked at Slagyu, who was smirking like a fox, with doubts. Why do you know the appearance of Tojo Shinji-sama? As you can guess, witches with pure magic power can maintain physical activity. So you can guess the appearance of that goddess, woman. Yuman responded indifferently. In the afternoon, the group embarked on a trip to Nikko City. Chapter 47. Nikko Mountain is home to Toshoga Shrine, Fudorazen Shrine, and Rennoji Temple. It is a sightseeing spot in Yamato on consecutive holidays. Now is the peak tourist season, and there are huge crowds of pilgrims on Sunshine Mountain. Men and women, young and old, individuals or families, couples, foreigners, in short, there are all kinds of people. In a shrine in Toshogu, which is not open to the public, a young girl is standing next to the spiritual spring in Nikko Mountain, standing barefoot by the spring water, preparing to cleanse herself, as if preparing to take a bath. The crystal-clear spring water was flowing, reflecting the girl's face. Cloud-like dark purple hair was scattered around her waist, and she was dressed in pure white G-witch costume, with a red ribbon tied around her waist. The delicate and small face of melon seeds is slightly rounded, with playful small dimples on the cheeks. The skin is as crystal clear as snow, and the girl's face is always smiling, which is very beautiful. The bright eyes have the vicissitudes of time, but they also contain a touch of innocence. The girl stretched out her slender hands and was about to undress. Click! With a soft sound, the red ribbon tied around the waist was cracked, and it was almost broken into two sections. Ominous omen. The purple-haired girl took off her belt and watched the cracks carefully. For ordinary people, it may be an accident that happened by accident, but if this kind of accident happened to her as the highest-ranking maiden, it could not be an accident. It used to be, 100 years ago. It's the same as the omen when the leader came. Murmured in a low voice, the purple-haired girl used the summoning spell and summoned a talisman. Gently put it into the spring water, and the color changed from dark purple to flaxen. This is a symbol of blood returning to the ancestors, and it is also a symbol of the ability of the highest priestess. The girl's magic power is released, and divination is launched. The talisman paper was gradually wetted by the cold spring water, and the word big ominous appeared in the ancient seal script on the blank. The two words appeared. The talisman paper glowed with a faint golden brilliance. The invisible fluctuations spread out, and the talisman paper jumped out of the water, like a paper fish, hitting the imperial pillar beside the spring pool. Looking at the talisman paper embedded in the imperial pillar, the girl's face blushed. Lord Tojo Godheim, King Rakshasa is coming, and Ashikaga's monster is here. You must know that God exists. An anxious shout came from outside the shrine, and a figure broke in. It was a sorceress with delicate brown hair, about 10 years old. At this time, her usually cute little face was wrinkled and full of panic. The news of the Demon King's coming frightened her young heart. Jingshin, come with me to see that His Majesty. Tojo Shinji lowered her head. Her purple hair covered her expression and quickly left the shrine. Yes, Lord Godheim. Hey, your ears are so red. The little witch followed in her footsteps, and then, based on her long-term daily relationship, she noticed the abnormality of Tojo Godheim. Nothing. Tojo Shinji blushed and quickly denied. Because she has been in seclusion for 100 years, the world has forgotten the existence of Godheim, and naturally, she has forgotten her abilities. Only the impression that Tojo Godheim is the Witch of Calamity can be determined. However, compared to the power of Calamity, Tojo what Shinji is best at is divination. The divination technique that was performed previously was the divination technique of water occupying the divine fortune. The characters on the talisman paper were the traces inscribed by the heavens and the earth. The change from the great evil to the great auspiciousness was a prediction of the consequences of the coming of the devil, which meant that there was no danger. But what made Tojo Shinji embarrassed was the action of the last talisman. The most accurate and highest divination technique that could be performed before, because of the environment, was only the water fortune-telling. And in the water fortune-telling, in the interpretation technique, the talisman paper is embedded in the imperial pillar by itself, and it expresses the red line of marriage. In other words, will that king fall in love with me at first sight? Tojo Shinji's heart suddenly panicked. When she was a child, she sat in the Shitian Palace as a priestess who served the ape gods. It has been more than 200 years. As a priestess serving the gods, she was forced to be pure in body and mind. Under this premise, the heart that has been maintained for hundreds of years is like a still water, and the heart of the girl who has been suppressed for hundreds of years is completely disrupted by the marriage signing. On the other hand, Yu Gong rode Saya Gongshin's Hummer into the urban area of Nikko City and drove straight towards Nikko to Shoga's shrine. Arrived, Xiong rubbed his eyes sleepily, asking Sei Gongshin in the driver's seat in front. Yu also opened his eyes and looked out the window a little strangely. Seems like something has been spied on. Is that monkey? It's estimated to arrive in 10 minutes. I've already notified the people at Toshogu Shrine to greet me. Sayaka Miyagi looked forward intently, clenching the steering wheel with both hands. Although she is a minor, Saya Gongshin has a car age of 5 years and is already a seasoned old driver. After 10 minutes, the Hummer slowly stopped moving, and all three got out of the car. Boom. As the car door closed tightly, Sei Gongshin led the crowd to the residence of the monkey god. Nikko Toshoga Shrine is a spiritual temple built to honor the deified Tokugawa Ieyasu, Tasho Daigun. It is a very luxurious and gorgeous shrine that is often visited by people on school trips. Look at the 5-story pagoda, climb the stone steps, and cross the torii. It is the normal route to enter the worship hall, the main hall, and then the okusha through the famous Yangming Gate in this way. However, Saya Gongshin walked towards an unremarkable building halfway through. But there was a small, unadorned hut, the front sidewall of the cottage. It's just the door of a normal home. There are monkeys carved from one end to the other. Monkeys with closed eyes, monkeys with closed mouths, monkeys with ears covered. Sitting monkey. There are more than a dozen monkeys looking at the sky and monkeys lying on their stomachs. Sayaka Gongshin took out a talisman, lifted the barrier, and entered the vast woods behind the building. You restrained the dome and followed. This is the middle ground leading to Futuraima's shrine and to Shoga's shrine. Unobtrusive, and with the existence of the barrier, tourists didn't notice it. Come here in about a quarter of an hour. The three came to the front of an ancient shrine. Welcome to the Western Heaven Palace, His Majesty the Rakshasa King. The dark purple-haired witch held the little brown-haired witch and greeted the three people in the nobility of ancient Japan. After the salute was over, Tojo Shinji raised her head with the little witch of pure heart. Nozomi Tojo. Chapter 48. Nozomi Tojo. You stared at the purple-haired girl in front of him in a stunned manner. Her beautiful face, even a wide shrine maiden's clothes could not hide her hot figure. Her appearance was exactly the same as the famous two-dimensional idol Tojo Nozomi in her previous life. You roared wildly in your heart. What the hell? I actually saw the real cult leader. Oh, acquaintance. Yuna obviously met an acquaintance, making the alarm bell and Cheong's heart ringing. Hooking Yu's arms with both hands, staring at the opposite Tojo Shinji, silently swearing her sovereignty. Oh, no, it's just like a friend named Tojo Nozomi. The arm was pulled by Cheong. How could you, who was so innocent, not know what Cheong was thinking? He was only shocked by the appearance of the witch before, but he calmed down and noticed it. No, I have never heard of the love-live competition in this world. But looking at the extremely familiar face, you suddenly became uncertain again, and went back to ask the subordinate forces to check the existence of the wooden school. Remember, it was the school in Chiyoda district. Thinking of the 9 young ladies of Muse, Scum was a little excited. Oh, is that so? Would you like to introduce me to me next time? Is there someone who looks like me? Tojo Shinji said with a smile. The interaction between the Demon King and his sister made her interesting. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm the former great sorcerer of this Western Heaven Palace, Tojo Godheim. If my real name is Tojo Nozomi, it is indeed Tojo. Tojo Nozomi introduced herself generously, and at the same time, pulled the shivering little witch. This is Xia Jingxin, the maiden who takes care of my daily life. Don't look at her like this. She is actually a formal maiden, but she is a little timid. Like a girl's favorite toy. It's not timid. Jing Xin responded boldly, but seeing Yu's eyes watching over, he immediately buried his head in Tojo Nozomi's arms, and his small body trembled. Obviously, you were terrified. You looked at the little witch with a black line on her head, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Hey, you are that 230-year-old witch. Cheong looked at Nozomi Tojo with a shocked expression. Although she was reminded by Yu and Saya Gongshin, she was still surprised when she saw the real person. It is the appearance of Erba Fonghua, but it has gone through 2 centuries. Cheong looked at Tojo Nozomi eagerly, coveting the secret of Tojo Nozomi's permanent youth. Nozomi Tojo looked at Kasuga Nozomi with a bad face. No girl would care about her age, so after Tojo Nozomi was over 20 years old and succeeded to the title of the highest power in Tasho Palace, she became the highest power in the name of Tasho Palace. Discussing the age of Shinji became a taboo at Toshogu. Exposing her age in front of the girl, Cheong died. Looking at Cheong holding Yu's arm tightly, Tojo Nozomi's eyes flashed a hint of playfulness. Then he returned to indifference and smiled sweetly at Yu. Then, Lord Husband's purpose this time is really the Monkey King. Please follow me. Before he finished speaking, Tojo Nozomi hurriedly covered Xiao Zue with both hands, looking like he was leaking, and his eyes were full of smiles. He was covered in sweat and looked at Nozomi Tojo with indefensible words. You and I have no grievances and no grudges. What are you doing? Like a thunderbolt from the blue, Dome raised his head expressionlessly, staring at Yu's face. It's very similar to a friend I know. Which friend? Yu's friend. I remember I should have seen all of them. In the past 16 years, all. Seeing Cheong's gloomy face, you already knew that he was taking juju pills, and looked at Tojo Nozomi who was snickering bitterly, feeling Cheong clenching his arm more and more, his face full of inner cows. Can I choose a way to die? Clap clap. Tojo Nozomi clapped his hands. Okay, it's just a joke. Jingxin and Xiaoxin should step back first. Your Majesty and the Prince will come with me. Also, Majesty, your chatting skills need to be improved. It's all old-fashioned. Tojo Nozomi said jokingly, and then took the lead in opening the door and entering the inner hall. The corners of Shay Gongshin's mouth twitched as she watched the ethics drama in front of her, and finally stepped forward and pulled Xiao Jingxin to leave first. You looked at Kasuga Yechio with an embarrassed expression, but what he got was a blank eye. Big radish with a heart. Xiong muttered, throwing away Yu's arm and entering the shrine. Yu quickly followed. In the inner hall is a very old-looking ancestral temple, neither very large nor very ornate. It's like a very rustic temple on the side of the country road. There are low trees growing around, covered with immature fruits, and if you look closely, you can see that this is a peach tree, and the monkey's favorite food is its fruit peaches. Around the ancestral temple and the peach wood, there are open Julian ropes, in the form of a circle with ropes. The rope emits a strong spell. This rope is the embodiment of the enchantment. Tojo Nozomi walked into the Jurin rope, put his hand on one of the knots. His ruddy face turned pale in an instant. The magic power poured into his hands, and the power of calamity was activated, and the magic power on the Jurin rope temporarily disappeared. Now, Tojo Nozomi calmly breathed, and in the blink of an eye, his complexion returned to ruddy, and he turned around. Please come with me. A dark cave suddenly appeared in front, and Nozomi Tojo stepped into it first. You took Xiong's little hand and walked into the cave. The ancestral hall regained its tranquility again. The interior of the cave is extremely dark, with a concrete-like texture on the feet. It is very easy to walk, but there is almost no light. After the three people walked in the passage for a few minutes, the light appeared. A square hole appeared in front of them, and the light passed from there. Come over. Across the four corner holes. Appeared in front of the eyes is a dilapidated hut, deserted. The building is probably the style of a horse house. The sun is shining outside, and the climate is very comfortable. Very impressive buildings can be seen in the distance. Huge houses. No cities or palaces. By the way, a Huxia-style palace like the Forbidden City should be the stables in the palace. Corner of the house. On a pile of hay lay a monkey. The hair color is very bright, with golden body hair similar to orange, and the body length is about 80 centimeters. Monkey King, Monkey King. Chapter 49. Oh, it's Shirshi here, and she's bringing guests. Sun Wukong raised his head and looked at the three of them. Fiery red eyes, golden pupils. This is Monkey King's world-famous fiery eyes. Huh? What about the strange guest, the breath of the earth goddess? The breath of the snake? But it's a human body? What the hell are you? His eyes were shining, and his eyes were fixed on you, and Sun Wukong asked. Huh? Xiaokong didn't see it? This is the Rakshasa King. Tojo Nozomi looked at Sun Wukong strangely. She had been with Sun Wukong for many years and naturally knew the magic power of Sun Wukong's famous fiery eyes. Although he couldn't see the main body, he could see subordination can be done. Impossible. In my eyes, he is, no? What kind of god are you? You can actually escape from the myth. Sun Wukong's divine power surged, his eyes widened, and his fiery golden eyes exuded a dazzling brilliance, shining on Yu's body. His eyes penetrated the surface of the body, and when he saw the golden core in you, he was shocked. Hey, don't change people's races arbitrarily. For a while the mother of the earth, the snake for a while, and now it's a god again. You looked at the sun monkey in front of him. Jean Dan began to turn. The monkey probably sleeps stupidly well. It's probably enough to beat him up. When he saw the golden elixir in Yu's body turning, Sun Wukong's eyes flashed, as if he saw something. Is that so, son of the earth? It's really hard to give birth to your ancient mother. I didn't see how hard she was. At this time, you reflected that Sun Wukong was probably referring to Pandora. He had experienced the blood exchange with Pandora. At the same time, now the golden core is in line with the rules, and now you is almost equivalent to the gods appearing in the world. The flesh is like Jesus, who is like God and not man. It's a pity, because of the curse of Bima 1, I can't kill you on the spot. Sun Wukong sighed regretfully, again imitating Gaia and manipulating Kronos, manipulating the gods to tamper with the myth, and lo and behold the aura in his body seems to be the collective participation of a number of earth goddesses. Oh, I can't pretend that I didn't hear this. Hearing the word kill, blue veins burst out on Yu's forehead. This monkey feels too good about himself. If he really fights, he doesn't know who will die. The incarnation of Power Steel slowly launched. At this moment, the monkey was lying lazily on the hay and jumped up instantly, his eyes widened. What the hell are you doing? You actually have the power of a god killer. Tojo Nozomi stood behind Sun Monkey, his silver teeth clenched tightly. The blue veins on his forehead burst out, and he stretched out his hand to grab the monkey's face and stretched out. I've already said it, it's King Rakshasa. Can you listen to me? Dead monkey. Ah, King Rakshasa, what kind of power did you use to become like this? You Godslayers have really weird powers. The monkey face was pulled away, and Sun Wukong suddenly couldn't speak clearly. Turning his head, he got rid of Tojo Nozomi's magic hand, and his voice returned to normal. Didn't you say you want to kill me? Come on. You moved his 5 fingers, his body began to glow with golden light, and Fafnir's phantom began to slowly emerge. That being said, but every time there is no way to get rid of the curse, I want to make a move, but there are conditions. Although the witch who brought disaster is here, but the sword has not been brought, and the snake that lacks the most important manifestation. The monkey turned around and continued to spread out on the hay. He said in a flat tone, completely inconsistent with the arrogance in the mythology, like an old man in the twilight. Besides, you're about to die after using a calamity, Xiao Tojo? That's right, the last time we met was 100 years ago according to the human calendar. You can live until now. It is also a blessing that Teshogu has concentrated all the spiritual energy of the extreme eastern land. Sun Monkey looked at Nozomi Tojo indifferently. As a god, it has seen too many human beings. Even if the old friend who has accompanied him for many years is about to die, it cannot touch its heart. Xiong looked at Nozomi Tojo with a shocked expression, completely not expecting that the majestic girl in front of her was actually dying. Tojo is so young. How could he be on the verge of death? No, you only need to refine the magic power to the level of purity, and you can stay young forever, but death is unavoidable. If you want to learn, go back later, and I will teach you. Tojo Nozomi explained that when he saw the mention of eternal youth, Xiong's shining eyes knew what she was thinking, and then he smiled bitterly and responded to the teaching. Your spell is in that position on your body, and I have the means to break it. You looked at Monkey Sun confidently. As long as it was a spell made of energy, the egg would be annihilated for you in minutes. Tojo Nozomi looked at you confidently with a panicked face. Because of the lack of long snakes, she decided that you could not break the seal, so she dared to bring you here. She didn't even carry a treasured sword. Obviously, she didn't want Sun Wukong to be born. But looking at you now, it seemed that he was already prepared, and he felt uneasy in his heart. If I knew where I was, I would have already thought of a way to break the curse, so why wait for you? Sun Wukong looked at you with disdain, knowing that Sun Wukong practiced magic under the throne of Bodhi Patriarch and was proficient in the 72 transformations, and later also practiced Buddhist methods, and his attainment in magic is also one of the best among the gods. You looked confused, didn't know the location of the curse. Even if he wanted to break it with an egg, he couldn't do anything. Is it going to be a waste of time this time? Looking at Sun Wukong, who was looking at him playfully, the corners of Yu's mouth twitched. Pretending to be 13 couldn't be beaten in the face. What are you doing now? The eggs have been trembling and waiting to eat, but you can't make this monkey into a dish. Correct. You suddenly had a flash of inspiration, reached out and grabbed Sun Wukong's arm, causing the egg to annihilate. Sorry, I'll try it out. Sun Wukong looked at his left arm in shock. There was nothing there, and exclaimed, Bad. Duh. Chapter 50. Sun Wukong looked at his left arm in shock. There was nothing there, and exclaimed, Breakout. The ability of Scourge is to incapacitate the effect of incantation, while the annihilation ability of eggs is to mobilize the negative energy that is opposed to the world, simulate the characteristics of energy, and collide with positive and negative energy, thereby annihilating and returning to nothingness. From the effect point of view, it has the same purpose and effect as Fuba, which is why Sun Wukong mistakenly thought that you used Fuba. Tojo Nozomi opened her mouth slightly and looked at you in shock. She had no idea that you would possess the same abilities as hers. Isn't that Wanba only a witch can have? You as a boy. Xiong looked confused. The ability that only a witch can have appeared on you. The amount of information was a bit too much. No, Wuba will appear on the descendants of the ancestors of the gods. But with the bloodline of this kid, it is not unreasonable to say that the mother and son of the Earth Mother God, and it is not impossible to hold the disaster. The breath of the gods is so thin. Has the negative influence been wiped out with calamity? Sun Wukong looked at you with excitement on his face. The ability of Fuba matched the Godslayer, and he was qualified to let him go all out. Hundreds of years of confinement had already made the god of steel tired, and he used the power of the Godslayer to drive the evil. Maybe the seal can be completely unlocked. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong instantly used divine power to restore his missing left arm. Hey, boy, try to use wobble on my whole body in turn. Maybe I can break this damn seal. Then let's fight with all our strength. Feeling the incomplete rules deduced by the egg, you grinned and laughed. I can't ask for it. In the evening, you sat helplessly on a park bench in front of Teshogu's shrine. Nozomi Tojo walked out of Teshogu Palace slowly, her green pupils staring at you. Still worrying about not being able to lift the seal? 35, it's a little bit. I didn't expect the curse to be so insidious. You recalled the scene when the seal was lifted in the afternoon. With the cooperation of Sun Wukong, You annihilated his entire body, but he didn't expect that the basis of the curse was not on Sun Wukong. Thinking about it, if it were on him, the monkey would definitely be able to detect the slightest anomaly and break through. Open the seal. I didn't expect that the reliance of the curse would be the entire space. It's really a big deal. You smiled bitterly. With the ability of eggs, it took a little time to annihilate the entire netherworld space, and then there was no more. The disappearance of space is naturally falling into the turbulent flow of time and space, and everyone will die together. After that, both sides were poured cold water. Both Sun Wukong and Yu Kasagano longed for a bloody battle, not a silent death in the turbulent flow of time and space. However, the main purpose has been completed. Looking at the soul space in my mind, there are two new symbols on the earth where the incarnation of steel and power have appeared. Power, copper skin and iron bone, and power, golden hoop great. You felt a balance in his heart. By the way, what about Xiong? Didn't you learn magic from you? You turned his head and looked at Nozomi Tojo. Xiong is very enthusiastic about the power of eternal youth. After all, there is no girl who does not desire youth and beauty, otherwise cosmetics prices won't be that high. I taught her the basics with the spell of Professor. Now I should be accompanied by Xiao Jingxin. It would be very convenient to use Professor, wouldn't it? Tojo Nozomi covered his mouth and chuckled. Damn it, what did you do to that girl? You jumped up from the bench in shocked. Huh, Professor is a very common technique, isn't it? Is there anything strange? Nozomi Tojo looked strangely at the shocked you. Professor is a high-level incantation that condenses knowledge and injects it into the mind of the recipient, and is used to prevent forgetting. The ability is even more powerful. This is the foundation of the ancient association to rule the world in secret, and it is a cornerstone-like technique. This is, you suddenly recalled, the difference between Xiong and him. Sorry, I take myself as the standard. Xiong, she is not a Godslayer. Tojo Nozomi blushed like a persimmon, and white smoke seemed to rise from his head. It's just hand contact. How can we do that kind of thing? We are all girls. 99 The Godslayer has a super high level of resistance to spells. It's not a very special spell, and it won't have any effect on you. And the only way for ordinary spells to have an effect on the Godslayer is to cross the mouth. That is to say, the spell can only be effective by inputting the spell into the body in a way that is not interfaced. Previously, you used himself as the standard, and believed that Tojo Nozomi used Professor to Xiong in a verbal way. Forget it. As the price of misunderstanding, are you free to accompany me today? Tojo Nozomi stared at Yu's face and stroked his hair, with a look of hope on his face. Of course, it's an honor. Looking at the face that was no different from Miss US, Yu agreed. The two walked on the park path near Toshoga's shrine. It was summer. Although the high temperature during the day made people miserable, the weather was the most comfortable and pleasant in the evening. The atmosphere was a little awkward. After all, when we met for the first time, Yu's performance did show some signs of pretending to be acquaintances. After all, for a demon king like a Godslayer, it is not difficult to get information on Tojo Nozomi, and Yu has been going everywhere recently. Reputation. It is estimated that it is misunderstood as someone who covets Tojo Godheim se. Is that Miss Tojo Nozomi, just like me? Seemingly feeling Yu's embarrassment, Tojo Nozomi asked Yu with a smile. Hey, do you believe me? Yu was stunned for a moment, not expecting that this sorceress would believe his words. Don't look at how young I look, but I've been through a lot. I can still tell if a person is lying. 35 Tojo Nozomi covered his mouth and looked at the dumbfounded Yu with a smile in his eyes. Well, the appearance is basically the same. It's like twins. Her hobbies are naps and fortune-telling. Her favorite food is all kinds of barbecued meat. And she hates caramel the most, her personality. How? What's the matter? You couldn't go on with the next words, and the surprised expression on the opposite Tojo Shinji made him puzzled. That? It's exactly the same as my hobby. At this time, Dong 4.7 Nozomi also had a suspicious look in his eyes, and he didn't feel like he was lying. But why did he even have the same hobbies? Ah, is that so? That's such a coincidence, haha. You looked extremely embarrassed, touched the back of his head, and tried to change the subject by typing haha. Shouldn't it be a parallel world peer? Even the hobbies are the same, and they are completely regarded as disciples. Your Majesty likes that girl very much, right? Tojo Nozomi walked in front of you and asked with his back turned. Well, she's a girl I like very much. If you can, I'd like to date you. You, who was already an adult, didn't hide his desires, and said it generously. Tojo Nozomi slowly turned around. Her purple hair fluttered in the wind, and her green eyes were filled with determination. So, can you fall in love with me once?
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, Don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.